Cheng Qian, the ways of immortals and mortals are distinct. Do not come looking for me henceforth. A crisp and melodious female voice as light as wind chimes drifted unsteadily into Cheng Qian's ears. This feeling was like a dream, the entire soul floating somewhere unknown, the whole person dizzy and disoriented like a dandelion without a place to land. Wait, dream. Consciousness suddenly snapped back, the scenery before him becoming clear. Cheng Qian. The previously ethereal voice turned distinct. Cheng Qian looked up, pupils constricted, and murmured to himself. This dream is quite vivid. Before him stood a young girl of about 18 or 19 dressed in light purple with features like a painting, skin like white jade, and jet black hair falling to her waist. She was extraordinarily beautiful. So beautiful. If I slapped her face, would she cry for a long time? That little face, that figure. At least an 8-point beauty, no above 8.5. Just as Cheng Qian was secretly rating the girl in his dream, she grew anxious upon seeing him silent for so long. Did you hear what I just said? Huh? What? Cheng Qian was startled and asked subconsciously. The girl in purple frowned, but patiently repeated herself, though her tone became noticeably heavier. I said, Cheng Qian, the ways of immortals and mortals are distinct. Do not come looking for me afterwards. In the future you will naturally leave the sect, marry, have children, and live a peaceful life. There is no possibility between us. Do you understand? Cheng Qian was puzzled, but suddenly his head felt as if struck several heavy blows by a hammer. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide. The tearing pain made him groan softly, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Hey Cheng Qian, what's wrong with you? The girl in purple stomped her foot anxiously. After a moment of hesitation, memories of their happy past came rushing back. In the end, she rushed toward the unconscious Cheng Qian on the ground. After an unknown period of time, accompanied by the crowing of roosters outside the window, Cheng Qian, who had rested for a night, gradually awakened from his sleep. After a brief moment of confusion looking at the thatched cottage that was both unfamiliar and familiar, he gradually accepted a cruel fact in his heart. He had transmigrated. There's still the 1,000 yuan I worked so hard to save in my card. I transmigrated without even spending it all. What a huge loss. Cheng Qian slapped the bedboard heavily. Pain shot through his palm and grief welled up in his heart, tears streaming down his face. Why, you unjust heavens? I just stayed up late reading a novel. Pay me back my 1,000. After lying on the hard wooden board for a moment, Cheng Qian calmed his emotions and began to sort through the original owner's memories. However, as he flipped through those memories, his expression grew increasingly strange. What a cheat. Not only had he transmigrated, but he had also entered the very novel he had read before staying up late, becoming a cannon fodder villain who gets stabbed to death by the male lead. The novel was called Immortal Cultivation Boundless Romance. From the title alone, it was clear this was a male-oriented harem power fantasy. The protagonist, Xiao Fan, as a destined child of fortune, not only bore an extraordinary mission, but also possessed a romantic luck that countless readers envied. All female characters in the book who were beautiful or powerful, as long as they were still breathing, would become his harem without exception. The girl in purple seen yesterday was named Yu Yao, also one of Xiao Fan's harem members. Yu Yao was originally an orphan adopted by the Cheng family. She grew up with Cheng Qian as childhood sweethearts. Cheng Qian's father was planning to betroth them when a sudden disaster struck. A cultivator fell into demonic ways and massacred the entire Cheng family village in a blood sacrifice, leaving only Cheng Qian and Yu Yao alive because they happened to be playing in a neighboring town that day. After receiving the news, Cheng Qian was devastated. Only with Yu Yao's company and comfort did he gradually emerge from the gloom. With no way forward, they happened upon the recruitment of the Xinyuan sect. Clinging to a thread of hope, they decided to try their luck. Who would have thought that Yu Yao possessed a rare water element single spiritual root? She was directly accepted as a true disciple by Luo Yuzhenren. As for Cheng Qian, he was an ordinary person without any spiritual root. At Yu Yao's earnest request, Luo Yuzhenren made an exception and kept Cheng Qian in the sect, but only as a menial servant, even lower than an outer disciple. Cheng Qian did not resent it. The vast world held nothing for him anymore. Being in the same sect as his childhood sweetheart was a comfort in itself. Yu Yao was the last family he had in this world. Despite being a menial disciple, Cheng Qian worked diligently and tirelessly. Every contribution point he earned was exchanged for elixirs, which he lovingly gave to Yu Yao, hoping she could reach foundation establishment as soon as possible and have some means of self-protection in this cruel world. After 3 years of hard work and relying on her single spiritual root talent, Yu Yao finally broke through to foundation establishment and truly became a cultivator. But time and desire change a person. The first thing she did after becoming a foundation establishment immortal was to tell Cheng Qian, the ways of immortals and mortals are distinct. The ways of immortals and mortals are distinct. Isn't that the scene I saw when I first arrived yesterday? Cheng Qian frowned and murmured, "Netizens didn't lie to me. If you encounter a character with the same name as yours in a novel, you must read through and memorize the whole text." Thinking this, he recalled the reason for his Boda's tragic death. After that, Cheng Qian had pestered Yu Yao for a long time, only to be ruthlessly rejected and even harshly spoken to. Under a series of blows, anger and despair intertwined in Cheng Qian's heart, and he eventually chose to turn to the dark side. Relying on his usual good reputation and Yu Yao's name, he borrowed a huge sum from other menial disciples. Then he bought a demonic art that required no spiritual root from the black market, reaching foundation establishment within a year. When he went to find Yu Yao filled with hope, wanting to start anew with her, he discovered her in a romantic entanglement with Xiao Fan, the senior disciple of Luo Yuzhenren. Jealousy and rage overwhelmed his reason. He used demonic arts to try to kill Xiao Fan, but was pierced through by the protagonist's sword and died on the spot. Cheng Qian was momentarily speechless. Simps never get a happy ending. After a sigh, he couldn't help feeling a bit relieved. At least it hasn't reached the point of no return yet. Wait. Although he hadn't turned dark yet, this was still a cultivation world. Cultivators could fly on swords, move mountains and seas, and were almost omnipotent, but he was just an ordinary person with no spiritual root. What a hellish starting point. Did he have to learn demonic arts? Cheng Qian was on the verge of tears when suddenly a crisp electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding detected a destiny-defying person. Cultivation Simulator is binding. Cheng Qian. His body trembled, tears of joy streaming down. Golden finger. The golden finger every transmigrator gets. Ha ha ha, heavens, you have eyes. Ding detected destiny-defying person's savings of 100 Chinese yuan. Converted to 1 simulation chance. Cheng Qian. Damn it, that was 10000 yuan. Do you think it's easy to save 10000? Why only 1 simulation chance? Forget it, at least it's being put to good use. I'm definitely not crying, really. Ding Cultivation Simulator loaded successfully. Due to first-time use, 3 simulation chances are granted. At the same time, a system panel appeared before Cheng Qian. Cultivation Simulator host Cheng Qian talent: none items, none simulation chances. 4 note, 1 simulation chance every 7 days, max storage 6. Start simulation. Start. Any second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the system. Reminder: this simulator will automatically run according to the current trajectory of the host's world. The host cannot intervene. After the simulation ends, the host can receive partial rewards from this simulation. The first simulation begins generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a white talent: barbecue expert. Barbecue expert, your mastery of heat far exceeds ordinary people, and the food you barbecue will taste much better. What the hell? I'm supposed to be a barbecue chef in the cultivation world, right? Cheng Qian rubbed his chin and continued looking at the simulator. Having obtained a golden finger, you vow to defy fate, rise to the peak of life, defeat the male lead, seize his harem, and become a generation's prodigy. However, reality is cruel. You have neither spiritual roots nor property. After thinking it over, you decide to continue working in the sect, accumulating resources before seeking another path. Thanks to your predecessor's experience, even though it's your first time doing menial chores, you find it as easy as controlling your own arm. In the morning, you thoroughly cleaned the outer disciple courtyard. In the afternoon, you washed all the dirty clothes of the outer disciples. In the evening, feeling that you should rest after doing so much dirty work, you returned to your servants' quarters and fell asleep immediately. You didn't wake until the afternoon of the next day, but your body still felt weak and limp. After thinking, you decided that your body might be too weak. So you resolved to strengthen your physique while also arranging your chores and rest time more reasonably in the future. Seeing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but frown. Is his body really that weak? Could it be that years of accumulated labor had worn it down? Something's off. Let's continue watching. On the 3rd day, you diligently completed your chores during the day, but at night you ran around the mountain gate, feeling that your leg strength had improved. A month later, you felt your body getting weaker, but you finally endured until the monthly contribution points distribution. You received 10 contribution points, which could be exchanged for 50 low-grade spirit stones. Feeling that something was wrong with your body, you went to the sex healing hall to have a physician examine you. Spending 2 contribution points, the physician told you unfortunate news: due to anger that attacked your heart combined with days of heavy labor and intense exercise, your internal organs have declined, qi and blood are severely depleted, and you only have 3 months left. Damn. Seeing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help cursing. When you're down, even drinking cold water gets stuck in your teeth. Just when there was a glimmer of hope, this happens. Forget it, there are still simulation chances. At least now I know the state of this body. Upon learning your condition, your mood hit rock bottom. But soon the barbecue expert talent sparked a flash of inspiration. Since you don't have long to live, why not go all out? Use this last time to perfect your barbecue skills to the utmost, and perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. You began to experiment with combining barbecue techniques with the spiritual herbs of the cultivation world, hoping to discover a new method of cooking spirit food. In the following month, you spent almost all your contribution points to purchase various spirit herbs and spirit meat from the spirit food hall, researching day and night. One day, while barbecuing, a flash of insight struck you. You combined a blood spirit herb with the meat and unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual energy in the meat was greatly stimulated. The aroma filled the air, attracting many servant disciples to come and taste. After tasting, the servant disciples were astounded and praised you as the #1 barbecue master of the sect. Although your fame spread, your contribution points were depleted. During this time, you learned of a pill that could restore your body, but it was expensive. To defy fate, you needed to earn contribution points to exchange for it. Time was short. Relying solely on chore earnings for a barbecue stall was impractical. You found 5 friendly servant disciples and persuaded them to become shareholders, barely scraping together the first pot of gold. With everything prepared, the Chengqian barbecue stall officially opened. In the second month, with your skilled grilling techniques, you conquered not only the servant disciples, but even the inner disciples' taste buds. The shareholders praised your brilliant ideas, and you earned a considerable amount of contribution points that month. As the 3-month deadline approached, you discovered that due to prolonged contact with spirit herbs and spirit meat, your Buddhist chi and blood had subtly improved. Hey, heaven never seals off all exits. As long as you have money, prolonging life in the cultivation world is simple. Seeing this, Chengqian was overjoyed and slapped his thigh. As long as I earn enough money to exchange for that pill, this certain death situation will be solved. Overjoyed, you quickly went to the healing hall to find a high-level physician for diagnosis. The physician informed you that thanks to prolonged contact with spirit herbs and spirit wood, your body was slowly recovering, but it could only extend your life by half a year. You were not discouraged. To live half a year longer was already an unexpected joy. 3 months later, you found your body beginning to decline again, so you started grilling even more frantically. Now the ingredients were monotonous. Disciples above the foundation establishment stage had already achieved inedia and only came occasionally for a taste. Disciples below foundation establishment also had to live. They couldn't come to the barbecue stall every day. Income plummeted sharply. But you were still far from the contribution points needed for the pill, and you grew anxious. After discussing with the shareholders, everyone agreed to expand the barbecue stall, introduce more spirit herbs and high-quality spirit meat to enhance the spiritual effects of the barbecue and attract higher-level cultivators to taste. In the following months, with the joint efforts of you and the shareholders, the stall gained fame once again. Not only did true disciples come, but even some elders visited out of curiosity. The contribution points you earned multiplied, and finally you gathered enough to purchase the pill. Excitedly, you went to the sect's pill hall in exchange for the life revival pill. After taking the life revival pill, you clearly felt the decline of your body. Suppressed chi and blood began to recover slowly, and you seemed to see the hope of rebirth. Awesome, as expected of me. Chengqian couldn't help but excitedly slapped the edge of the bed, then winced in pain. He got a bit too excited. Calming down, he continued looking at the simulator. However, good times didn't last. The fame of your barbecue stall caught the attention of certain individuals. One day, while you were barbecuing, a disciple suddenly felt unwell and spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon more people began spitting blood and collapsing, and chaos erupted on the scene. In a flash of thought, you realized someone out of jealousy wanted to destroy your barbecue stall. You quickly sent the poisoned disciples to the healing hall. But it was too late. All disciples below the foundation establishment stage who ate the grilled meat that day died within half an hour. Those above foundation establishment who took antidote pills in time survived, but their foundations were damaged, unable to pursue the Tao ever again. Angry disciples dragged you to the law enforcement hall. After investigation, the facts were conclusive, and you were executed by the sect. This simulation ends. In this simulation, you can choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. Barbecue Expert Talent White. 2. 1 Life Revival Pill Green Grade 3. A secret barbecue recipe. Chengqian. Staring at the words on the simulator, Chengqian froze in astonishment. What on earth is this? I'm merely a skewer vendor. Must fate single me out so relentlessly? Tall trees catch the wind, brilliance invites destruction. Perhaps my rapid accumulation of wealth has encroached upon certain vested interests, hence this targeted persecution. To avert the grim fate of being framed and ruined, he must urgently strengthen his own cultivation. Though the barbecue expert skill and rare recipes could yield abundant contribution points early on, once his true strength ascended, such points would flow in effortlessly. Most crucially, he needed first to heal his latent ailment, and then uncover a genuine path to immortality if he wished to survive long in this world. With that resolve crystallized, Chengqian declared, I choose option 2, Vitality Pill. Ding. Reward dispensed. Instantly, a white porcelain vial appeared in his palm. Cheng Qian's heart leapt. Hastily uncorking the vial, a delicate, refreshing fragrance filled the air. With reverent care, he poured out the pill. The orb shimmered under sunlight, radiant with an almost sentient vitality. No wonder this is a realm of immortals. Even its aroma dispels fatigue. Thrilled beyond measure, Cheng Qian swallowed the pill without hesitation. In that instant, a gentle, warming energy surged through his body. His chronic weakness and lingering discomfort dissolved like frost beneath spring sun. A quarter of an hour later, the warmth faded. Ah, what exquisite relief! He furrowed his brow, uncertain of his current condition, and turned slowly in place. Let's simulate again. With only 5 contribution points left, refusing to use this divine advantage would be sheer folly. With that decision made, he willed the simulator interface into view. Initiate simulation. Simulation commencing. Generating random talent. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Y-Tiger talent, Ironhide Physique. Ironhide Physique. Since childhood, your unruly nature earned you frequent dual discipline from your parents, forging within you an extraordinary resilience to physical punishment. Cheng Qian's lips twitched at the description. Splendid. So he was born destined to endure beatings. Without further pause, he scanned onward across the simulation panel. Second simulation initiated. Having obtained the vitality pill, you urgently seek confirmation of your bodily condition. So you visit the sex healing hall, spending 2 contribution points for diagnosis. The physician examines your pulse and declares, your constitution is robust, your qi and blood flourishing. No hidden ailments whatsoever. Relieved, you exhaled deeply. In reality, Cheng Qian instinctively sighed in relief. He'd just received a full medical assessment without spending a single contribution point. Free gains truly were intoxicating. Your immediate concern resolved, yet the path ahead remains utterly unclear. No spiritual route. No wealth. To cultivate immortality seems nigh impossible. After a day of contemplation, you resolve to continue serving as a menial disciple. For now, accumulating contribution points is paramount. With restored health and discipline, scheduling your efficiency surges dramatically. 1 month later, you collect 20 contribution points, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. According to your predecessor's memories, 100 low-grade spirit stones would suffice to rent lodging in the town beneath the sect. Even frugally lived, it would sustain you for 2 years. From fellow menial disciples, you learn the town hosts martial academies. Though they cannot grant immortality, rigorous training there may fortify the body, and perhaps indirectly aid cultivation. You recall countless novels where cultivators first mastered martial arts before ascending to the Tao. Perhaps this too is your chance. With purpose set, you decide to descend the mountain first, to survey tuition fees at the martial academy, then chart your next steps. The following day, you obtain leave from the menial disciple office. Then exchange half your contribution points, tucking away 50 low-grade spirit stones before descending the mountain. This marks your first venture beyond the sect since arriving in this alien world. The town feels vividly novel, so you spend 2 days wandering, absorbing its rhythms. Once sated with its life, you seek out the martial academy and formally petition for discipleship. Yet the master, after testing your aptitude, deems your foundation poor, and having missed the optimal age for martial training, refuses your application. After persistent persuasion and payment of 20 low-grade spirit stones, the master Lin Chengwu reluctantly accepts you as an outer disciple, beginning with foundational drills. Cheng Qian frowned. Truly pitiful. No wonder the original protagonist turned to demonic arts. I wonder, does this Ironhide Physique offer any advantage in martial training? He gave a wry smile, then resumed studying the simulator. Day 1, horse stance training. Day 2, horse stance training. Day 10, your lower back aches, your spine burns, your trembling legs threaten collapse. Consulting the academy's senior disciple, you learn scholarship is poor, martial arts are rich. To compensate for your late start and weak constitution, copious qi and blood-nourishing decoctions are essential to counteract training's toll. You reach a firm conclusion and request leave to return to the sect. First, you seek Yu Yao, demanding the 600 contribution points owed for 3 years of unpaid service. Though surprised, she complies readily. Having recently established her foundation establishment, her master granted her abundant resources, and she prefers avoiding future complications. Satisfied, you return to the menial disciple office, exchange your remaining points, and formally file for disaffiliation from the sect. Clutching 30 mid-grade and 75 low-grade spirit stones, you re-enter the martial academy. 1 month later, ample spirit stones fund ample decoctions. Your progress accelerates markedly. Impressed by your Ironhide endurance, tireless diligence, and ready reserves, the master decides to impart a defensive martial technique, Lin Family Scattering Hands. Day 1, practicing Lin Family Scattering Hands. 1 year later, after consuming 120 low-grade spirit stones worth of decoctions, your foundations are unshakable and Lin Family Scattering Hands reaches the entry-level threshold. The senior disciple shakes his head in dismay. In decades of practice, I've never seen anyone so deficient in both base constitution and comprehension. Abandon martial arts. Use your remaining stones to wed, raise children, become a modest landowner. That path surpasses this one. Your pride stung, yet you refuse surrender, merely casting him a disdainful glance before resuming practice. Year 4 Lin family scattering hands advances to the minor accomplishment stage. That year you sense your growth slowing drastically. You ask the senior disciple whether alternate techniques exist, but he only sighs, urging you instead to father children. Perhaps your descendants will inherit martial aptitude, or even a spiritual root. Speechless, you abandon thoughts of switching arts. Year 10 Lin family scattering hands finally attains the grand accomplishment stage. The master, recognizing your lack of talent and dim insight, but profound perseverance, deems you worthy of trust and offers his daughter's hand in marriage. Good heavens, the master even arranged a wife for me. Cheng Qian couldn't help but chuckle at this. As a disciple, how could one refuse the master's kindness? Thus you agreed to meet the hall master's daughter. A few days later, upon meeting the hall master's daughter, whose appearance was utterly dreadful, you instantly strengthened your resolve to dedicate yourself solely to martial arts and politely declined the master. Perhaps your refusal caused the hall master to lose face, for from that day onward the fellow disciples in the hall, though sympathetic, gradually distanced themselves from you. Since there was nothing new to learn at the martial hall, you bid farewell to the hall master, intending to venture out and explore the world, hoping to advance your martial arts further. Though displeased, the hall master nodded in agreement to your request. You packed your bags and embarked on an unknown journey. A month later, you left the jurisdiction of the Xintian sect. After inquiring along the way, you decided to head toward the Blazing Heaven City, where a martial arts grandmaster was said to reside. If you could receive guidance from a grandmaster, perhaps there was still hope for your growth. 2 months later, you encountered mountain bandits. Your spirit stones were looted, and in your resistance you revealed a hint of martial skill. The chieftain took a liking to you and wanted to recruit you as a squad leader in the stronghold's guard. Knowing that refusal would mean a brutal death and being penniless, you wisely chose to comply and nodded in agreement. In the 3rd month at the stronghold, you adapted to the bandit life. Each day, besides practicing martial arts, you feasted on meat and drank with the brothers, occasionally descending the mountain to plunder. Life was surprisingly colorful. You had once thought of leaving the stronghold to continue your pursuit of the martial path, but you heard that the chieftain possessed a body tempering technique called the rock iron art. This technique could greatly enhance physical strength, allowing one to withstand blades without injury. Your heart stirred, and you decided to stay temporarily to learn it. In the 11th year, with your exceptional martial prowess and wit, you quickly earned the respect of the brothers, especially the chieftain's favor. Seeing your talent and learning of your desire to pursue higher martial realms, he decided to teach you the rock iron art on the condition that you never betray the stronghold and always serve him. Since there was no escape anyway, you gladly agreed and began cultivating the rock iron art. In the 13th year, as your cultivation deepened, you felt your body become as hard as rock. Aided by your talent, your resilience improved significantly, though the energy consumption also grew daily. In the 14th year, during a raid down the mountain, you noticed a bottle of blood chi replenishing pills in a guard's bosom. You secretly hid it without being discovered. In the 15th year, recalling your talent, you adopted a different tempering method. Each day you had the brothers in the guard team pound your body with force. A month later, you finally achieved the initial stage of the rock iron art. Overjoyed, you found that the blood chi pills had been completely consumed. In the 16th year, without the pills, your progress slowed. Yet, through persistent cultivation, you finally stepped into the body tempering realm. In the 20th year, the Lin family freehand technique was perfected. In the 25th year, through daily plundering and leisure time body tempering, your focused practice brought the rock iron art to minor success, further enhancing your physical strength. In the 31st year, the rock iron art reached great success, advancing you to the late body tempering realm. That same year, the chieftain sought to expand territory, leading the brothers in a fierce battle against a neighboring stronghold, achieving a great victory. In this battle, you performed exceptionally. Considering your outstanding contributions and the death of the 3rd chieftain, the position was naturally granted to you. Cheng Qian was left speechless. While not only had he become a bandit, but he had also risen to the position of 3rd chieftain. The version of himself in the simulator was truly a remarkable character. As the 3rd chieftain, your treatment improved considerably. Not only did you receive a monthly subsidy of blood chi herbal soup, but you were also spared from constant fighting, allowing you to focus solely on martial arts training. In the 39th year, the rock iron art was perfected and you broke through to the peak of the body tempering realm. Unfortunately, without an internal energy technique, it was difficult to cultivate inner chi. A month later, your subordinates captured a beautiful young woman. The chieftain bestowed her upon you and you held a wedding at the stronghold. With no further progress in the martial realm, you thought you would live out your days peacefully after marriage. Unexpectedly, the young woman's brother turned out to be a cultivator. Tracking her to the stronghold, he razed it to the ground in a fit of rage. You died. This simulation has ended. You may now choose one of the following options as a reward. 1 thick-skinned and sturdy talent white 2 13 years of martial cultivation, including all martial arts and realms 3 Mortal Kombat experience. Was there even a need to think? Cheng Qian saw this and immediately shouted, I choose option 2. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt his body tighten. His muscles swelled to twice their size yet felt incredibly solid. Then a flood of memories regarding martial arts surged into his mind. Once he had digested them, Cheng Qian instantly felt brimming with power. He could clearly sense the exhilaration of this energy coursing rapidly from head to toe. By the martial standards of this world, he had likely already entered the ranks of third-rate martial artists. Suppressing his excitement, Cheng Qian scanned the room, raised his hand, and slammed it down onto the wooden table before him. With a crack, the wooden table shattered on impact. Cheng Qian looked at his palm in disbelief, his heart pounding with excitement. He murmured in astonishment, "Am actually this powerful?" Though the table was small and somewhat aged, reducing it to splinters with a single palm strike spoke volumes about the sheer force behind the blow. Cheng Qian then performed a complete set of the Lin family freehand technique in the room before reigning in his exhilaration. What a pity. He let out a long sigh. Though his physical abilities had improved, he was still far from matching a cultivator. Reflecting on the final year of the simulation, a mere gesture from that person had wiped out an entire stronghold in an instant. Even if he could use the simulator to train to the peak of martial arts and become a grandmaster in the eyes of a cultivator, he was likely nothing more than an ant. I still need to find a way to cultivate immortality. Unfortunately, this simulator isn't controlled by my will. Cheng Qian murmured to himself. But it didn't matter. After all, with just a few simulations, he could reach heights that others might never attain in a lifetime. What more could he ask for? With a few more simulations, he was bound to stumble upon the threshold of immortality and grow ever stronger. With this thought, Cheng Qian's resolve solidified, and he couldn't help but shout, "Continue the simulation." Simulation beginning, generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received the purple talent Exceptional Comprehension. Exceptional Comprehension, you are smarter than others from a young age, able to understand new knowledge and skills in an extremely short time and can apply them flexibly. Holy crap. A purple talent. And one related to comprehension. During the previous simulation, the senior brother had said his comprehension was extremely poor. Poor aptitude could be compensated for through diligent study, but a dull mind was truly hopeless. But now with this talent, the Grandmaster realm was within easy reach. Cheng Qian rubbed his hands together excitedly. Finally, it's my turn to be the top student. Begin the simulation. The third simulation begins. Your talent takes effect, and your mind feels exceptionally sharp. Where once you struggled with martial arts concepts, now you can conceive countless solutions within a quarter of an hour. You believe yourself to be a peerless genius, and serving as a menial disciple in the sect feels like a gross underutilization of your talents. Having realized this, you head straight to Yu Yao's courtyard to demand the contribution points she had promised to provide free of charge for the past 3 years. Though surprised, Yu Yao, having recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage, had received ample resources from her master. To avoid future complications, she readily transferred 600 contribution points to you. Satisfied, you return to the menial affairs office, exchange all your contribution points, explain your intentions to the steward, and complete the procedures to leave the sect. With 30 mid-grade spirit stones and 25 low-grade spirit stones in your possession, you gleefully hire a carriage in town and set off directly for the Blazing Heaven City. Thanks to your clear goal and a journey free of bandits, you arrive within the jurisdiction of Blazing Heaven City 3 months later without incident. Cheng Qian squinted. Did this simulation skip the martial arts school because I've already learned the Lin family dispersing hands? Or was it because the actions of the character in the simulator were related to his own memories? He couldn't be certain yet. He would continue to observe. Half a month later, you arrive at Blazing Heaven City. After inquiring widely, you learn that the martial arts grandmaster is named Yun Hai, who has established an academy to welcome martial arts enthusiasts. You rest for a night, prepare a gift for apprenticeship, and head to the academy. After paying 1 mid-grade spirit stone as tuition, you become an outer disciple of the Blazing Heaven Academy. In the first year, you practice the Lin Fire Sword art. Your extraordinary comprehension talent takes effect. You grasp the basics in a month, achieve minor mastery in 3, and reach major mastery within 6 months. Your astonishing training speed attracts the attention of an academy elder who takes you on as a nominal disciple. As a nominal disciple of an elder, your status is not high, but your exceptional talent makes you a figure of great attention. Every dawn, the training grounds of the academy witness the shadow of your dancing sword. Your fervor ignites the entire academy, sparking a trend of intense competition among the disciples. In the second year, you perfect the Lin Fire Sword art. Your master then imparts the Blazing Heaven Heart Sutra, which you cultivate to major mastery in just half a year. This achievement alarms the Academy head Yun Hai. After a series of assessments, he accepts you as his personal disciple. However, the brilliance of a genius always attracts envy. They dare not confront you directly, so they resort to underhanded tricks. At mealtime, they deliberately serve you food mixed with pig slop. In response, you shove the serving disciple's head into the bowl, warning him that if he dares do such a thing again, you will carve his flesh to add to everyone's meal. When you are focused on martial arts, they purposely create noise around you. In response, you force the offending disciple to squat in the garden, stuff mud into his own mouth, and remain there for 6 hours, threatening to break his legs if he dares to run. Unable to bear it any longer, they decide to ambush you on a dark, windy night. You beat them until their faces are swollen like pigs' heads, and they kneel before you, crying out, "Grandfather, spare us. We won't dare again." Seeing this, Cheng Qian in reality couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, that's what you get for bullying. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were nothing but paper tigers. In the third year, you deeply grasped the essence of the Academy head's teachings, gaining an increasingly profound understanding of the Blazing Heaven Heart Sutra. Not only does your sword art complement the Heart Sutra perfectly, but you also display astonishing control and judgment in combat. Seeing your extraordinary talent and steadfast character, the Academy head decides to impart to you the foundational techniques of the Academy's ultimate treasure, the Blazing Heaven Sword art. The Blazing Heaven Sword art uses fire as its guide and the heart as its sword. Each sword strike embodies the might to burn the heavens and boil the seas. You enter seclusion for 3 months, training tirelessly day and meditating deep into the night. Finally, on a moonlit night, you draw a wisp of crimson sword light from your blade's tip, marking your initial mastery of the Blazing Heaven Sword art. Seeing this, Cheng Qian was astounded. Wow, as expected, of extraordinary comprehension. Compared to the talent from the last simulation, it's like comparing heaven and earth. He wondered how his current realm compared to that of cultivators. Was there a chance to transcend through martial arts and become a cultivator himself? He still knew too little about this world. He would have to find time to consult relevant materials. In the fourth year, you have mastered the Blazing Heaven Sword art. Each strike of your sword carries the power to burn mountains and boil seas, and you successfully step into the Grandmaster realm. Seeing your mastery of the sword art, the Academy head arranges for you to travel and gain experience using your sword to make friends and temper your character. Carrying the Academy heads hopes you embark on your journey, traveling through various states, challenging martial arts experts everywhere, and gradually building your reputation. In the fifth year, you return to the Blazing Heaven Academy. The Academy head personally welcomes you, overjoyed to see your rapid growth. He then announces you as the Academy's chief disciple, treats you as his successor, and imparts all his remaining martial arts secrets to you. That same year, the Academy head betroths his beloved daughter to you. After meeting her, you agree to the marriage. In the sixth year, you have fully mastered all the martial arts your father-in-law taught you. Your wife gives birth to a daughter. Believing the world should be left to the younger generation, your father-in-law announces that you will succeed him as Academy head. It is a double blessing. Upon assuming your position, you immediately turn your attention to the Academy's rules and regulations, emphasizing a teaching philosophy of both virtue and talent. You establish a martial virtue course which not only teaches disciples martial skills, but also focuses on cultivating their character and interpersonal skills. You implement a system of fair competition, survival of the fittest. All disciples, regardless of seniority, must earn promotions through fair sparring matches. This measure stimulates healthy competition among disciples while eliminating the possibility of underhanded dealings. After a series of reforms, the atmosphere within the Academy becomes harmonious and cohesive with no further incidents of bullying. In the seventh year, you feel your path of martial arts has reached a bottleneck. You begin to inquire about the method of transcending through martial arts to become a cultivator, but you find nothing. In the eighth year, your daughter inherits your wife's beauty but shows no talent for martial arts. You are slightly disappointed. However, seeing the adorable little infant, you are still overjoyed. You hold a feast, drink with friends, and are drunk for 3 days and nights. In the ninth year, your wife gives birth to a son, but you spend your days researching how to transcend through martial arts and pay little attention to his birth. You simply prefer your daughter. She is a father's little sweetheart, you think, as you continue to peruse the library's collection. In the 10th year, ignoring your wife's pleas, you insist on leaving to seek the opportunity to transcend through martial arts. Looking at your young daughter, your heart aches with reluctance, but you steel yourself and leave. In the 11th year, you travel through every corner of the southwestern region of Bo State, casually destroying 12 bandit strongholds. You exchange martial arts insights with friends, feeling a faint glimmer of understanding within you, yet you still cannot grasp the method. In the 13th year, while exploring the northwestern region, you stumble upon a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. Your chi blood and inner energy increase significantly, and you feel a glimmer of hope for another breakthrough. In the 16th year, you arrive in the northeastern region of Bio State. You obtain a 1,000-year-old snow lotus from a snowy mountain. After consuming it, you circulate your inner energy in an icy pool, tempering your skin and bones, and successfully advance to the mid-grandmaster realm. In the 18th year, on an island in the southeastern corner, you gaze at the vast sea and the setting sun, and enlightenment dawns upon you. 3 days later, you awaken from your epiphany, having created the blazing sea sword art, and break through to the late grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. In the 20th year, you returned to the Blazing Heaven Academy. After a decade away, your wife was overjoyed to tears, but your son and daughter regarded you with wariness. A sense of melancholy settled in your heart, and you resolved to devote yourself to accompanying your family. A month later, you selected disciples with exceptional aptitude and innate talent, imparting to them all your martial skills. At the same time, you often regaled your wife and children with tales of your journey, gradually easing their wariness toward you. By the 25th year, after years of effort, your children no longer rejected you. You recruited many disciples, taking in over a dozen promising seedlings to nurture meticulously. You felt that this was how the rest of your life would unfold. In the 30th year, your daughter had long since married and your son had taken a wife. That year, you reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, becoming the undisputed greatest martial artist in the mortal world. In the 40th year, you still had not found the method to transcend into the Tao through martial arts. Yet under your influence, the Blazing Heaven Academy flourished increasingly. The disciples you had trained began to distinguish themselves in the martial world, and your renown reached an unprecedented height. However, a lingering regret always dwelled in your heart: the failure to transcend mortal limits and become a cultivator. You felt rage and despair. Could it be that without a spiritual root, one could never cultivate immortality? You refused to accept it, yet you were helpless. In the 45th year, after passing the position of sect leader to your son, you embarked on another journey. This time you aimed for the forbidden zone of Bio Kingdom, the Nether Valley, to seek an opportunity for enlightenment. In the 47th year, dangers lurked at every turn within the Nether Valley. Relying on your extraordinary martial prowess and wisdom, you overcame countless obstacles and finally reached the valley's depths. Yet during your exploration, you encountered a tiger whose body blazed like crimson fire. Even exerting all your strength, you could not breach its defenses, and ultimately you perished in its jaws. You died. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following options as a reward. First, exceptional comprehension purple. Second, 47 years of martial cultivation, including all martial arts and realms. Third, 47 years of combat experience. Fourth, a map of Bio Kingdom. A tiger blazing like crimson fire. Cheng Qian stared at the text on the simulator, his brow furrowing involuntarily. It was certain that this was a demonic beast, but due to his limited understanding of this world, he had no idea of the tiger's true strength. Yet based on the original Buddhist memories, the scripture pavilion of the Shantian sect was only accessible to outer disciples. As a menial disciple, he had no qualification to borrow books. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. A path would reveal itself when the time came. There was no need to dwell excessively. With this thought, Cheng Qian rubbed his hands together and turned his gaze to the simulator's rewards. Tisket was truly a difficult choice. I'm an adult, can't I just choose all of them? Cheng Qian pinched his nose bridge, feeling a bit disheartened. Exceptional comprehension purple talent was undoubtedly the priority. After all, it was a purple talent, and whether for martial arts, scholarly pursuits, or future enlightenment and cultivation, comprehension was of paramount importance. This was evident from the records of cultivation time for techniques during the two simulations. With such a talent, he would be leagues ahead of others in any field from now on. Though he had already made his decision, looking at the 47 years of martial cultivation, he still closed his eyes in pain. That was the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, the undisputed strongest in the mortal martial world. As for combat experience and the map, he could still obtain them through the simulator later. Cheng Qian opened his eyes and clicked his tongue. I choose the first one, exceptional comprehension talent. With a ding, the reward was granted. As the electronic voice faded, Cheng Qian sensed a flash of purple light before his eyes, and after a single breath, the radiance dissipated completely. And as for the techniques obtained during the simulation, he could instantly analyze the flaws in the Lin family loose hands and the iron rock art. So this is the difference between a top student and a struggling one. Cheng Qian chuckled. He turned to the simulator, about to begin the final simulation, when a knock came at the wooden door. Who is it? He straightened his clothes and walked toward the door while asking. Opening it, he was startled. Why are you here? The person outside was none other than Yu Yao, the childhood sweetheart the original body had pined over for 3 years. Seeing his ruddy complexion unlike yesterday's pallor, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I came to see you. Yesterday Cheng Qian's coughing up blood had startled her. Though she wished to draw a clear line, she was not entirely heartless. She knew better than anyone how much Cheng Qian had given for her over the past 3 years. Without his help, how could she have achieved foundation establishment so quickly? Yet the divide between mortal and immortal was real. Yu Yao could not bear to imagine that in a few decades Cheng Qian, who had grown up with her, would become aged while she remained around 20. Ending his unrealistic hopes early would be best for both. Looking at the hesitant and anxious girl, Cheng Qian raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Did you come to see if I was dead? If I had truly died, wouldn't that suit your wishes?" "Brother Cheng Qian, how can you think of me that way?" Yu Yao stomped her foot, her face full of grievance. Cheng Qian sneered, "Wasn't it you who insisted yesterday that mortals and immortals are different? Now why pretend to be kind?" Not to mention that the original owner had been so angered by her that he died, bringing Cheng Qian into this world. Judging solely by the fact that a person had worked diligently for 3 years to support her to the foundation establishment stage, she couldn't just turn around and kick him out, could she? Was this even human? Even without the influence of the original Buddhist memories, Cheng Qian had no liking for such a woman. Uffed. Scolded by Cheng Qian, Yu Yao's eyes reddened, but she forced her emotions down. "I did it for your own good." Hearing this, Cheng Qian let out a scornful laugh. Fine, you're right. I don't want to waste words with you. Since you're here, it saves me a trip. Since you say mortals and immortals are different, let's settle the accounts today. Forget the past. Without your encouragement, I wouldn't have overcome the pain of my family's annihilation. Just these 3 years, how many contribution points did I provide you for free? If you want to break even, return all those contribution points to me." Yu Yao was stunned, her grievance instantly turning into shock and confusion. She had thought Cheng Qian would be comforted by her concern, never expecting such a reaction. Yu Yao bit her lip tightly, her heart a mix of emotions, but seeing Cheng Qian's firm, outstretched hand, she felt further argument was pointless. "Final, transfer the contribution points to you now." The 2 sect tokens touched, and a flash of white light passed. Cheng Qian put away his token. "We're even now? Take care, no need to see me out." With that, he decisively slammed the wooden door shut, the force so strong that the door frame seemed to tremble. The dust that had accumulated on it fell in a puff, fine particles tracing brief trajectories in the air before slowly settling to the ground. Yu Yao outside the door was shocked by Cheng Qian's ruthlessness, a sense of loss washing over her, as if all warmth had been instantly drained away. She stood frozen in place, the residual warmth of the token still in her palm, unable to believe Cheng Qian could be so decisive. "Did I do wrong?" she whispered to herself, tears finally slipping down uncontrollably. Hearing the footsteps fading away outside the door, Cheng Qian could no longer suppress his elation. The first pot of gold is in hand. There was still one last chance for simulation, and he hoped for new clues to help him enter the path of cultivation as soon as possible. With this thought, Cheng Qian looked at the simulator. "Begin the simulation." Simulation initiated, randomly generating talents. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a green talent, wind-stepping sprint. Wind-stepping sprint, you have been faster at running since childhood, able to sense the wind direction and subtle air currents around you. Learning lightness skills will yield twice the result with half the effort, and you will be swifter at escaping than others. Quite the essential for a getaway, isn't it? Charge." The 4th simulation begins. Exchanging contribution points, leaving the sect, hiring a carriage, heading to Finchin City in one smooth move. 3.5 months later, you arrive at the Finchin Academy and become an outer disciple. You receive a copy of the sect's manual, the Forest Fire Sword Art. In less than half a year, your sword art reaches great mastery, and you become a nominal disciple of an elder, receiving the Finchin Heart Sutra. In the 2nd year, the Forest Fire Sword Art is perfected, and the Finchin Heart Sutra reaches great mastery. You are accepted as a direct disciple of the sect leader, training day and night without a moment's slack. In the 3rd year, the Finchin Heart Sutra is perfected. The sect leader imparts to you the foundational techniques of the Academy's ultimate treasure, the Finchin Sword Art. In the 4th year, you have already mastered the Finchin Sword Art and successfully step into the Grandmaster realm. The sect leader praises you as a martial prodigy unseen in a century, but notes your lack of experience. He hopes you will descend the mountain to challenge martial arts masters from various regions, honing your skills and tempering your mind through combat. You nod and agree with a smile, though your mind is already fully calculating. You specifically request from the sect leader a lightness skill manual suitable for a Grandmaster level expert for traveling. After some deliberation, the sect leader hands you a yellowed manual. You obtain the lightness skill, windwalking, wave riding. This skill allows unimpeded sprinting not only on land, but also on water, snow, and other special terrains. At its highest level, you move as swiftly as the wind and leap like a surging wave, your speed so great that ordinary people cannot perceive it. The next day, you descend the mountain. While cultivating the lightness skill, you head northwest, recalling that a millennium-aged blood Ganoderma capable of enhancing chi and blood and inner energy grows there. Seeing this, Cheng Qian frowned and muttered to himself. The simulator said, I cannot interfere with the process, but it seems after each simulation my memory is inherited by myself inside the simulator. He had found it strange before when he directly headed to Finchin City, but hadn't dwelled on it. This time directly going to the northwest to pick the blood Ganoderma. Without the corresponding memory, how could such an illogical action be possible? Cheng Qian realized something. If that's the case, the information gap between reality and the simulator can undoubtedly help me seize more opportunities than others. But for now, the information available in reality was too scarce to aid his growth within the simulation. It seems after this simulation ends, I must hurry to gather information about this world, Cheng Qian murmured, turning his gaze back to the simulator panel. In the 6th year, lacking a map, you explored most of the northwest region before finally finding that millennium-aged blood Ganoderma. However, the 2-year journey brought you considerable gains. The wind-walking wave-riding reached great mastery. At full sprint, you were even faster than a fine steed, though it consumed some inner energy. The Finchin sword art had long since reached perfection. On the way, you encountered several martial arts masters, but none could last more than 10 moves against you before being defeated. In the 8th year, while searching for Snow Lotus in the northeastern region, you encountered mountain bandits. You displayed divine might, injuring 30 men with a single sword strike, becoming a name that made all bandits within 100 li tremble. You earned the moniker Blazing Fire Swordsman. A month later, you found the Snow Lotus and stepped into the mid-Grandmaster stage. The icy land clashed with the nature of your cultivation art, yet your progress was remarkably swift. You decided to reside near the frozen pond for a while. While tempering your body in the frozen pond, you sensed something unusual beneath the water. However, being a poor swimmer and fearing danger, you silently noted this in your mind. Practicing your sword art for over a month amidst the wind and snow, inspiration struck, and you created your own set of techniques, the Pine Crane Wind and Snow Fist. After completing all 76 stances of the fist art, it immediately advanced to the Great Mastery realm. You couldn't help but marvel at your heaven-defying comprehension. You laughed heartily 3 times only to trigger an avalanche. Fortunately blessed with your supreme lightness skill, you sprinted all the way, barely escaping the disaster. Ta! Seeing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but chuckle. While causing an avalanche with laughter, that's a first. In the 10th year, you arrived at a southeastern sea island. But after staying there for 3 months without triggering an epiphany, you felt rather disheartened. Yet you knew such opportunities were rare and could not be forced. You composed yourself, training day and night, seeking a breakthrough. In the 11th year, you built a small thatched hut on the uninhabited island. Watching the sun rise and set each day, though you broke through to the late Grandmaster stage, you felt profoundly lonely. One day, while leisurely fishing, you unexpectedly encountered a cultivator. Through conversation, you learned he was a disciple of the Lingxiao Hall. You had never heard of this immortal sect. Upon inquiry, you learned that Lingxiao Hall was located in the Wangyue Kingdom across the sea from the Bo Kingdom and was quite renowned across the entire Tianyuan continent. You had thought the Bo Kingdom was the entire world, never imagining there were realms beyond. Your homeland was merely a small fragment of the vast Tianyuan continent. The two of you talked at length, kindred spirits, finding 1,000 cups of wine too few. When both were somewhat tipsy, you asked him the question that weighed most on your mind. You wanted to know if it was possible to embark on the path of immortality without possessing a spiritual root. He pondered for a long while before telling you that your martial arts realm was nearing its peak. However, you were already past 30. Though your talent was not poor, your potential had long been exhausted. Moreover, in the entire history of the Tianyuan continent, there had never been a precedent of entering the Tao through martial arts. Without the invaluable experience of predecessors, breaking this shackle was nothing short of a fantasy. Just as you were in despair, he added that he had heard of a secret medicine capable of granting spiritual roots to ordinary people. Cheng Qian, damn, such a thing really exists. Your heart stirred, and you eagerly pressed for details. You learned this secret medicine was called the spiritual root birth pill, which had only briefly appeared in the distant Shirling Kingdom. It was said to be extremely difficult to refine, requiring rare celestial materials and profound alchemical skill. Furthermore, spiritual roots born from such external means were all of poor quality. The best ever recorded was a triple spiritual root, and anything beyond was utterly impossible. You were ecstatic, declaring you would try even if there was only a glimmer of hope. The cultivator wished you luck, then mounted his flying sword and wobbled away into the sky. Armed with new information, your heart's knot was untied. As clarity dawned, you fell into an epiphany. When you awoke, you had unsurprisingly stepped into the peak Grandmaster stage and comprehended the drunken life, death-dreaming sword art. Overwhelmed with excitement, you wanted to laugh heartily again, but you barely let out a ha. before clamping your mouth shut, terrified of triggering a tsunami. Ha ha, once bitten, twice shy, indeed, Cheng Qian laughed. He wondered if this simulation would lead him to the spiritual root birth pill and felt a sense of anticipation. In the 12th year after bidding farewell to his master and friends, you embarked on a journey to find the spirit root catalyzing pill fully prepared. The Stone Spirit Kingdom was far from the Azure Tour Kingdom, one in the south and the other in the north, reachable only by teleportation array or spirit boat. The teleportation array was the fastest and most convenient method, but each teleportation required one top-grade spirit stone. Your funds were insufficient, so you had to settle for the spirit boat. The spirit boat glided slowly across the vast sea, and standing on the deck you were filled with anticipation for the future. Yet to your surprise you encountered an old acquaintance on the boat. Cheng Qian. Who? He has acquaintances. Taking a closer look, he cursed his luck. It turned out to be Yu Yao and the child of destiny of this book, Xiao Fan. You had no intention of acknowledging them and pretended not to see them, but Yu Yao approached and scrutinized you for a long time before daring to recognize you. Seeing his woman speaking with a stranger, Xiao Fan felt displeased. He stepped forward, flaunting their affection and provoking you. Unwilling to stir up trouble, you excused yourself and returned to your cabin. In reality, Cheng Qian snorted softly. You little brat, once I obtain a spirit root, you'll be the first I deal with. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of him? He truly didn't know who he was messing with. Suppressing his irritation, he continued watching the simulator. On the 7th day after the spirit boat set sail, a sudden storm shattered the calm. Gale-force winds whipped up towering waves, tossing the boat into the air before crashing it down violently. Passengers and crew panicked, but the spirit boat's formation activated just in time to stabilize it. Soon the seas calmed and the boat continued its voyage. On the 21st day, another storm struck. A lightning bolt hit the spirit boat, shattering the formation, and seawater surged in instantly. In the chaos, you were swept into the sea by a massive wave. As you struggled, a colossal dark figure leaped from the surface and completely devoured you. You died. This simulation ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1 swift as the wind green. 2 12 years of martial arts cultivation, including all martial arts and realms. 3 12 years of combat experience. For a map of the Azure Tour Kingdom. Cheng Qian squinted at the simulator, but did not rush to choose. After all, he was still a menial disciple of the Mystic Heaven sect. Revealing his peak Grandmaster martial arts cultivation within a day might bring him unforeseen trouble. Before stepping onto the path of immortality, it was better to keep a low profile. As for his peak body tempering realm strength, he wasn't worried. It only enhanced his physique without generating internal energy, so it wouldn't attract too much attention. Moreover, Cheng Qian looked at the simulator's year and the spirit boat wreck incident, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. I remember now. Cheng Qian slapped his forehead. It was exactly the original novel's plot. The protagonist Xiao Fan, accompanied by Yu Yao, boarded the spirit boat to attend an auction in the tranquil water kingdom. However, they encountered a sea monster attack midway and both fell into the sea. But as the protagonist, favored by fortune, Xiao Fan, and Yu Yao, one of his harem, would not perish. When they awoke, they found themselves in an underwater palace rescued by the merfolk race. After some negotiations, Xiao Fan agreed to avenge the merfolk, simultaneously claiming all the treasures in the ruins, amassing a vast fortune. Among them was a magical artifact called the Hourglass of Time, which could temporarily grant control over the laws of time. With this wealth, Xiao Fan successfully acquired a manual containing the cultivation insights of an ancient cultivator and a bottle of star jade essence at the auction. Star jade essence was a rare spiritual liquid rich in natural energy, said to accelerate the physical strengthening of cultivators, offering immense benefits to immortal practitioners. These items became crucial tools for Xiao Fan's advancement and combat, greatly aiding his ability to defeat opponents of higher realms. After recalling the novel's plot, Cheng Qian silently noted this in his mind. He chuckled to himself and murmured, "Your fortune is great, but it will soon be mine. But for now the priority is to gather information about this world." With that decision, Cheng Qian left his dwelling and headed toward the sect's library, guided by memory. Although menial disciples lacked borrowing privileges, he had contribution points. In the plaza outside the library, Cheng Qian observed for a long time before finding an outer disciple who looked approachable. "Senior brother, may I have a word?" Cheng Qian put on a smile, keeping his demeanor humble. The seemingly kind disciple hesitated briefly before following him to a corner. "What is it, junior brother?" Cheng Qian rubbed his hands together and smiled sheepishly. "To be honest, senior brother, I've been in the sect for 3 years and am still a menial disciple. Because I lack a spirit root, I cannot cultivate, and I fear I'll be trapped here forever. But I've never been resigned to it. I wish to understand the full scope of this world and the mysteries of immortality. Even if I can never enter the immortal path, I don't want to live as an ignorant, ordinary person." Senior brother, I have some contribution points saved over the years. If it's convenient, could you borrow some books for me about cultivation and the introduction to the entire Tianyuan continent? The outer disciple's eyes flickered with sympathy upon hearing this. He understood the plight of those without spirit roots. In the cultivation world, lacking a spirit root meant losing the qualification for immortality. Cheng Qian's yearning gaze touched a chord within him. He thought for a moment and said, Junior brother, it's truly rare for you to have such aspirations. The library does contain many books on cultivation and introductions to various kingdoms, but as an outer disciple, I can only borrow a portion of them. Moreover, if you lose or leak the books. Seeing his hesitation, Cheng Qian immediately raised his left hand, 3 fingers extended, and said earnestly, Senior brother, rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I come from a humble background from a remote mountain village and know almost nothing of this world. Even if I can never cultivate, I want to travel and see more. It would be a life not wasted. If you're still uneasy, I can peruse these books under your supervision. How about that? Seemingly moved by Cheng Qian's sincerity and determination, the other disciple cleared his throat. No need for that. With your identity token, you can't escape anyway. Let's set the terms. You can borrow up to 3 books per day. Each book costs 1 contribution point per day with a deposit of 10 points. All these fees are on you. The outer disciple explained. Cheng Qian nodded vigorously and grasped his hand. Senior brother, you're truly a kind soul. Don't worry, it'll cover all the contribution points, and it'll give you an extra 1 point per book per day as a token of thanks. The other was about to refuse, but Cheng Qian quickly interjected. Senior brother, I know this amount means little to you, but it's my heartfelt gratitude. Please don't decline. The disciple chuckled and finally nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it your way. After exchanging names, Cheng Qian learned that this outer disciple was called Li Shengxiao, who had joined the sect just over a year ago. His home was in Li family town, not far from the foot of Xiantian sect, and his family had been blacksmiths for generations, earning a considerable reputation in the area. Due to his frail and sickly constitution, his father had sent him to Xiantian sect a year ago to try his luck. Unexpectedly, he was found to possess 4 spiritual roots: metal, wood, earth, and water. Although this was deemed poor in the eyes of cultivators, it was still far superior to ordinary people. Being able to draw qi into his body meant that his physique would gradually improve, with cultivation slowly eliminating his latent ailments. Thus, when Li Shengxiao heard Cheng Qian claim to have no spiritual roots and be forever barred from the path of immortality, he felt a pang of sympathy. In his own family, he had once suffered many disdainful glances due to his weakness. Fortunately, everything changed after he was found to have 4 spiritual roots, allowing his life to take a new turn. Having obtained what he needed, Cheng Qian thanked Li Shengxiao once more before returning to his dwelling. Closing the door behind him, he took out the books from his bosom and laid them on the table. The 3 books he had borrowed today introduced the major cultivation sects of Tianyuan continent, the divisions of cultivation realms, and various foundational knowledge of immortal cultivation. Caressing the rough covers of the books, Cheng Qian immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. After a long while, he rubbed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Gazing out the window, night had already fallen and hunger stirred in his stomach. He rose, stretched carefully, placed the books under his pillow, and then opened the door to head to the dining hall for menial disciples. On the way, he encountered many menial disciples who had finished their work and exchanged smiles and greetings. He had once considered using his status as a menial disciple to take on the task of cleaning the library, which would save him a considerable amount of contribution points. But such tasks were in high demand, and for a menial disciple to get one such assignment once a week was already a rare opportunity. Time waits for no one, and his urgent need was to leave the sect early, claim his cultivation, and find a method to regenerate his spiritual roots. Arriving at the dining hall, a bowl of steaming rice porridge with a few side dishes was not lavish, but still delicious. As he ate, his thoughts lingered on the descriptions of spiritual roots, sects, and cultivation realms. In this world, the realms of cultivators from low to high were chi, refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit, severing void, harmony, unity, Mahayana, and tribulation, transcendence. Each realm was further divided into 9 levels corresponding to the 4 stages: early, mid, late, and great perfection. It seemed easy on the surface, but actual cultivation was exceedingly difficult. Take Xiantian sect, for example. It was the foremost sect in Bo Kingdom, yet its sect master was only at the spirit severing midstage. As for other smaller sects, having a nascent soul cultivator was already a considerable feat. Spiritual roots were the foundation of cultivation, divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. From low to high, they were 5 spiritual roots, pseudo 4 spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots, 2 spiritual roots, and single spiritual root. Above these were mutated spiritual roots, which fell outside the 5 elements and possessed 1 or 2 attributes such as ice, thunder, or wind. The protagonist of the original story, Xiao Fan, was such a favored child of heaven, possessing a thunder attribute, mutated single spiritual root. Thus, within just 5 years of joining Shantian sect, he had already advanced to the Golden Core realm. After all, with a mutated spiritual root, one could increase cultivation even while sleeping. Above mutated spiritual roots existed the legendary 5 elements chaotic spiritual root, but such a root appeared less than once in 10,000 years. 5 days later, Cheng Qian had finished reading all the books on Tianyuan continent materials and basic cultivation introductions that Li Shengxiao had helped him borrow. That evening, when returning the books, Li Shengxiao couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Cheng, you've read through the books now. What are your plans for the future?" Gazing at the half-moon hanging in the sky, Cheng Qian said softly, "What plans could a worthless man without spiritual roots have?" Li Shengxiao comforted him, "Don't say that. There are countless ordinary people in the world. If they all lost heart like you, where would this prosperous age be? Even if life is ordinary, one should strive to live it brilliantly." Hearing these words, Cheng Qian felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you for the encouragement, senior brotherly. I plan to leave the sect in a few days and travel abroad, perhaps finding a way to step onto the path of immortality." Li Shengxiao nodded. "Did you find some information from the books?" "Yes. I've heard that in the distant Shiling Kingdom, there is a pill that can help ordinary people awaken spiritual roots. I want to go there and see." Cheng Qian replied. This information had originally come from feedback in the simulator, but in reality, it was also mentioned in Shantian sect's books on herbs and elixirs. If he had learned about this world's information earlier, he wouldn't have wasted 4 simulation opportunities. By now, he might have already embarked on the path of immortality. Unaware of Cheng Qian's thoughts, Li Shengxiao cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. "Then, junior brother Cheng, you might have hope for cultivation after all. This is a great opportunity. I wish you all the best." "Thank you, senior brother." Cheng Qian expressed his sincere gratitude. They chatted for a while longer before waving goodbye. Gazing at Shantian's sect bathed in moonlight, Cheng Qian narrowed his eyes. Straight ahead, a towering peak was Mingxiu Peak, where Xiao Fan resided. If his memory served him right, in the original story, when Cheng Qian turned dark, Xiao Fan threw his corpse off the cliff behind Mingxiu Peak. It was there that Xiao Fan obtained his first treasure, the Sun Moon Vase. Originating from ancient times, the Sun Moon Vase could convert the essence of the sun and moon, storing and transforming it into pure energy. Xiao Fan harnessed this energy for his own use and advanced to the spirit-severing realm in about 10 years, a cultivation speed that astonished the world. Moreover, this artifact possessed an even more miraculous function. The yin-yang power within the Sun Moon Vase could harmonize the imbalance of yin and yang within a cultivator's body, thereby preventing the risk of qi deviation. Cheng Qian made a silent resolution. The Sun Moon Vase, I must have it. Without delay, lest changes occur, he headed straight to the foot of Mingxiu Peak. The guarding disciples saw him and couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, isn't this the waste brother of senior sister Yueyao? What, here to deliver cultivation resources to her again?" Cheng Qian sneered inwardly, but kept a calm face, cupping his hands. "May I trouble you 2 senior brothers for passage?" Seeing his humble demeanor, the guarding disciples grew too lazy to mock him further and waved a hand. "Hurry up and go." "Thank you." Feigning timidity, Cheng Qian lowered his head and dashed quickly toward the mountain path. Behind him, the disdainful taunts of the 2 disciples rang out. "Tch, what a disgrace to men." Exactly. Everyone knows that senior sister Yueyao is already seen as Xiao Fan's prize. Only this fool still can't see through it. Cheng Qian remained silent. Hearing such words, he felt helpless. It wasn't him who was fawning, so why was he being dragged into this? Still, thanks to his predecessors' 3 years of fawning over Yueyao, though he faced ridicule every time he visited, the guarding disciples always let him through for her sake. Otherwise, he had no idea how, as a menial disciple, he could ever ascend Mingxiu Peak, which was only accessible to inner disciples and above. Relying on his current perfect body-tempering physique, Cheng Qian reached the summit in just a quarter of an hour. Drawing on his predecessor's memories and the scenes from the novel, he easily found the platform behind the peak. I remember Xiao Fan found the Sun Moon Vase in a patch of wild grass under a big tree. But after looking around, Cheng Qian couldn't help cursing under his breath. Damn, they're all big trees. Which one is it? Calming his mind, Cheng Qian pondered silently. In the original novel, Xiao Fan had just discarded the corpse of Cheng Qian when he stumbled over a stone hidden in the grass. Thus, he discovered the Sun Moon bottle concealed among the weeds. So the treasure was located not far from the cliff's edge. Although this platform was vast, searching only the grassy area near the cliff seemed manageable. Having determined the scope, Cheng Qian began a meticulous search from the eastern side, inch by inch. After about an hour, Cheng Qian exclaimed, "Found it." Beside a rock among the withered grass, half of a slender, dirt-caked bottle was exposed. Cheng Qian quickly dug the bottle out from the soil and rubbed the dirt off its surface with his clothes, revealing the bottle's original color. The bottle was made of an unknown material, as hard as iron. It was red and white with a faint flowing pattern of the sun and moon. The lid was crafted from a flawless crystal engraved with celestial totems of sun, moon, and stars exquisitely beautiful. Cheng Qian initially thought of pocketing the bottle and returning to his dwelling, but reconsidered, deciding not to take the risk. What if the gatekeeper, suspicious of his long stay on the mountain, insisted on searching him? His predecessor had suffered such indignities from those who bullied the weak, forced to swallow his pride. With that in mind, Cheng Qian steeled himself, bit his fingertip, and let blood drip onto the sun moon bottle. The bottle's radiance dimmed upon contact with blood, then burst into a dazzling display of red and white. The small platform seemed to be illuminated by this light, but thankfully the phenomenon lasted only a moment. The bottle vanished from his hand, and Cheng Qian scratched his head in bewilderment. "Where is my sun moon bottle?" Ding detected host obtaining an ancient orange quality artifact. "It has been stored in the simulator space." Huh. Cheng Qian was stunned. In the original story, Xiao Fan had also inadvertently dripped blood onto the bottle, which then entered his sea of consciousness. Why for him did it end up in the simulator space? Was it because he had no cultivation base and hadn't opened his sea of consciousness? Or was it because the item was too precious and the simulator feared he might lose it? Sensing Cheng Qian's confusion, the electronic voice in his mind sounded again. Ding detected that the host has not yet embarked on the path of immortality. The simulator will store important items for the host retrievable at any time. So is your function similar to a storage ring? Can I store anything in your space? Ding, this simulator space can only store artifacts, magical instruments, pills, and similar items of blue quality and above. Spirit stones are unrestricted. The item grading system of Tianyuan continent was intriguing, reminiscent of online games, yet with a chaotic rainbow spectrum. From low to high: white, green, yellow, cyan, blue, purple, red, orange, gold. Each color had 9 layers. The deeper the hue, the better the quality. Hearing the simulator's response, Cheng Qian nodded and asked, "Can I increase simulation times by spending money? I've read novels where that works. Do you have that function?" But his query met with silence. The simulator in his mind made no further sound. "It seems it only speaks for crucial prompts," Cheng Qian mused. He pinched his nose. "Why can't I just spend money? If I could stash millions of spirit stones, then pump them in and simulate endlessly, then my cultivation would skyrocket, forming a perfect cycle." Hee. Dream on. Cheng Qian. Did the simulator just curse? Was there no justice? But the electronic voice quickly fell silent again, refusing to respond no matter how Cheng Qian called. He flipped the sky a middle finger, straightened his clothes, and strolled down the mountain with an air of leisure. Today was a bountiful haul. Not only had he intercepted the protagonist Xiao Fan's treasure, but had also discovered the simulator's storage function. What a thrill! As expected, the gatekeeper searched him due to his prolonged stay on the mountain. Cheng Qian acted meek until nothing was found, and he was allowed to leave. Only after he was far away did he wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Close call. Good thing I had foresight, or the sun moon bottle would have been lost. After carefully recalling everything, confirming that the Shantian sect held no more opportunities for Xiao Fan, Cheng Qian walked back to his quarters with his hands behind his back, beaming. Xiao Fan's dwelling. Xiao Fan, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly shuddered and opened his eyes. Just now he felt as if something precious had slipped from his life. That sense of loss disturbed his peace, startling him from his cultivation state. What could have happened? He murmured, perplexed. Back at his dwelling, Cheng Qian sat on his bed, grinning. He couldn't sleep at all. He looked at the simulator's panel. Cultivation Simulator, host, Cheng Qian talent, exceptional comprehension, purple items, sun moon bottle, orange quality, simulation count 0, next update, in 2 days. Retrieve sun moon bottle. As he spoke, a small bottle appeared in his hand. Store sun moon bottle. Instantly it vanished. Then he tried communicating with his mind, and indeed items could appear and disappear with a silent command. Hee fun. After playing a few more times, Cheng Qian stared at the bottle in his hand, lost in thought. It was fortunate that no one was on Mingxiu Peak earlier, otherwise that flash of light would have been disastrous if seen. But without blood bonding, the gatekeeper would have discovered it. Thankfully, the simulator's storage function had been unlocked. From now on, such acts of seizing opportunities required even greater caution. Summarizing his experience, Cheng Qian rubbed the bottle's lid and ultimately chose not to open it. The original novel said the bottle stored pure energy for cultivation. But better safe than sorry. He was still within Shantian sect's grounds, surrounded by the dwellings of menial disciples. If opening the lid caused another phenomenon, he wouldn't be able to explain it even with 10 mouths. He might even attract the law enforcement hall, alert the elders, and face soul-searching tests. That would end his path to immortality. Knowing when to be bold and when to lie low, that was the basic rule for survival in this other world. Even with a golden finger like the simulator, one had to live to use it. With that thought, Cheng Qian stored the bottle back and lay on the bed, gradually drifting into dreams. Tomorrow was the day to leave the sect and claim his rewards. He had been looking forward to this for so long. Brave Cheng Qian, no fear of hardship. Charge. The next morning, Cheng Qian got out of bed stretching lazily with a clear mind and a refreshed spirit. He packed a few personal items, leaving behind only some worthless odds and ends that weren't worth taking. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by bright sunshine, the cheerful chirping of birds, and the fragrant scent of flowers in the gentle breeze. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for will come true. Cheng Qian, with a small bundle on his back, hummed a song from his past life, feeling exceptionally joyful. On the way, he encountered fellow disciples working in the same period. Seeing him in this state, they couldn't help but greet him. "Brother Cheng, what good fortune have you encountered? Oh, isn't this our hard-working man from the miscellaneous peak? We haven't seen you at work in several days. Are you going to work today? Brother Cheng, why are you carrying a bag? Are you going down the mountain to purchase something? By the way, could you bring me a lotus leaf chicken from the fragrant 10-mile market in Xuangu town? I haven't had it in a long time and am really craving it. Brother Qian, are you going to find your little crush at Mingxiu Peak again? I heard she went out on a mission early this morning, so don't waste your trip." Hearing this, Cheng Qian cupped his hands in salute and replied seriously, "Today, I am preparing to leave the sect. I am grateful to my brothers for their care over the years. Thank you." Though the original body met a tragic end during his time at the miscellaneous peak, he received much kindness from these people. No one looked down on him for lacking spiritual roots, nor did anyone think him foolish for contributing resources to Yu Yao. Although the miscellaneous peak was humble, most of its inhabitants were decent people. The original body was diligent and loyal, and even if they did not admire him, they would not kick him when he was down. Thus, during the first simulation, the Cheng Qian barbecue stall was so prosperous because he had the support of these people around him. Suddenly, hearing Cheng Qian's response, everyone stopped in their tracks, gathering around him and asking, "What do you mean you are leaving? Brother Cheng, you still owe me 3 points of contribution from our bet. Don't try to dodge it, Are you going down the mountain to do business in town? You've mentioned wanting to open a small shop before. Well, definitely come to support you in the future. Brother Cheng, if you're not around anymore, who will wake me up when I'm dozing off? Who will comfort me when I'm feeling down?" The one speaking was a teenager named Lu Yao, whose family had suffered a total disaster, just like the original body. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to be saved by an elder from the Xiantian sect while passing by. After being brought back to the sect, they found out Lu Yao had only 5 spiritual roots false, and thus arranged for him to stay at the miscellaneous peak. He came to the mountain around the same time as Cheng Qian. They weren't biological brothers, but they were as close as brothers. Although Cheng Qian was no longer the original Cheng Qian, he possessed the memories of the original body. Cheng Qian pulled Lu Yao closer with one hand and gave him a playful flick on the forehead with the other. "You brat, what do you mean by not around? Are you wishing for your brother Cheng to die or something?" Lu Yao chuckled, but his eyes soon turned red. "I am just going to miss you." All right, how old are you, still crying like a baby?" Cheng Qian tugged at his nose and released his grip on his shoulder. He then cupped his hands toward the surrounding crowd, saying, "Everyone, I am leaving the sect today. I will probably be traveling through various countries. If we are destined, we shall meet again." Some sighed, others felt reluctant, and some celebrated Cheng Qian's escape from suffering. After saying goodbye to everyone, Cheng Qian looked at Lu Yao, extending his hand and saying, "Hand over the token." "What's up, brother Cheng?" Lu Yao looked confused, but obediently took out the sect token from his waist and presented it with both hands. "From now on, without me to take care of you, you need to be more mindful. What if I have 5 spiritual roots? At least it can draw qi into the body. Work hard, perhaps in the future we will meet at the peak together." As he spoke, Cheng Qian held his token against Lu Yao's, silently reciting in his heart, then turned and transferred 300 points of contribution. The sect token was specially crafted, embedded with a formation requiring no spirit stones or spiritual energy. It could perform transactions and check balances with just a thought. Thus, when Lu Yao saw the token display a large 300, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "Brother, what are you doing?" Cheng Qian put away the token and patted his head, saying, "Take these contribution points and exchange them for some techniques and spirit stones. Oh, work hard." No, this is too much. Brother, I can't accept this. Give me back the token, or we'll transfer it back to you." Lu Yao shook his head vigorously. "If I give it to you, it's yours. Don't be so pretentious, bro. Unless you don't recognize me as your brother, in which case, just turn and leave right now." Cheng Qian pretended to be angry. Lu Yao was already sad about the farewell, and though his eyes were initially just red, hearing this made the tears flow uncontrollably. "Brother Cheng, you are too good to me, but with so many contribution points, when will I ever be able to repay you?" "You little rascal, what are you talking about repayment? We are brothers, there's no need for such formality." Suddenly Lu Yao seemed to realize something, and the tears flowed even more. He sobbed, asking, "Brother Cheng, you're not planning to do something foolish, are you? Did you give me all your inheritance?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but kick Lu Yao's behind, saying, Pa, you blackheart jinx. Why do you never wish for something good for your brother? Your brother is doing just fine. Cheng Qian looked around to ensure no one was listening and quietly said to Lu Yao, I have encountered a great opportunity. Perhaps in the future, I might also embark on the path to immortality. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao stopped crying, wiped his tears, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, brother? You're not lying to me, are you? No, when have I ever lied to you, you brat? Yes, you never boast, so it must be true. That's great, brother, I'm really happy for you. Lu Yao instantly beamed with joy, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Cheng Qian made a gesture saying, Sure, this matter is just between us. Remember to keep it secret. Of course, my lips are sealed. Brother, you can rest easy. As he spoke, Lu Yao made a zip motion across his lips, which made Cheng Qian chuckle. All right, I'm going to leave the sect now. Take these resources and cultivate well. When I step onto the path of immortality, I will come to find you. It's a promise. It's a promise. The two exchanged a glance, and Cheng Qian strode away. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yao held the token still warm from Cheng Qian's hand and murmured, Brother Cheng, I will definitely work hard in my cultivation and will not let you down. At the miscellaneous peak in the management office, Elder Lin, who was over 60, was dozing off against the back of his chair. Cheng Qian entered and gently tapped the table. The elder did not wake up. Cheng Qian knocked harder, but Elder Lin still did not stir. Tisk, the old man is sleeping quite soundly. Although disturbing someone's sleep is quite immoral, Cheng Qian still gathered his strength and shouted, Elder Lin, mealtime. The originally dozing Elder Lin was startled awake, his eyes blurry as he groped under the table for a bowl, mumbling, Are we eating this early today? Haha, Elder Lin, I was just joking with you. Cheng Qian laughed, unable to contain his amusement at the old man. Elder Lin rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing Cheng Qian he huffed, You brat, what do you want? Are you here to advance your contribution points again for that good sister of yours? Tisk, the original owner's simp persona, was truly unshakable. See, even Steward Lin couldn't resist teasing Cheng Qian about it. Yet he could sense there was no malice in the old man's words, instead it carried a hint of frustration at his lack of progress. Indeed, anyone watching a disciple of the chores peak toil away for 3 years only to use every contribution point earned or advanced for someone else would probably mourn for them for at least 3 seconds. So Cheng Qian didn't take offense. After all, without Steward Lin's help in advancing contribution points, the original owner would have starved to death long ago. The thought made him feel a twinge of guilt for startling the old man earlier. Cheng Qian scratched his head. Ahem, Steward Lin, please convert my contribution points into spirit stones and also help me process my withdrawal from the sect. Steward Lin, perhaps due to his age or simply not catching on, froze for a moment before looking up in shock. Huh, what did you say, lad Cheng? You want to leave the sect? His aged hand pointed at the young man in his 20s, disbelief filling his eyes. Cheng Qian nodded. Yes, I'm sorry for the trouble, Steward Lin. Thank you for your care over these 3 years. Good. It's good to leave. It's good for that fool who used his own contribution points for others every month to go. Steward Lin feigned indifference, but couldn't stop muttering under his breath. It saves me the trouble of advancing you contribution points, and then having to make up the difference with my own. Cheng Qian's heart suddenly ached. If the original Cheng Qian hadn't been merely a cannon fodder villain controlled in a novel world, he would have deserved a happy life and a bright future. But unfortunately, he was just a puppet under the author's pen, already scripted a tragic ending. Perhaps that was why he had come to replace the original owner in this world. Pity, no matter what the future held, the original owner would never see it. Whoa. Lost in thought, Cheng Qian was abruptly jolted by a strange cry from Steward Lin. He grumbled discontentedly, Steward Lin, what are you doing? You scared me. As if you didn't scare me just now. This is called instant karma, boy. Learn from it. Steward Lin laughed so heartily his beard curled up, and the faint guilt Cheng Qian felt for startling him earlier vanished completely. He knew it. This old man never took anything seriously. So what was that strange yell about, old man? Cheng Qian asked bluntly. Steward Lin tapped the token Cheng Qian had handed over, his eyes gleaming. You've struck it, rich boy. Tell me, where did all these contribution points come from? 272 points. That's almost what you'd earn in over a year. Someone owed me, and I just took it back, Cheng Qian said with a dismissive pout, being vague. But Steward Lin was no fool, old and shrewd. With those simple words, and what he knew of Cheng Qian's situation, he roughly pieced together the story. Good that you took it back. You didn't owe her anything. Leaving the sect is the right call too. Get away from this miserable place. Use those spirit stones to start a little business, and you'll live just as happily. Steward Lin's beard twitched with a hint of cheer. Then he began processing the exchange of spirit stones and the sect withdrawal procedures. Soon a small pouch of spirit stones and the documents were placed on the table. He looked at Cheng Qian. Lad Cheng, come visit this old man when you have time. I don't have many years left. All right, take care of yourself, sir. Cheng Qian packed the items into his backpack, then after a moment's thought tossed 3 of the mid-grade spirit stones back onto the table. Keep these. Buy yourself some good wine. Consider it a token of my respect." With that, as if afraid the old man would refuse, he turned and bolted. "You rascal. Safe travels." Steward Lin chuckled softly, watching his retreating figure. He wiped his eyes with the back of his aged hand, then mocked himself. Truly getting old so sentimental. With the lad's gift, I can savor an extra sip of the mortal world's finest tonight. Not a bad deal at all. People often said ascending the mountain is easy, descending is hard. But as Cheng Qian walked down the stone steps of Shantian sect, he felt nothing but lightness and joy. When his feet finally touched the last smooth bluestone step, he turned to look back at the mist-shrouded gate of Shantian and let out a long, gentle sigh. Xiaofan never bully the young and poor. He'll make you see firsthand how a cannon fodder villain tramples you underfoot. Humph. After saying that, he shook his head with amusement. What a cringy line. Then he turned and walked away. Xianmen Town was the nearest settlement at the foot of Shantian sect. As its name suggested, it was a vassal under the sect's domain. Passing through the thick city gates, the streets, paved with bluestone slabs, were lined with various antique buildings. Merchants from all directions gathered here, their shouts and haggling weaving into a lively symphony of the marketplace. An array of goods from daily necessities to curious trinkets was available in abundance. Cheng Qian looked around curiously, muttering to himself, no wonder the simulator spent 2 days sightseeing when it went down the mountain to learn martial arts before. This ancient folklife really does look fascinating. The scenes brimming with the essence of daily life stirred a feeling he had never experienced within Shantian's sect. This was the mortal world, a thriving, bustling mortal world. After strolling around for a good while, Cheng Qian found an inn tucked away in a corner of Xianmen Town. He tossed over a low-grade spirit stone, securing a top-tier room in the back courtyard with excellent privacy, along with a bucket of hot water for a bath and a large table of wine and food. Even that didn't use up the stone. He got back over 40 pieces of broken spirit stones and change. After eating and freshening up, Cheng Qian lay on the bed with his legs crossed. No wonder in the previous simulations 100 low-grade spirit stones could last 2 years if used frugally. The prices in the mortal world and those for cultivators are worlds apart. It's no wonder so many commoners eagerly sign up whenever the sect recruits disciples. Even being a menial worker earns more spirit stones than farming. With that, Cheng Qian sat up, interlocked his fingers, stretched his arms forward, and then flexed his muscles. With a thought, the simulator's panel appeared before his eyes. Come on, claim the reward. 12 years of martial arts cultivation. The selection ended. Cheng Qian felt a tremor course through his body. A powerful surge flowed from his lower abdomen, circulating through his extraordinary meridians. The frantic infusion made him grit his teeth. These currents relentlessly scoured his physique and meridians until they opened his governing and conception vessels. Boom. He seemed to hear such a sound in his mind. But the process wasn't over yet. He could feel his bones and muscles constantly renewing, as if being reshaped. Whenever the pain became unbearable, the so-called inner force would forcibly repair the damaged areas. Numbness, itching, pain, all at once. The process was utterly excruciating. When all the inner force finally settled, flowing on its own through the extraordinary meridians and calming down in the dantian in his abdomen. Cheng Qian wiped his soaked forehead and clenched his fist. Such immense power. So this is the strength of a peak grandmaster. What is the grandmaster realm? Below the cultivators, there is no rival. Across the entire Tianyuan continent, excluding cultivators, grandmaster martial artists are as rare as morning stars. These individuals are all people of immense perseverance. Though without spiritual roots and unable to cultivate immortality, they ceaselessly push past their own limits, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary mortals. A first-rate martial artist is already considered a master of exceptional skill within the martial world, yet among them fewer than 1 in 100 can break through to the grandmaster realm. This alone speaks volumes of the realm's worth in the mortal sphere of martial arts. As his body fully absorbed all the energy, Cheng Qian's mind surged with the martial techniques and inner cultivation methods he had learned over the 12 years within the simulator. Just as he was about to step out and test his newfound martial prowess, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Damn, didn't I just eat? The higher one's realm, the faster the body processes the essence of food and drink. Having just broken into the Grandmaster realm, the food had been transformed into energy, leaving Cheng Qian feeling hungry once more. Thus, martial artists are so scarce in the Tianyuan continent. First, poverty leads to letters, wealth to martial arts. Even reaching the level of a first-rate master requires immense resources. Second, beyond essential qualities like talent, bone structure, and comprehension, martial progress demands vast amounts of time, sometimes decades, for a single breakthrough. Yet mortal lifespans have their limits. Some remain trapped at the first-rate level, dying of old age without ever touching that threshold. But for Cheng Qian, none of this posed a problem. Tugging at his sweat-soaked clothes, he sighed helplessly. If only I had broken through first, then bathed and eaten. If only he could step onto the path of immortality, a simple cleansing spell would suffice to tidy himself up. Even at the foundation establishment stage, there would be no need to replenish energy through eating, merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would suffice. At this thought, Cheng Qian shook his head with a wry smile. Oh well, haste makes waste. He pushed open the door and called for the waiter to bring another bucket of hot water and a fine meal. The waiter, though puzzled and about to ask, shrank back upon meeting Cheng Qian's gaze, quickly nodding in agreement. As he descended the stairs, he wondered when this guest had arrived. Aside from being more robust than others, there was nothing particularly special about him. How after just one meal did catching sight of him now make it hard to breathe? A casual glance made his heart tighten, as if he might be struck dead at any moment. The waiter shook his head and muttered to himself, forget it. Perhaps this guest is a cultivator. Best not to pry. Half an hour later, having washed up and eaten his fill once more, Cheng Qian pushed open the window and leaped down. With a light tap of his toes, he stood atop the roof. Suppressing the urge to let out a long howl, Cheng Qian slowly closed his eyes, feeling the subtle flow of air around him. Having grown up watching martial arts dramas, Cheng Qian had always envied the graceful, carefree figures of the heroes who could dash great distances with a single stride. He let out a soft breath, opened his eyes, and gazed at a large tree about 10 meters away. With a flicker of his form swift as a bird, he landed steadily atop its crown in the blink of an eye. Haha, this is fun. Standing on the treetop, a playful spirit arose in Cheng Qian. With a soft chuckle, he shot like an arrow from the tree to the roof, darting across the town's ridges like a free bird in the dark night. Arriving at a secluded, uninhabited spot outside the city, Cheng Qian took a deep breath, channeling his inner qi, and slowly began executing the Lin family casual strikes. Though the palm techniques appeared simple and basic, each move contained a force that could split the air. As his movements grew faster, he suddenly spun, using his fingers as a sword to perform the drunken life and death sword art. After completing the sequence, he inhaled deeply, gathered his inner energy into his palm, and released it outward, aiming straight at a nearby boulder. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered under the impact of his inner force, sending shards flying and dust swirling. Cheng Qian withdrew his palm and stood, a gleam of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Plucking a flower or leaf, both can wound. This is the power of the Grandmaster realm at its peak. It felt exhilarating. A wave of inexplicable joy swelled within him. Cheng Qian used his lightness skill to fly back to his inn room in one breath, only to find everything silent, as if no one had noticed his departure. He closed the window, sat on the edge of the bed, gazed at the countdown for the next update in the simulator, and drifted off to sleep in contentment. Waking up, the sun was already high in the sky. After eating, he spent half a day strolling the streets, listening to folk tunes and purchasing a suitable longsword along with a complete map of Bio country. Only at dusk did he leisurely return to the inn. He sat in meditation until a clear sound echoed in his mind. Then he withdrew his energy and opened his eyes. Begin simulation. Simulation starting, generating random talents. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the white talent Nimble Fingers. Nimble Fingers, your fingers are incredibly dexterous with precise control over strength. Any manual task can be completed swiftly in your hands. If born in the modern era, you would surely be an esports master. Cheng Qian, why did this talent feel a bit off? Was he overthinking it? The fifth simulation begins. You leave the inn, heading straight for the docks, intending to travel directly to Shirling country to seek news of the spiritual root birth pill. This time, boarding the spirit vessel, no incidents occur. After 3 months at sea, you finally arrive at Linghai City in Shirling country. After a day of rest, you begin inquiring everywhere about the spiritual root birth pill. Shirling country is renowned across the Tianyuan continent for its alchemy arts. It gathers numerous cultivators and alchemists, making it one of the most prosperous cultivation nations on the continent. On the first day, you plan to start at Linghai City's pill market, a hub for alchemists and cultivators to trade, hoping to obtain the information you seek. The place is bustling with noise, and all sorts of exotic pills emit tempting fragrances. You inquire far and wide, finally learning from an old alchemist that the spiritual root birth pill was 300 years ago a secret concoction of a major sect in Shirling country. It possessed the miraculous effect of reversing a mortal body and granting the spiritual roots for cultivation. However, during the Demon Realm invasion 300 years ago, that sect was unfortunately annihilated, and the method for refining the spiritual root birth pill vanished along with it. Since then, no one in Shirling country, or even the entire Tianyuan continent, has been able to refine this pill. Cheng Qian was stunned. No way, man, are you kidding me? Having finally obtained news of the spiritual root birth, he never expected such an outcome. Could his path to immortality truly be cut off? The earlier excitement had now turned into deep dejection. Was he a perfectly upright and promising youth truly forced to cultivate that so-called demonic art? Sigh. Cheng Qian let out a sigh and continued to look at the simulator panel. Heaven never seals off all exits. Let's see a bit more. If it really comes to it, demonic cultivation wouldn't be entirely off the table. Having finally obtained news of the possibility of cultivating immortality, he was nearly driven to despair by this revelation. Unwilling to accept defeat, he continued his inquiries, but the answers remained the same. He thought that perhaps since Linghai City was situated on the edge of the Shiling Kingdom, the information there might not be well circulated. Maybe someone else had already managed to reconstruct the pill formula. With this thought, he asked for directions and prepared to travel to the capital of the Shiling Kingdom, Lu City, to try his luck. Unable to cultivate immortality, and thus incapable of flying on a sword, travel became his greatest challenge. Despite already possessing the peak strength of a grandmaster, it still took him nearly a month to reach Lu City. Along the way, he passed through 3 or 5 towns, but every inquiry he made left him deeply disappointed. This kind of pill seemed more like a legend, ethereal and intangible. Clinging to his last shred of hope, he went to the largest pill emporium in Lu City to inquire, but the result was no different from before. For a moment, he felt utterly lost, uncertain of how to continue his life from that point on. In a daze, he wandered into the largest pleasure house in Lu City, listening to folk tunes and drinking himself into a stupor. That night, he spent a considerable amount of money, and the next day, he left the Spring Breeze Pavilion with unsteady steps. On the 3rd day, he composed himself and decided to search for records concerning the destroyed sect, hoping to find clues. However, these records were all kept in the scripture libraries of various sects, and to access them one first needed a spiritual root. Cheng Qian, what a perfect deadlock. Without a spiritual root, one could not enter a sect. Without entering a sect, one could not find any records related to the spiritual root forging pill. Without finding any information, one could never develop a spiritual root. Cheng Qian smiled faintly, his mouth moving silently, as he cursed vehemently. On the 4th day, in a foul mood, he returned to the Spring Breeze Pavilion. That night, his innate talent for nimble fingers came into play, and he spent 2 hours on manual labor. The other party begged for mercy repeatedly before he reluctantly ceased his efforts. On the 5th day, he again went to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, drinking and reveling, displaying his formidable prowess. Cheng Qian, wait, what's going on? Was he the kind of person who shrank back at the first sign of difficulty? Pull yourself together. Cheng Qian shouted angrily. Go and continue searching for information about the spiritual root forging pill. Cheng Qian felt a sense of frustration, as if his iron could not be forged into steel, but his will could not influence the trajectory of events within the simulator. He had no choice but to suppress his resentment and continue watching the panel. On the 6th day, the girls at the Spring Breeze Pavilion were unwilling to drink with him, making excuses to avoid him. He found it all rather dull. On the 7th day, he went to the Qinghuan Pavilion and left early the next morning. By then, the entire pleasure district of Lu City knew his name. After a month of debauchery, he discovered that he had squandered all his money. This couldn't go on. After painful reflection, he resolved to pull himself together. However, the martial path in the Shiling Kingdom was in decline. The people had greater faith in cultivators and alchemists. Despite being a grandmaster, he encountered obstacles at every turn. He could either become a guard for an escort agency or serve as an inconspicuous retainer for a wealthy merchant, neither of which earned him much money. In his moment of desperation, a female cultivator from a sect in the Shiling Kingdom heard of his reputation and sought him out. She was willing to pay him a mid-grade spirit stone to test whether his manual skills were truly as legendary as rumored. He flatly refused. In reality, Cheng Qian's face darkened. Good heavens, she thinks so little of me. Just 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What kind of person does she take me for? Good. Refuse her. Let her know that not everyone can be bought with money. The female immortal was unwilling to give up on such a rare talent, and continued to plead with kind words while increasing her offer. After some haggling, he felt that the female immortal was sincere. Earning 10 mid-grade spirit stones in a single night was tempting, and in the end he relented. Cheng Qian, that was an intensely passionate night. Fortunately, the female immortal had set up a soundproofing array in advance, otherwise the entire inn would have been sleepless. The next day, the female immortal appeared radiant, handed him the spirit stones as promised, and then drifted away. With no immediate worries about living expenses, he was exhausted and slept for an entire day. That evening, just as he was about to head to the Qinghuan Pavilion to display his prowess, once more he encountered the same female immortal at the door. The female immortal said she could not forget the bliss of the previous night and wished to invite him back to her sect, promising him a monthly salary of 5 high-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. He was tempted but still hesitated. In reality, Cheng Qian's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Can't you show some backbone? Are 5 high-grade spirit stones enough to buy your very soul? It infuriated him. How could his counterpart in the simulator be so lacking in ambition? Please don't agree, I beg you. Isn't it better to focus on finding information about the spiritual root forging pill? He still wanted to embark on the path of immortality, but don't give up like this. Cheng Qian roared inwardly as he continued to watch the simulator. He had intended to refuse, but in a flash of insight he made a request. He told the female immortal that he wished to enter the path of immortality, but it seemed that the spiritual root forging pill had vanished from the world. He wanted to consult the records concerning that sect. If she agreed to this additional condition, he might accept her offer. The female immortal hesitated for a moment, then asked him to wait 3 days, promising to return with an answer. 3 days later, the female immortal arrived as promised and tossed him a token. She explained that this token would grant him access to all the records in the sect's scripture library except for cultivation techniques. He was overjoyed, for as long as he had a lead, he believed he would eventually find clues about the spiritual root forging pill. Seeing this, Cheng Qian let out a long sigh of relief. At least he can correct his mistakes. Good for him. But he couldn't shake the feeling that it was all rather absurd. Was this truly the kind of person he was? He returned to her sect with the female immortal, and she arranged for him to stay in her cave dwelling. It was then that he learned she was the master of a peak at the Yin-Yang sect named Shui Run. The Yin-Yang sect integrated the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements, studying both the natural laws of the universe and the balance of yin and yang within the human body. However, Shui Run's demands were exceedingly high and no one had ever been able to satisfy her requirements. As a result, her cultivation had been stuck at the late golden core stage for many years, unable to break through this bottleneck. It wasn't until she heard about him in Lu City and tried his services that she felt her bottleneck begin to loosen. She told him that once she broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would be free to leave the Yin-Yang sect. But until then, he had to fulfill his duties and assist her. He assured her that since he had taken the payment, he would do the job well and put her mind at ease. However, he stipulated that during the day he needed to visit the scripture library to research, and only at night could he help her with her cultivation. After some consideration, she agreed to allow him 2 hours for reading and 2 hours for rest each day, with the remaining time dedicated to aiding her breakthrough. He was dumbfounded, but having accepted her generosity, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Shui Run had left you with little time, but fortunately, as a martial artist, your physique was robust, so sleeping a little less would not harm you. Every afternoon during the recreation period, you voraciously flipped through the tomes in the library, searching for clues about the annihilated sects and various records of the Shaolin Kingdom. Day after day, time flew by like a white pony passing through a gap. Due to prolonged manual labor, your knuckles had become somewhat deformed. Your once fair and slender fingers turned rough and gnarly. Chronic sleep deprivation left you listless and irritable, your mental state barely sustained by the spirit-nourishing pills given by Shui Run. Though there were losses, there were also gains. After reviewing all the relevant materials, you uncovered a crucial clue. You only had to wait for Shui Run to successfully break through to the nascent soul stage, and then you could regain your freedom and descend the mountain to verify your conjecture. Finally, on a full moon night 6 months later, Shui Run succeeded in her breakthrough. Tears streamed down your face. Cheng Qian, this was just too damn hard. Wu, his beautiful fingers had suffered so much. Though reluctant to let you go, Shui Run still kept her promise. You gladly descended the mountain, first found an inn, and slept for 3 whole days and nights. Upon waking, you had a hearty meal, then went to the elixir market to buy some spirit-nourishing and blood-replenishing pills. Only after taking them did you feel truly alive again. You hired a carriage, left Lu City, and headed toward the ruins of the destroyed sect, the Medicine King Valley. According to the records, the battle between the Demon Realm and the Medicine King Valley had been ferocious. The entire protective array shattered, buildings collapsed, and the sect master and elders all fell in battle. Later, other cultivation sects of the Shaolin Kingdom came to their aid, sparing the remaining disciples of the Medicine King Valley from a tragic end. But strangely, the sect master's daughter Lin Xiu vanished without a trace. Some said she had been annihilated in that battle, while others claimed the sect master had opened a secret passage for her, sending her away from the valley. The Medicine King Valley's fame rested on the spirit root forging pill formula, known only to the sect master's direct bloodline. Thus, when the sect master died and Lin Xiu disappeared, this formula was also buried in the river of time. Some had dug deep into the Medicine King Valley searching for the formula's whereabouts, but all left disappointed, and gradually it ceased to be mentioned. A month later, you stood before the ruins of the Medicine King Valley, witnessing a landscape scarred by war. The sands of time and the dust of history had long devoured everything here, leaving only broken walls and collapsed pillars to whisper of past glory. You meticulously searched every corner of the ruins, trying to find clues about Lin Xiu's whereabouts. After an entire month, you found nothing. Unwilling to give up, you built a small hut near the Medicine King Valley and searched slowly. After another 2 months, you had turned over every stone in the ruins, but still found nothing, and a sense of discouragement crept in. You decided to change your approach and search again around the periphery of the Medicine King Valley. This time you were even more meticulous, leaving no possible clue unchecked. Your perseverance paid off. Behind the Medicine King Valley, you discovered a concealed cave entrance hidden by vines and rocks almost impossible to spot without careful observation. You moved aside the vines and cautiously entered the cave. Inside was a dark passage filled with a chilling, eerie coldness that sent shivers down your spine. After walking about 100 feet forward, a wide, open cavern appeared before you. Your eyes lit up, for in a corner a small, thatched hut stood. The real Cheng Qian also held his breath, his heart pounding wildly. Am I about to find the legendary spirit root forging pill? Finally, I can start cultivating. This whole simulation journey has been so tough. Carefully approaching the thatched hut, you called out softly, but there was no response. After a moment's thought, you assumed a defensive stance, gripped your sword, and gently pushed the door open. No anticipated attacks or traps were triggered. The hut was empty, with only a small bed and some simple furniture. Greatly disappointed, you searched the hut reluctantly, but found nothing. Damn, what's going on? Not even a clue about the formula. Cheng Qian fumed. The more anticipation he had felt earlier, the deeper his disappointment now. Suppressing his anger, he continued to watch the simulation panel. Furious, you sat on the bed, recalling the past 6 months' hardships, and couldn't help but slam your palm on the bed frame. With your Grandmaster-level strength, even the entire hut would shatter with one blow, let alone a wooden bed. Yet the small bed didn't budge, only stirring up a layer of dust. Sensing something unusual, you carefully felt around, and indeed found a hidden mechanism in the wooden board beneath the bed. With a gentle press, the ground slowly split open, revealing a deep, hidden passage. Your heart raced as you slowly advanced along the deep passage. After about 100 steps, the passage ended at a stone chamber. Inside the chamber, an ancient alchemy furnace stood silently, surrounded by scattered alchemy materials. On a stone table beside the furnace, you discovered a yellowed ancient tome. On its cover, in archaic script, were written the 5 characters, Spirit Root Forging Pill. Cheng Qian, finally found it. Ha ha ha, he just wanted to howl at the sky. Your heart pounded as you held your breath and slowly opened the ancient book. The ancient tome detailed the method for refining the Spirit Root Forging Pill, from the selection of herbs to the mastery of the flame, leaving nothing unmentioned. You carefully tucked the ancient book into your robe and discovered a letter nearby. It was a personal letter from Lin Xiyu, recounting how under her father's arrangements she had escaped through this secret passage and hidden in this secluded stone chamber for years, leaving only when the outside world had calmed down. In the letter, Lin Xiyu mentioned that she had left the formula here, hoping that one day a destined person would find it and carry on this precious legacy. The Medicine King Valley had courted disaster because of this formula, so she repeatedly urged in the letter never to reveal the book to others until you possessed the strength of the spirit transformation stage. Only then could you make it public, and if she were still alive, she would come to assist you in restoring the glory of the Medicine King Valley. Additionally, she had preserved 3 spirit root forging pills in the furnace, using a special formation for the destined one to study. You eagerly opened the furnace door. As the letter said, the formation lost its effect the moment the door opened. Just as you carefully took the 3 pills in your hand, a cold laugh rang out from behind you. Turning around, you saw a man dressed entirely in black. Sensing danger, you tried to flee. The black-clad man struck with a palm in an instant, saying coldly, "Thank you for leading the way, young friend. I will ensure you leave this world without any pain." The moment he finished, you were shattered by the palm's force. You have died. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following rewards from this simulation. 1 nimble fingers white. 2 all memories of this simulation. 3 spirit root stimulating pills held in hand before death. 4 6 months of labor earnings, 30 high-grade spirit stones. Cheng Qian's eyelid twitched as he glanced at the nimble fingers option. He would never choose that. He was a man of integrity, not a hint of that. As for the memories, recalling his drudgery in the outer-sect made him shudder involuntarily. Yet those memories likely contained records of browsing ancient texts on the spirit root stimulating pill, but he knew nothing of alchemy. Acquiring that book now would be utterly useless and might even bring deadly trouble. Just think of that last black-robed figure. Even 300 years after the sect's fall, someone was still lurking nearby. He had reached the Grandmaster realm, yet couldn't even dodge a single palm strike. The opponent's cultivation must have been formidable, possibly a foundation establishment, or even a golden core cultivator. He could always retrieve the pill formula later when his strength had grown. As for the 30 high-grade spirit stones, Cheng Qian glanced instinctively at his fingers, a hint of regret in his voice. "Tisk, all that hard-earned, humiliating pay. It's a pity to let it go. I choose 3 the spirit root stimulating pills." Though reluctant, he knew what he truly wanted. A flash of light and 3 pills appeared in his palm, faint 5-colored radiance swirling upon them. Clutching the pills, Cheng Qian didn't rush to swallow them. In the simulator, he had died before even taking them, so he dared not trust their effects. Moreover, whether taking 1 versus 3 would cause a qualitative change was uncertain. With the next simulation 7 days away, he hesitated between risking the pills or waiting for another trial. What should I do? Just as frustration weighed on him, a flash of inspiration struck. Silently, the pills vanished from his hand, and he opened the simulator's inventory. Ding Host has acquired a purple quality pill now stored in the simulator space. Open detailed item description. Cheng Qian tested the query. A whoosh sounded, and a backpack interface appeared before him. His mind lingered on the stored pills, and as expected, the item's description emerged. Brilliant. Imagenius. Cheng Qian rejoiced, eagerly examining it. Spirit root stimulating pill, purple quality, non-toxic. Each person may consume a maximum of 3 pills in a lifetime. The more taken at once, the higher the chance and quality of generating a spirit root. Cannot be taken after a spirit root has already formed. A racing heart and trembling hands. After so many days in this other world, he finally had hope of treading the path of immortality. Calming himself, Cheng Qian pushed open the door and called for the innkeeper's attendant. Young man, I'll be away for a few days. Keep my room for me. I'll return after settling some matters. With that, he tossed a low-grade spirit stone over. The attendant caught it, beaming, certainly guest. Rest assured, I'll keep your room spotless. And prepare some dried rations and water for me. Right away, I'll have the kitchen see to it. The attendant nodded and scurried off. Though he now knew the pill's properties and usage, he dared not gamble on what might happen after ingestion. What if the commotion attracted a cultivator from Xiantian's sect who recognized him? How would he explain a mortal suddenly acquiring a spirit root overnight? Too risky, it didn't align with his plans. After sipping half a pot of tea in his room, the attendant returned with the packed rations. Cheng Qian thanked him and left the inn. Once in a deserted alley, he used his lightness skill to fly toward the city outskirts. He searched until the dead of night, finally finding a hidden cave in a mountain hollow. After checking for wild beasts, he moved a stone to block the entrance, then sat cross-legged. With a thought, the pills materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he placed all 3 into his mouth. A minty flavor spread through his mouth. Cheng Qian felt his Danshan's inner energy whirl wildly, his mind clearing as something seemed to slowly take root within him. 5 days later, Cheng Qian slowly awakened from deep meditation, gazing at his surroundings in brief confusion before recollecting himself. Is that it? He examined his body, finding no difference from before. The inner force in his Dantian remained unchanged. Scratching his head, he muttered in puzzlement, I wonder if it worked. What spirit root I have? Only the next simulation will tell. He stood stretching with a crackle of joints stiff from prolonged sitting. Hunger gnawed at his stomach. He grabbed some dry rations and water, then pushed aside the stone at the cave's mouth, squinting as brilliant sunlight stung his eyes. After a long moment to adjust, he dashed back toward the inn. Xiantian sect. Mingxiu Peak. Yu Yao and Xiao Fan had just returned from a mission, exchanging greetings before heading to their quarters. The trip had been fruitful. They not only completed the task, but also obtained a key material for forging a lifebound artifact. With light steps, Yu Yao approached her small courtyard, only to halt in surprise. Usually when she returned from a mission, the yard was spotless, free of weeds and fallen leaves. But this time, leaves drifted from the peak and bird droppings dotted the eaves. Frowning, she muttered, why hasn't Brother Cheng come to clean? Really? Before she could finish, her expression shifted sharply. Previously, when Cheng Qian had demanded contribution points, she thought he was just throwing a tantrum and would soon return, doting on her as before. Though she had said mortals and immortals are different, she believed Cheng Qian would never abandon her. Maybe he got upset because I didn't tell him about this mission. She nodded to herself, then flew on her sword toward the servant peak. Landing haughtily before Cheng Qian's door, she knocked heavily. Cheng Qian, come out. But there was no response. The servant disciples' quarters had small isolation formations blocking her spiritual sense. If you don't come out, I'm leaving, and I'll never talk to you again. Yu Yao pouted in annoyance. Hearing the commotion, a door creaked open, and Lu Yao's head poked out, disturbed from his cultivation. Seeing Yu Yao, he frowned. Senior sister Yu Yao, Brother Cheng has gone down the mountain. Please stop knocking. Gone down the mountain. When will he return? He's not coming back. Brother Cheng has left the sect. Didn't you know? Oh, I suppose you wouldn't. After all, mortals and immortals are different. He probably doesn't want anything to do with you anymore, Lu Yao taunted deliberately. Hearing this, Yu Yao was stunned. What? He left the sect. At Xianmen town, Cheng Qian was soaking in a warm, soothing bath. Earlier, upon returning, he had single-handedly devoured 3 buckets of rice and 2 tables of dishes. The waiter was so startled that he thought Cheng Qian was a glutton in human form about to open a bloody maw and swallow the entire inn. Fortunately, the waiter's fears never materialized. Perhaps because he hailed from the 21st century, Cheng Qian liked to keep himself clean even under difficult circumstances. Lying in bed contemplating his next move, he drifted off to sleep before he knew it. Awakening at the break of dawn, he pushed open the window to the chirping of birds and insects, lifting his spirits involuntarily. A joyful heart brings a cheerful countenance. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, Cheng Qian murmured to himself. Though he was still unsure of the quality of his newly awakened spiritual root, at least he now possessed the qualifications for cultivation. The first step was to choose a sect, take a master, and formally embark on the path of immortality. According to the records of various nations from the Xiantian sect, the Tianyan continent was vast and boundless, divided into 5 major regions: the Eastern Sea, Northern Wasteland, Western Ridge, Southern Medicine, and Central Cauldron. These 5 domains encompass 13 countries with countless sects and factions too numerous to count. The Bio Kingdom, where Cheng Qian currently resided, was the most impoverished nation in the Northern Wasteland, the region with the scarcest spiritual energy and resources on the Tianyan continent. For ease of administration, the 5 domains had established a cultivation alliance ranking sects by strength from low to high: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, super sects, and hidden sects. You ask where the Xiantian sect ranked. It didn't even make the list. Thus, before falling asleep the previous night, Cheng Qian had decided to head to the most prosperous cultivation country in the Central Cauldron region, the Luoyun Kingdom. He planned to join the top-ranked super sect of the alliance, the Tiandi sect. Just look at the name. It was truly fitting. 2 days later, having traveled over 1,600 li, Cheng Qian arrived at an obscure town. From here, it was less than 3 days' journey to the city, where he could board a spirit boat. To avoid any mishaps on the spirit boat, he decided to run a simulation first before considering departure. Admittedly, having a simulator was like possessing a super navigation system for avoiding danger and seeking good fortune. He found a random and ate a hearty meal, then closed the doors and windows, sitting on the edge of the bed. Rubbing his hands together, he muttered to himself, "Hopefully this time I won't get some absurd talent like nimble fingers." Begin simulation. Simulation starting, generating random talents. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained a green talent, flora manipulation. Flora manipulation, you are born with an extraordinary ability to control plants and nature. You can sense the vitality of plants and manipulate them through willpower or special gestures. Outside the simulation, Cheng Qian was baffled. What use is this talent? Unable to understand, he decided to watch and see. On the 3rd day, you board the spirit boat bound for the Luoyun Kingdom. A month later, you arrive safely at the bustling cultivation Holy Land. Having a spiritual root, your sensitivity to spiritual energy is keener than before. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 5 times greater than that of the Bio Kingdom. After inquiring, you learn that the entire Luoyun Kingdom is covered by a massive spirit gathering array, and the Tiandi sect's mountain boasts 1 supreme-grade spirit vein and 5 top-grade spirit veins. You can't help but click your tongue in awe, thinking that a super sect is indeed extravagantly wealthy. After wandering the city for a few days, you gather intelligence that the next Tiandi sect recruitment is exactly 1 month away. You silently marvel at your good fortune. In the 2nd month, you arrive at the recruitment plaza as scheduled to test your spiritual root. Cultivation values talent, and super sects are especially strict. Only those with at least dual spiritual roots qualify to enter the sect, and even then only as outer disciples. Those with fewer than dual spiritual roots who wish to join the sect can only become menial disciples after passing an assessment. You wait in line with high hopes. When your turn comes, you are found to have wood, water, fire, and earth, 4 spiritual roots. Seeing this, Cheng Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. Protagonists always have things like heavenly spiritual roots or mutated ones, but after all my effort, I only have 4 spiritual roots. Sigh. Your 4 spiritual roots clearly don't meet the Tiandi sect's recruitment needs. After inquiring, you express willingness to undergo further trials. Since I'm already here, it would be a shame not to try. The first round of spiritual root testing concludes quickly, and the remaining disciples proceed to the 2nd trial. The 2nd trial tests perseverance, as cultivation is a tedious endeavor. Without extraordinary resolve and determination, one is prone to giving up halfway. Before the test begins, an overseer discovers that you possess the strength of a grandmaster realm. He forms a hand seal, and you feel the internal energy in your body cease to circulate. The overseer states that to ensure fairness, all participants must undergo this trial as ordinary mortals. You reluctantly accept and follow the crowd toward the ascension stairs. The ascension stairs are enchanted with a special formation that makes each step feel like carrying 100 g of weight. Moreover, the stairway is flanked by perilous cliffs. One misstep could send you plummeting into a bottomless abyss. However, falling won't kill you. It merely disqualifies you from the trial. You grit your teeth and climb, soon drenched in sweat. Your legs feel like lead, and every step leaves you gasping for breath. Many disciples around you slip and fall off the cliff. Witnessing this, you become even more cautious. Time passes swiftly. 3 days later, using both hands and feet, you finally reach the summit. Completely exhausted, you arrive at the finish line wishing you had never been born. The overseer managing the checkpoint smiles and waves his hand at you. You feel your body become light and your fatigue vanishes. You marvel at the wonders of cultivators, which only strengthens your resolve to pursue cultivation. By now, only a dozen or so people have successfully passed the trial. This single round eliminated several hundred participants, leaving you inwardly astounded. Cheng Qian scratched his head. Cultivation is truly brutal. A mere test eliminated so many. But then, recalling his past lives' experience of submitting resumes to big companies, it suddenly didn't seem so hard to accept. After letting the remaining participants rest for half a day, the third trial hard inquiry begins. This trial plunges you into inner demons. If you fail to emerge from the illusion by the end, you are deemed eliminated. The illusion is monitored by elders of the outer-sect who can observe everyone's manifested inner demons through a water mirror. Inner demons stem from deep-seated desires or fears. Based on what is revealed, the elders can roughly assess a disciple's character and whether they harbor ulterior motives. In the past, many from the demon realm attempted to infiltrate the outer-sect to gather intelligence on the cultivation world, but without exception they were exposed and slain by the elders in this trial. Upon entering the illusion, you find yourself in a thick fog. Soon figures of things you fear emerge from the mist. Sadako, a chainsaw killer, a faceless man, zombies. Seeing this, Cheng Qian's eyelid twitched. So it really brings out whatever you're afraid of. Wasn't he just someone with a weak stomach but a strong craving? The more scared he was, the more he wanted to watch horror movies. When it came time for the actual test, wouldn't he be scared to death? Still, at least there were no uniquely Japanese elements, otherwise he'd never be able to clear his name. How would the sect elders look at him then? He couldn't bear to imagine that scene. In the illusion, you let out a blood-curdling scream that forces the elders outside the water mirror to cover their ears. Yet they are curious about the bizarre entities you've summoned, things they have never seen before. After several hours of outwitting and fleeing from these grotesque creatures, you grow weary. When pushed to the brink, madness may ensue. The creatures suddenly notice that the person they were chasing has stopped running. They pause in confusion. At that moment, you turn around with a maniacal grin, having fun chasing me. Then you snatch a blade from thin air, slaying the nearest Sadako with one strike. As she dissolves into a wisp of smoke, something seems to unlock within you. They flee in terror, and you give chase with a vengeance. The inner demons of the illusion have no escape. After slaying all the monsters, you successfully pass the trial. Cheng Qian covered his face. I never expected to pass the illusion this way. That's absolutely insane. In the end, only 6 passed the test, 4 men and 2 women. 2 of them possessed single spiritual roots and were directly accepted as inner disciples by the sect elders. The rest, except for you, were assigned to the outer sect. You sighed, realizing that even a single spiritual root could only secure a place in the inner sect of this supreme sect. After finally acquiring a spiritual root yourself, you remained merely a menial disciple. Yet you did not lose heart. The sect held assessments every 3 years, and you would seize the opportunity to rise when the time came. You were well accustomed to the work of a menial disciple, but having finally stepped onto the path of immortality, you had no desire to waste your time on such tedious tasks. You sought out the steward of the menial affairs office and pressed most of your savings into his hand. In return, you were assigned to the spirit fields to cultivate spirit rice. This task was relatively leisurely, though annual assessments were held. If the harvest fell short of the quota, you would be reassigned and have some of your contribution points deducted. The sect issued basic manuals, spirit rice cultivation techniques, the Xianxian art, and the minor rain spell, along with a menial disciple token, a storage pouch, and rice seedlings. In the 3rd month, you successfully drew chi into your body and learned the minor rain spell. Your first experience with a magical technique filled you with wonder. Your talent bore fruit, and the spirit rice under your care flourished. By the 5th month, you had achieved initial mastery of the minor rain spell. One night, on a whim, you tried dripping the essence from the sun moon bottle onto a single seedling. A miraculous event unfolded. The seedling ripened instantly, yielding plump, robust spirit rice, brimming with spiritual energy. You quickly harvested it and hid it away in your room. In reality, Cheng Qian's eyes widened. This sun moon bottle can even accelerate growth, truly a treasure. Fearing discovery of the sun moon bottle, you diluted a single drop of its essence with water at night and used a technique to evenly sprinkle this divine water over your acre of spirit field. Observing for a moment, you found the seedlings growing well, without the abnormal instant ripening, so you returned to your room to cultivate in peace. By the 8th month, you had reached the first layer of chi refining. Your spirit field thrived more vibrantly than others, earning you special praise from the steward during an inspection. You worried for days, fearing envy might lead others to sabotage your field. Yet after keeping watch, nothing unusual occurred. Instead, many menial disciples sought your friendship. Later, through casual conversation, you learned that spirit field cultivation was one of the 100 arts of the cultivation world, far from rare. Everyone had their own understanding of cultivation, and those who befriended you merely hoped you might lend a hand if their harvests fell short. Thus, you finally set your mind at ease, though you still acted cautiously to avoid any missteps. In the 9th month, you harvested your first batch of spirit rice and stored it in your pouch. You marveled at how the cultivation world differed. Spirit rice matured far faster than ordinary grain. By the 12th month, your minor rain spell reached minor mastery, and you advanced to the second layer of chi refining. In the 2nd year, your spirit field broke records for yield and quality. The steward praised you highly, allowing you to keep any rice beyond the mandatory 100 gene. Confident in the Sun Moon bottle, you found the spirit rice's spiritual energy of little help to your cultivation, so you sold the remaining 200 gene to the sect. In your 1st year, after accounting for the costs of techniques and the storage pouch, you earned only 10 basic contribution points. Selling the rice netted you an additional 100 points. Unlike the Xiantian sect here, at Tiandi sect, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 lower-grade spirit stones. However, prices in the state of Falling Cloud were far higher than in the state of Azure Tour, so the difference balanced out. In the 3rd year, your minor rain spell reached great mastery. Determined to stand out in the upcoming assessment, you reluctantly spent 120 contribution points to exchange for several basic techniques. Among them were the minor fireball spell, the wind mastery art, and a few attack talismans. Balancing work in the spirit field, practicing techniques, and meditating on cultivation, you only managed to step into the 3rd layer of chi refining that year despite the Sun Moon bottle's aid. You learned that among the menial disciples preparing for next year's assessment, one had already reached the 9th layer of chi refining, a vast gap in strength. Thus you toiled day and night, without rest, never daring to slack off. Cheng Qian sighed as he read this. The gap between 4 spiritual roots and a mutated one is immense. Look at the heaven-favored Xiao Fan, and then look at me. He wondered when he would ever reach the foundation establishment stage. In the 4th year, you advanced to the 4th layer of chi refining. Believing your talent poor, you inquired and learned that it took other 4 spiritual root disciples at least 3 years to break through. You were already doing quite well. You speculated that aside from the Sun Moon bottle, your prior unblocking of the 8 extraordinary meridians might have accelerated your cultivation. In the 4th year, during the 9th month, the menial disciple assessment began. Relying on your self-created sword art and cultivation techniques, you advanced to the top 3. Though you didn't claim 1st place, you earned the rank of outer disciple. After the contest, the steward grew curious about your sword art. You answered honestly, earning his admiration. He suggested you pursue the path of the sword, which might lead to a different life. I never thought martial sword techniques could earn the approval of a cultivator. Steward Cheng Qian mused, startled. He had assumed martial arts were inferior to cultivation, but now he reconsidered. After all, the sword path of cultivators and martial artists converged. One merely used internal energy, the other spiritual power. As an outer disciple, you no longer had to tend spirit fields daily. You only needed to complete the sect's annual assigned tasks. This freed up much time for cultivation, but instead of solely raising your realm, you reduced practice of other techniques and shifted your focus toward the sword path. In the 5th year, you reached the 5th layer of chi refining. Your exceptional comprehension allowed your drunken dream death sword to merge seamlessly with spiritual power, its strikes far more formidable than before. You accepted a sect mission to investigate the mysterious disappearances of children in Xianyang Prefecture. After extensive inquiries, you suspected a demonic beast was responsible and traced the clues to the flowing cloud mountains outside the city. Just as you began your investigation, you stumbled upon a clash between 2 figures, one in white, one in black, both likely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. As you prepared to leave, the white-robed figure was struck down by the black-robed one, landing right beside you. After a brief exchange, you joined forces with the white-robed cultivator against the black-robed foe. Despite exhausting every means, you were outmatched, and both of you were slain in the wilderness. You died. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Plant manipulation green. 2. 5th layer chi refining strength, Xuanxian art, heart method, choose with caution. 3. 5th layer chi refining technique, realm minor rain, spell perfection, minor fireball, spell great mastery, wine mastery, art minor mastery, partial sword insights. 4. 1 golden light curse, 1 frost talisman, 1 swift travel talisman, 3,400 lower grade spirit stones, a storage pouch, and 1 liang of superior spirit rice. Staring at the options, Cheng Qian found himself unable to make a decision. The rewards from this simulation were far from satisfactory after all. While he did desire the strength of the 5th layer of chi refining, the simulator itself had cautioned against it. First, the entrance trials of the Heaven and Earth sect would invariably assess a disciple's cultivation level, as was evident from the ascension stairway. How could someone who had yet to join the sect possess an inner sect cultivation technique? It would be difficult to explain and would surely lead to trouble. He could hardly claim to have stumbled upon it and cultivated it through sheer natural talent. That would be far too absurd. Second, the Heaven and Earth sect forbade entry with prior training unless one possessed cultivation at the nascent soul stage or above. Even then, such individuals would only be granted minor positions like external affairs stewards to prevent the leakage of sect secrets. Most sects of the first rank and above enforced such rules to guard against infiltration by hostile forces. Thus, Cheng Qian abandoned this option without a second thought. What was mere cultivation after all? With a few more simulations he could acquire anything. As for the remaining three options, Cheng Qian deliberated carefully before speaking. I choose the first, the talent for manipulating flora. Spell techniques required drawing qi into the body and then activating them with spiritual energy. Learning them now would be like chewing on a tasteless bone, hard to abandon but of little use. The last option of a storage pouch and talismans had some utility, but even those required spiritual energy to activate. Moreover, the simulator had indicated no danger all the way to the Heaven and Earth sect, so there was no need for further consideration. This talent, however, would prove invaluable for cultivating spirit fields or spiritual plants in the future. At the Mystic Heaven sect Bright Elegance Peak. Senior sister, what has upset you so? Xiao Fan had just arrived at Yu Yao's courtyard when he saw the young woman in a light purple dress drinking alone at a stone table. She occasionally gazed down the mountain lost in thought. Already tipsy, Yu Yao looked up at the newcomer and curved her lips into a captivating smile. Senior brother, Xiao, come join me for a drink. This is fine wine bestowed by our master. Xiao Fan frowned. In all the time he had known Yu Yao, he had never seen her drink. Yet the sight of her beauty intoxicated under the moonlight made his heart race uncontrollably. "'Tis what a temptress. Tonight perhaps he could take advantage of her drunken state." With this thought, Xiao Fan strode over to the stone table and laughed heartily. "Very well, since my junior sister is in the mood, I shall drink to my heart's content with you." Saying this, he filled his cup to the brim, clinked it against hers, and tossed it back in one gulp. Yu Yao watched him and giggled. "You're just like brother Cheng Qian. Back home, he used to love drinking with Uncle Cheng like this. But ever since he came to the Mystic Heaven sect, he's become more and more unhappy." Xiao Fan, who had been about to pour a second glass with gusto, froze in place. "So it's that useless brother of yours who made you angry again?" he asked, displeased. Yu Yao shook her head with a bitter smile. "No, it was my fault." With that, she downed another cup in one gulp. Xiao Fan frowned and snatched the cup away. "Junior sister, stop drinking. You're already drunk." Hick. "Leave me alone," Yu Yao said, trying to grab the cup back. "First tell me what happened. Why are you so out of sorts?" Xiao Fan dodged and asked coldly. Was it worth it getting so worked up over a lowly handyman disciple? If it weren't for Yu Yao's beauty and some talent, he wouldn't have tolerated her entanglement with that waste for so long. Seeing she couldn't retrieve the cup, Yu Yao's shoulders trembled and a single tear rolled down her cheek. "Brother Cheng Qian. He left the sect. He never wants to see me again. I broke his heart." Xiao Fan snorted. "Left the sect? Probably some petty trick to play hard to get." At this, Yu Yao's eyes dimmed instantly. "No, I have a feeling he's serious this time. I'm afraid he'll never come back. He's nothing but a talentless, futureless coward who can't face his own situation. Is someone like that worth your tears and sorrow?" Xiao Fan was exasperated. Yu Yao's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. "I won't allow you to speak of brother Cheng Qian like that. You don't understand. Back then we were about to be betrothed. I was too willful and ignored his feelings. If we hadn't come to the Mystic Heaven sect, perhaps things would be different today." Xiao Fan sneered inwardly, but put on a look of concern. "All right, junior sister. What's done is done. What use is regret? Time can never turn back. Perhaps that waste, a Cheng Qian, has found a better path, or maybe he didn't want to be a burden to you anymore, so he left. If it's the latter, you should cultivate even harder and not let his good intentions go to waste." Yu Yao looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Is that so?" It must be." Xiao Fan nodded falsely. Seemingly satisfied with this answer, Yu Yao wiped her cheek. "I'm glad I have you, senior brother Xiao, by my side. You're right, brother Cheng must have his reasons for leaving. Perhaps it's not that he doesn't want to see me. I should cultivate diligently. If he ever truly faces difficulties in the future, I will have the strength to help him." Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, "That's the right attitude. But don't dwell on it too much, as everyone's fortunes differ. Who knows? Maybe your brother Cheng will one day soar to the heavens. If that waste could ever rise head, write his name backwards." But for now, he had to let Yu Yao slowly forget Cheng Qian's existence. In the long years of cultivation, in a few hundred years, that waste would be nothing but a handful of dust, and no one would remember who he was. Once Yu Yao experienced more hardships in her cultivation, she would realize that his worth was something that waste could never provide. With these thoughts, seeing that Yu Yao's mood had improved considerably, Xiao Fan pretended to be understanding. All right, junior sister. It's late, and you've drunk a lot. Let me walk you to your room to rest. When you wake tomorrow, let all this unpleasantness be forgotten. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Yao nodded, traces of tears still on her cheeks. Under the moonlight, a fragile beauty was added to her delicate features. Xiao Fan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He longed to pull her into his arms and comfort her thoroughly. 3 days later at the East Seatown Pier, a spirit boat over 100 yards long stood silently by the shore, faint runes flowing across its hull. Seeing a real spirit boat for the first time, Cheng Qian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly a cultivation world. Even its means of transport were so grand. He wondered when he would have his own flying artifact. With a sigh, he paid the required spirit stones and boarded the spirit boat bound for the falling cloud nation. The interior of the spirit boat was equally magnificent. Runic fluctuations even rippled across the floor like layered waves, appearing and disappearing in a mesmerizing dance. Cheng Qian stood on the deck, unconsciously running his hand along the railing, gazing at the boundless sea with a surging heart. This would be his first truly long journey. Since his transmigration, he had lingered near the mystic heaven sect. This sudden feeling of freedom, like a bird soaring into the sky, was something ordinary people could never experience. As he gazed into the distance, a delicate laugh suddenly came from beside him. Cheng Qian turned to see a woman of breathtaking beauty looking at him with curiosity. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and for the first time Cheng Qian felt that a window could be so beautiful. The stunning girl stood beside him, the sea breeze gently lifting her seaweed-like long hair. Her ethereal countenance, exquisite features, and a flowing green dress made her resemble a forest elf descending upon the mortal world with fluttering wings. Are you also heading to the land of falling clouds? The girl's voice, as melodious as a mountain spring, stirred Cheng Qian's heart. Not knowing what to say, Cheng Qian managed a grunt in reply. The girl's bright eyes seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Judging by your demeanor, it's your first time traveling far from home, am I right? Could she really tell that? Cheng Qian looked at her in confusion, as if asking with his eyes. It's simple. If someone often rides a spirit vessel, they wouldn't examine the decorations so closely, and few people rush straight to the bow to watch the sea the moment they board. The girl let out a soft laugh, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, making her appear even more lively and charming. Ahem. Cheng Qian scratched his head. You are truly perceptive, miss. The girl narrowed her eyes and curled her lips into a smile. Let's get to know each other. My name is Xiao Murui. I'm heading to the Heaven and Earth sect to study under a master. And you? Xiao Murui. Heaven and Earth sect. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Wait, it seemed she was another one of Xiao Fan's harem. Were all the beautiful women in this world destined for Xiao Fan? This Xiao Murui was one of the only 2 single spirit cultivators in the simulator, and she possessed a healing with spirit root. If he remembered correctly, she was the sole healer Xiao Fan brought along during his early expeditions into various secret realms. This young lady was also immensely fortunate. When she reached the Foundation establishment stage, she obtained a red quality Diansong armor in a secret realm capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a spirit-severing cultivator. Later she met Xiao Fan, and the 2 of them explored treasures and fought monsters together, enjoying themselves immensely. But he vaguely recalled that this woman's character wasn't particularly admirable. At this thought, his initial interest in conversing with her waned. Cheng Qian coldly clasped his hands. But a nobody not worth mentioning. Farewell. With that, he turned and walked toward his reserved cabin, leaving Xiao Murui standing alone in a daze. Xiao Murui? What kind of person is this? This guy is incredibly rude. Wherever she went, she was always the center of adoration. What was wrong with this man? Was he trying to catch her attention with this peculiar behavior? Very well, sir, you have successfully piqued my interest. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The spirit vessel sailed steadily across the calm sea. During these days, Cheng Qian either meditated in his cabin or went to the dining hall. He tried to come early or late to avoid encountering that woman. He wanted to avoid entangling himself in karma and drawing the attention of that child of destiny. It wasn't that Cheng Qian was a coward. With the simulator and his knowledge of the script, he wasn't afraid, even if Xiao Fan was the darling of the heavens. But some troubles were hard to shake off once you got involved. Although he had a vague premonition that he would eventually confront Xiao Fan. But not now. At the very least, he needed some means of self-preservation, ideally, to be on par with Xiao Fan's cultivation level to ensure absolute safety. Staring at the countdown on the simulator panel, he perked up as the numbers refreshed. Begin simulation. Simulation starting, generating random talents. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the red talent Divine Cultivation Physique. Divine Cultivation Physique, you possess a physique that surpasses the limits of ordinary humans, capable of withstanding unimaginable pressure. You absorb all forms of spiritual energy from heaven and earth with greater efficiency, and your cultivation speed and resistance to various spells far exceed those of the average person. Chengxian, a red talent. Was his luck finally turning? 20 days later you arrive at the land of falling clouds. After a month of rest you head to the heaven and earth sect for the entrance examination. During the examination you unsurprisingly encounter Xiaomurui, but you don't greet her. After getting the cold shoulder, she stops bothering you. In the second test of perseverance, the divine cultivation physique activates, and you easily ascend the stairway to immortality, drawing the attention of the stewards. Unfortunately, your spirit root is lacking. After passing the trials, you are still assigned to the miscellaneous affairs peak. Having learned from experience, you go to the spirit fields again. Using the Sun Moon bottle and your talent for plant manipulation, you quickly become a major cultivator on the miscellaneous affairs peak. By the end of the first year, you break through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Knowing it's due to the divine cultivation physique, you train even harder. In the second year, you break through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Your small rain technique reaches great mastery, and your wind riding technique reaches minor mastery. This time you don't exchange for the fireball technique, but choose a sword art instead. This sword art shares similarities with your previous martial skills, both being fire-attributed. It is called the Blazing Sky Sundering Slash. The greatest advantage of the Blazing Sky Sundering Slash lies in its immense destructive power and sustained damage capability. Your fire-attributed spirit root perfectly grants this sword strike an additional burning effect, making it easier to breach the enemy's defenses in combat. However, this sword art can only be cultivated up to the Golden Core stage and has a significant drawback. Using it will completely deplete the user's spiritual energy in a short time. If you fail to eliminate the opponent with this final blow and cannot replenish your spiritual energy in time, you may find yourself in grave danger. Chengxian, so this move is a finishing blow. If you can't kill the enemy, you'll be killed in return. But in the cultivation world, there is no shortage of pills to replenish spiritual energy. This minor flaw could probably be overcome. In the third year, you reach the sixth layer of Qi refinement. The divine cultivation physique is truly extraordinary. In the fourth year, during the 9th month, the miscellaneous affairs examination begins. You overcome all obstacles, defeating an opponent at the 9th layer of Qi refinement despite being 2 layers lower, and achieve first place. The steward is greatly impressed by your swordsmanship. He not only hands over the first place prize of 300 contribution points without hesitation, but also advises you to join the sword peak in the future, saying you have a promising path ahead. Chengxian was stunned. Also, there are rewards for coming first in the exam, and quite substantial ones at that. 300 contribution points at the exchange rate of the land of falling clouds amounted to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. This single battle had earned him nearly 3 years' worth of income from farming. However, the opponent you defeated was extremely displeased, as the contribution points should have been his. But the match was over and he could no longer change the outcome. In the 5th year, through diligent cultivation, you step into the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Except for the Blazing Sky Sundering Slash, all other techniques have been perfected. During this period, you also exchange for a concealment art, which you have cultivated to great mastery. This year you prepare to descend the mountain, deliberately avoiding the mission to search for the missing children. You head alone to the Luoxia mountain range, intending to gather the green-grade purple spirit flowers required by the sect. Purple spirit flowers are relatively rare spirit herbs, and one of the main ingredients for crafting the 5 elements return to origin pill. This pill, when combined with various spirit herbs, balances the internal organs, accelerates the circulation and absorption of spiritual energy, and is especially useful for quickly restoring a cultivator to peak condition when their spiritual energy is depleted. Because of the Blazing Sky Sundering Slash, you urgently need pills that can rapidly replenish spiritual energy. Completing this mission will not only grant you contribution points, but also reward you with 1 to 5 pills from the sect's alchemists, depending on the number of purple spirit flowers collected. That is precisely your goal. However, although the Ziling flower is not of the finest quality, it grows deep within the thicket. It is exceedingly hard to find, and vast numbers of Yuming worms keep watch around it. These Yuming worms are small in form, yet remarkably tenacious, most possessing strength around first rank. A single one is not a threat, but when thousands congregate, they become a shifting green fog. Once encircled, victims are drained to dry husks. Of course, when you accepted the task, you had already studied the Yuming worm's habits and made thorough preparations. The Luoxia mountain range differed from other peaks. The mists around it thinned from bottom to top, for reasons unknown. You walked toward the densest fog. Where the mist thickened, the marshes grew deeper, and Ziling flowers favored the edges of such wetlands. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, your eyes lit up as you discovered a vast marsh. You employed the concealment technique and crept along the marsh's perimeter. You slowly poured the third-rank Qi Yuan's blood laced with anesthetic into the marsh water, then held your breath and waited. The Qi Yuan's blood exerts a deadly attraction on the Yuming worms. After only a few breaths, they began to brawl over the scent. Before long, many fell in the fighting, and those victors who drank the beast blood tainted with the potent anesthetic collapsed at once. You waited a while longer, seeing the Yuming worms no longer posed a threat. You approached the marsh edge and began to dig up the Ziling flowers. Having harvested all the nearby Ziling flowers, you patted your storage pouch with satisfaction and prepared to leave. At that moment, 3 figures in black descended before you. Cheng Qian slapped his forehead. I knew it wouldn't go so smoothly. Aren't these kinds of twists supposed to happen only to the protagonist? Why is it that whenever he undertakes 2 tasks, he's either ambushed along the way or robbed of his treasures? Shouldn't he be the fated one? What a nuisance. You tangled with the 3 men, but were outmatched at the brink of death. You unleashed a flaming cloud, sky-splitting / managing to take one of them down with you. Before you closed your eyes, the leader removed his mask. It was the fellow disciple you had defeated in the outer gate examination. You're dead. Cheng Qian. How petty. So he was merely outmatched and lost first place. Does that justify brooding so long and summoning 2 henchmen to assassinate him? Is there no justice left in the cultivation world? The simulation ends. You may now choose one of the following rewards. 1. Cultivation Saint Body Red. 2. 8 levels of Qi Refinement Power Xuanxian Gong. Choose cautiously. 3. Mastery of Qi Refinement at level 8 in Techniques. Xiao Yunyu Technique Perfected Yufeng. Chu Perfected Concealment Technique Consummate Flaming Cloud Sky-Splitting / Initiated. 4. 3700 Low-Grade Spirit Stones, a storage pouch, and 100 Ziling flowers. Cheng Qian, still somewhat sullen over the outcome, muttered, choose one. Don't overthink it. With talent, he could simulate a few more times, and once admitted to the sect, descend rapidly. He vowed he would make that outer disciple rue it. To see who truly rules Zai Peak. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of red light passed before his eyes, and he felt a subtle transformation sweep through his body. Muscles and bones seemed to harden, the meridians throbbed, as if expanding. The sensation lasted for half the time an incense stick burns, after which the inner force in his dantian flowed with livelier vigor. Comfortable. Cheng Qian stretched and prepared to walk about to clear his mind. Night had fallen, and he hoped he would not be so unlucky as to encounter that woman again. On the deck, the fresh sea breeze carried the damp scent of seawater. The night sea was dark and vast, as if without boundary. Without stars or moonlight, the sight could breed an odd dread. For some reason, his thoughts drifted to the simulator's tests of inner demons. All manner of strange, uncanny things surfaced in his mind. Cheng Qian could not help but laugh softly. I wonder what sort of inner demons he'll face once I reach the Tiandi sect. A master-level cultivator's hearing is keener than ordinary. By the time someone opened the hatch behind him, he had already perceived it. He had not expected the person to head straight toward him. Cheng Qian turned and felt a surge of dismay. It was that woman again. Endless, are you? You won't let go. What are you doing on the deck at this hour instead of sleeping? Seeing Cheng Qian's expression, Xia Murwei smiled sweetly and walked toward him, playfully blinking as she drew near. Why are you not asleep? Came out to admire the moon. Cheng Qian rolled his eyes inwardly. No, I'm going back to sleep now. Farewell. Hey, don't go. Xia Murwei grabbed his sleeve. She asked plaintively, have I done something to offend you? Why do you turn away and leave every time you see me these past few days? Her coquettish display tugged at the heart. Especially when such a beautiful woman acted like this, it made one strangely restless. Although Cheng Qian wished to avoid entangling fates, he could not bring himself to speak harshly. After all, they had only just met. Xia Murwei could not know she would one day become one of Xiao Fan's concubines. Cheng Qian sighed and said dryly, you haven't offended me. I'm simply inept with girls. He believed the excuse perfect. It should dampen Xia Murwei's ardor, he hoped. At that explanation, the girl's teary sorrow vanished. She smiled like a bud about to bloom in spring. Her radiant charm made Cheng Qian's eyes brighten. Aside from everything else in looks, she certainly surpassed Yu Yao by far. Xia Murwei interrupted his thoughts. That's good. I thought you disliked me from the start. No, Cheng Qian replied sullenly. Xia Murwei released his sleeve and beamed. Shall we start over? Xia Murwei. What's your name? Inwardly, Cheng Qian warned himself, beauties are powder-faced skeletons, bone-sharp blades. One must not be easily beguiled. This woman did not look entirely trustworthy. Yet his mouth seemed beyond his control. He answered, Cheng Qian. Without waiting for her to speak further, he hurried toward the cabin. He left like an embarrassed, love-struck youth. Watching him, Xia Murwei laughed softly. Cheng Qian, such a pleasant name. However, you cannot escape my palm. She giggled. Time flowed like a shuttle, and another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Chengqian had learned his lesson, choosing to stay indoors whenever possible. Even if it meant suffocating, stifling, or dying of boredom within the cramped cabin, he refused to set foot outside except for meals. Clearly, this strategy yielded some effect. Apart from occasionally encountering that woman during meals, the two barely crossed paths the rest of the time. Just like in the 21st century, there was a saying, "This city is small, yet we never meet again." Even more so for Chengqian, who deliberately avoided her. Initiating simulation. Simulation starting generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the blue talent, Cursed by Misfortune. Cursed by misfortune. Since childhood, you have been plagued by extreme bad luck, and those associated with you also suffer its consequences. As you age, the range of misfortune expands, yet each time a glimmer of hope emerges at the moment of utter despair. Chengqian's mouth twitched. Fine, he couldn't expect to draw a red talent every time. One shouldn't be too greedy, take it slow. On the first day, as you went to the cafeteria for a meal, a sudden brawl erupted, and a pot of scalding egg soup splashed onto you. The fighters stopped and compensated you with 10 low-grade spirit stones. On the second day, seeking some distraction, you stepped onto the deck. A third-grade demon beast flew overhead, dropping a massive pile of droppings, burying you beneath the excrement. Chengqian blurted. This simulation had quite the stench this time. Suppressing his nausea, he continued to look at the simulation panel. Though reeking of filth, you discovered 2 undigested green mid-grade spirit plants within the feces, selling them for 30 low-grade spirit stones. On the third day, too afraid to go out, you stayed in the cabin to cultivate. Suddenly, the bed collapsed, and repairing the bed frame cost 5 low-grade spirit stones. By the 10th day, you had grown accustomed to the sudden onslaught of misfortunes. Tripping while walking, running out of toilet paper, nearly choking on water, almost suffocating on food, getting slapped by a fish that jumped onto the deck, and so on. On the 15th day, as you neared the dock of Luoyun country, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in the clear sky. The spirit boat was struck and destroyed, and everyone on board fell into the sea. Unable to swim, you choked on a few mouthfuls of water and lost consciousness. When you awoke, you found yourself rescued by a fisherman, and you were immensely grateful. After inquiring, you learned that you had arrived in the outskirts of Luoyun country. Leaving 5 low-grade spirit stones as a token of gratitude, you headed toward the central region of Luoyun country. A journey that should have taken an hour stretched into 3 hours. First, you encountered robbers in the city, then a scramble for goods in the slums. After barely evading the crowd, you inadvertently stepped into a trap and fell into an abandoned tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black. As you groped your way forward, you accidentally triggered a mechanism. A hidden stone door slowly opened, revealing a foundation establishment, cultivators, hidden cultivation manual, and a few precious pills. Though not exceptionally valuable, they could be traded for some pocket money. On the 20th day, finally emerging from the tunnel, you discreetly sold the manual and pills to a reputable shop, earning 800 low-grade spirit stones. While awaiting the assessment in Luoyun country, you encountered numerous minor misfortunes, but fortunately none proved fatal. In the second month, the assessment commenced as usual. Your misfortune-ridden constitution implicated many others, and you yourself nearly faced elimination several times, yet you barely managed to pass. Only 3 candidates remained. A disciple with a single spiritual root standing too close to you on the ascension staircase accidentally slipped and fell off the cliff, thus losing his place. Chengqian's eyes twitched. This cursed by misfortune talent is truly something else. In the 3rd month, despite possessing the sun moon bottle and the flora manipulation talent, the rice seedlings in your spiritual field began to die en masse for no apparent reason. In the 6th month, the neighboring fields also withered entirely. The steward came to investigate, sensing something amiss, but finding no cause, and thus began a thorough inquiry. In the 7th month, the steward, considering the various misfortunes you had caused in the sect, decided to banish you to the most remote area of the Servant Peak to handle the sect's spirit beast droppings. Further discussion would be held later. In the 9th month, the original spiritual fields began to recover. Under such harsh circumstances, you managed to break through to the first layer of chi refining. The steward finally confirmed that you were the root of all problems, for on the very day of your breakthrough, all the spirit beasts in the sect began to suffer from diarrhea, covering the entire sect in feces. Chengqian. So this was the principle: the greater the ability, the wider the range of misfortune. Fine. However, the steward did not wish to sever your path of cultivation. He decided to give you another chance and assigned you as a guard disciple at the Forbidden Ground in the back mountain. In the 10th month, you began your guard duties at the Forbidden Ground. This place was remote and isolated, so few suffered from your misfortune-ridden constitution. In the 2nd year, your daily patrols were monotonous, yet peaceful, and you broke through to the 2nd layer of chi refining. In the 3rd year, through diligent cultivation, you reached the 3rd layer of chi refining. One day, you accidentally discovered a hidden cave. Driven by curiosity, you entered, but tripped and fell, spilling blood onto a formation. The seal was inexplicably undone. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared, and you inexplicably lost consciousness. When you awoke, you found yourself in the sect's main hall, your spiritual energy sealed. The sect leader and elders regarded you with eyes filled with hidden hatred. After questioning, you learned that you had opened the seal in the back mountain, releasing a malevolent spirit that had been sealed for a millennium. In its escape, it wreaked havoc, causing severe losses to the sect. Many precious spirit herbs and artifacts were destroyed, and several disciples and elders were injured. Despite your fervent protests that it was unintentional, the sect leader and elders had grown wary of your misfortune-ridden constitution, deeming you an ill-omened person. They subsequently expelled you from the sect. Cheng Qian was speechless, but then he thought, it seems the heaven and earth sect is fairly righteous. Despite the chaos I caused, they didn't kill me on the spot, merely expelled me. After leaving the heaven and earth sect, you suddenly felt lost. The world was vast, yet you knew not where to go. As you stood there in a daze, you heard a sinister laugh beside your ear. A wisp of black mist enveloped you, such a fine flesh and blood body. Come with me, little one, hee. Cheng Qian. What was going on? What was this black mist up to, and why did it want to take him away? Where was it taking him, for crying out loud? Upon awakening once more, you found yourself in a cold, damp, and pitch-black place. Seeing that you were conscious, the mass of black mist grew excited. From now on, you shall cultivate here. I will provide you with countless resources. You were perplexed and tried to question it, but the black mist ignored you, merely tossing down a cultivation manual and an abundance of spirit stones and pills. Upon opening the manual, you discovered it was a ghostly path of cultivation. Piecing together the earlier words, you deduced that the black mist intended for you to reach the foundation establishment stage so it could seize your body. You refused to comply and began searching for a way out. Your cursed talent of misfortune took effect. As you sought an exit, you inexplicably triggered a mechanism, causing the entire underground chamber to collapse. Despite sustaining severe injuries, you managed to flee the place as soon as you regained consciousness. A month later, you arrived at a remote border town. Upon inquiring, you learned that the black mist had abducted you to the Shilling region. You dared not join any sect, fearing a ruthless sect leader might strike you down. Nor did you dare to cultivate, worried that your constitution would bring about even greater calamities. In the 4th year, you discovered a method to seal your own cultivation, returning to the life of an ordinary person. Though misfortune still occasionally befell you, the consequences remained within your tolerance. You used all your remaining resources and spirit stones as startup capital to open a small shop. In the 5th year, through diligent effort, the shop expanded. In the 10th year, through relentless work, you established a chain of stores. By the 15th year, your branches had spread across the entire Shilling region. By the 20th year, your merchant house had become the largest imperial supplier in Shilling, and your wealth grew ever greater. In the 25th year, you felt life had lost all meaning. You had nothing but money. Even now, as an ordinary person, anyone who stayed by your side for 3 days would be struck by calamity. You resolved to end your life, but the rope broke when you tried to hang yourself. The well was dry when you jumped, and the poison you bought turned out to be counterfeit. After experiencing 380 methods of death, you grew disheartened and abandoned the idea. In the 30th year, your branches reached the Eastern Sea. In the 40th year, they reached Southern Medicine. In the 50th year, they reached the Northern Wasteland. In the 60th year, your branches finally reached Zhongding. After more than 5 decades, you set foot once again on the soil of Luoyun Kingdom, overwhelmed with emotion. Just as a new store was celebrating its grand opening, a massive fireball fell from the sky, reducing the entire central district of Luoyun Kingdom to ashes. You died. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following rewards from this simulation. 1. Cursed misfortune blue. 2. The accumulated wealth from this simulation, 100 top-grade spirit stones. Cheng Qian did not hesitate. I choose the second. 100 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. It was an instant windfall. Before him materialized spirit stones, shimmering with countless brilliant colors, and Cheng Qian's spirit sword. Deposit into the simulator. With a thought, the spirit stones were sent into the simulator's storage space. After all, one should not flaunt one's wealth. He understood that principle well. He am rich, Cheng Qian muttered excitedly, squirming on his bed. In cultivation, the essentials were wealth, companions, methods, and location, with wealth being paramount. With such a substantial fortune now in hand, it would prove immensely helpful for his future cultivation. Lately, staying cooped up in his room had indeed grown rather stifling. Yet he dared not wander outside, fearing he might catch the eye of that woman. However, a few days ago, while dining, he had encountered a furtive peddler selling storybooks. With that thought, Cheng Qian pushed open his door and, following his memory, went to the peddler's room. He knocked. From inside came the sound of dressing and a somewhat lecherous voice coming, "Who is it?" The wooden door creaked open, and upon seeing Cheng Qian at the threshold, the peddler looked puzzled. "Hello, do you have any storybooks for sale?" Cheng Qian asked politely. "Yes, yes, please come in," the peddler replied, beaming. He pulled Cheng Qian into the room, then retrieved 2 large bundles from a cabinet. "They're all here, take a look, sir." During the long spirit ship journey, some ordinary folk made a living by peddling snacks, storybooks, toys, and other trinkets aboard. It was a way to earn a livelihood. Cheng Qian did not look down on such people. Instead, he admired their business acumen. The peddler's collection of storybooks was quite comprehensive, ranging from Xianxiao romances and folk legends to tales of various kingdoms and gossip. Cheng Qian carefully selected a few titles that caught his interest. Just as he was about to pay, the peddler mysteriously pulled out several more books from beneath his pillow. "Sir, would you like to take a look at these? They're this year's latest hits." Seeing the peddler's lecherous gesture, Cheng Qian had a fair idea of what they were. He took one and opened it. Just as he suspected, it was the kind of material that would make one blush. Cheng Qian waved his hand dismissively. "No need, these are enough to pass the time." "How much?" "That'll be 3 low-grade spirit stones." Cheng Qian paid promptly, for he was wealthy now. Before leaving, he turned back to ask, "By the way, where does the snack seller live?" The peddler stuck his head out and pointed over there, the 3rd room from the end. "Thanks." Cheng Qian walked cheerfully in that direction. Upon reaching the 3rd-to-last room at the end of the corridor, he scratched his head. Was it the one on the north side or the south side? "Never mind, he'll just knock and ask." He knocked. After a moment, the door opened, but when he saw who was standing inside, Cheng Qian's mind went blank. "Why is it you?" Xia Murui was smiling at him. She chuckled softly upon hearing his words. "You came looking for me, yet you ask such a strange question." Sorry, I got the wrong room," Cheng Qian stammered, breaking into a cold sweat as he prepared to leave. But Xia Murui gently tugged at his sleeve. "Since you are here, why not come in and sit for a while? A man and a woman alone. Aren't you afraid I might do something improper?" Cheng Qian tried to scare her. Xia Murui let out a laugh. "Want to give it a try?" At these words, Cheng Qian's already pale face grew even whiter. He quickly pulled free from her grasp and hurriedly took his leave. "To have things to do, I must go." Xia Murui watched his frantic escape and laughed. Such a coward. Back in his room, Cheng Qian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Tisk, I almost lost my virtue. Why does that woman keep haunting me? Oh no, I forgot to buy snacks. It's all that book peddler's fault." He huffed, took a sip of water, and thought, never mind with these storybooks, at least the next few days won't be so boring. Wait. Cheng Qian suddenly stood up. "Isn't she just a girl? Why do I act like a mouse caught by a cat? Is it really worth it?" Cheng Qian pondered meticulously. If she were an ordinary woman, there would be nothing to fear. He was not afflicted with gynophobia. But alas, Xia Murui happened to be one of Xiao Fan's harem members. He spoke of not wanting to incur karmic ties, yet from the moment he stepped into this world, he had already been swept along in the chess game, oblivious to his own role. Possessing the simulator, yet acting so timidly, he now felt a hint of self-contempt. Still, it was not entirely his fault. The deep impression left by novels from his past life, where anyone opposing the protagonist met a grim fate, had shackled his thinking. With a flicker of thought, the sun-moon bottle materialized in Cheng Qian's palm. In truth, the gears of fate began turning long ago. He had been trapped within the game, a leaf obscuring his view of the mountain. 7 days later, the time for the simulator's update arrived. During this period, Cheng Qian no longer hid as he once did. He ate, walked, meditated, and slept as usual. When he encountered Xia Murui, he greeted her openly, no longer cowering like a mouse before a cat. Though Xia Murui found it odd, her curiosity had evidently waned. She no longer clung to him incessantly. While Cheng Qian breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a faint twinge of loss. How peculiar human thoughts were. When she had pursued him relentlessly, he was utterly annoyed. Now that she desisted, he felt unsettled. In summary, it was sheer folly. At this thought, Cheng Qian shook his head with a wry smile. What one cannot have is always the best. The ancients were not wrong. Dismissing the stray thoughts, he summoned the simulator panel. Begin simulation. Simulation started generating random talents. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the orange grade talent Blazing Sun Sacred Physique. Blazing Sun Sacred Physique, you have possessed a natural affinity for sunlight and flames since childhood, enabling you to deftly manipulate fire elements. Cheng Qian was startled. Before he could marvel, the simulator displayed another message. Ding. Detected that the talent Cultivation Sacred Physique overlaps with Blazing Sun Sacred Physique. The two will merge. The protagonist's spiritual root in the simulation will evolve into a single fire attribute spiritual root. Warm tip: after the simulation ends, if you do not select this talent, no changes will be made to your current physique or spiritual root. Damn. This was the prelude to a meteoric rise. His 4 spiritual roots were about to transform into a single fire attribute spiritual root. Who wouldn't covet that? And with the Blazing Sun Sacred Physique, he had a buff for mastery and affinity over fire elements. Ha ha ha. Cheng Qian burst into laughter. Who else? Because he could not select the cultivation realm from the simulation, fearing it would prevent him from joining the heaven and earth sect, these two simulations had left him feeling stifled. Who would have thought that the simulator had long made arrangements forging him into a six-sided warrior before his apprenticeship? With a sacred physique, a single spiritual root, and cultivation resources, once he entered the sect, his training speed. Tisk, he dared not even imagine it. Calming his mind, Cheng Qian turned his gaze to the simulator. A month and a half later, you participate in the Heaven and Earth sect's entrance examination. Due to your single spiritual root and physique, you quickly pass the examination and are accepted as an inner disciple by the Elder of the Alchemy Peak. See that? He had bypassed the roles of handyman and outer disciple, entering the sect's wealthiest peak directly. Tell Mom he no longer has to work the fields. Though you are only an inner disciple, the Elder holds high hopes for you. During the test, he discerned your unique physique at a glance. Under the meticulous guidance of the Alchemy Peak Elder, you begin systematic cultivation. In the first month, you successfully step into the first layer of Qi refining. The Elder starts instructing you on identifying various herbs and understanding the properties of different pills. In the second month, while learning alchemy knowledge and cultivating, you quickly break through to the third layer of Qi refining. In the sixth month, at the sixth layer of Qi refining, you gain a basic understanding of pill properties and commit various fundamental herbs to memory. The Elder begins giving you simple pill formulas to study. In the 10th month, you reach the great perfection of Qi refining. The Elder marvels at your cultivation speed and gives you 3 foundation establishment pills, advising you to solidify your foundation before attempting a breakthrough. In the second year, you successfully break through to the first layer of foundation establishment. You can now fly on a sword and concoct simple pills with a success rate of 99. In the third year, your alchemy skills advance by leaps and bounds, and your cultivation at the second layer of foundation establishment is as solid as a rock. You begin attempting to refine more complex pills consistently, maintaining a high success rate, earning the admiration of fellow disciples who actively seek to befriend you. Xia Merwei, who entered the sect at the same time, frequently extends olive branches to you, but you remain wholly immersed in the Tao of alchemy, ignoring her attentions. In the fourth year, with an ample supply of spirit stones, a unique physique, and pills consumed like candy, you quickly reach the third layer of foundation establishment. In the fifth year, you master intermediate pill formulas and successfully refine pills of cyan quality. The Elder deems you a talent and accepts you as a true disciple. In the 10th year, you master advanced pill formulas and successfully refine a bottle of red quality pills. The sect appoints you as the Vice Hall Master of the Alchemy Peak Hall. In the 11th year, your cultivation reaches the great perfection of foundation establishment, yet no amount of pill consumption yields any further progress. Your master informs you that you are too engrossed in alchemy and lack combat experience. Perhaps trials between life and death can help you break through the bottleneck. You begin practicing combat techniques such as swordsmanship, fireball art, and golden light mantra, hoping to be fully prepared before setting out. In the 12th year, you vaguely sense something you need to do, but suddenly cannot recall it, so you let it go. In the 13th year, feeling fully prepared, you head to a training ground suitable for the foundation establishment stage to gain combat experience and collect herbs for pill refining. After training for over 6 months in the Wujin mountain range of the Luoyuan kingdom, you feel a fluctuation in your bottleneck, sensing a breakthrough is imminent. Just as you seek a cave to seclude yourself and attempt the breakthrough, a golden light descends from the sky. Curiosity piqued, you fly toward it. Upon arrival, many cultivators have already gathered. Through conversation, you learn that a secret realm may have emerged, but it is shrouded in a formation, making entry impossible. Everyone sends messages to their sects. Soon, elders from various sects arrive and determine that the secret realm only permits entry to cultivators at the Golden Core stage or below. The sects join forces to break the formation and send out messages for their disciples to come and explore. A month later, the secret realm's formation is shattered. You enter with the crowd and land before a vast medicinal herb garden. Just as you marvel at your luck, a familiar voice sounds behind you. You turn around and find it's those 2 old acquaintances again, Xiao Fan and Yu Yao. Cheng Qian. Speechless folks. Yu Yao seemed surprised that you had not only become a cultivator, but also reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. She asked about the extraordinary encounters you had experienced over the years. You sneered, coldly disinclined to answer, but with Xiao Fan, a formidable nascent soul cultivator, watching you like a hawk, you had no choice but to fabricate a flimsy excuse to brush her off. Yu Yao's heart surged with agitation. Though she had now become Xiao Fan's woman, she had regretted your departure from the sect every single moment since. Now, seeing that you were not only unharmed, but had also become a cultivator, how could she not be overjoyed? She proposed exploring the secret realm together with you. You made an excuse to leave, ignoring Yu Yao's calls from behind, as if you hadn't heard her. Yet this act displeased Xiao Fan, who silently noted it in his heart. Watching this, Ching Qian couldn't help but snicker. No wonder I was cautious before. Seriously, the male leads in these novels have hearts as narrow as a needle's eye. He had already kept his distance, yet merely being entangled with the harem of the chosen one still invited resentment. Unfortunately, his cultivation speed in the simulator was still a step behind. Hadn't Xiao Fan already reached the nascent soul stage while he was only at the great perfection of foundation establishment? Crushing him was easier for Xiao Fan than squashing an ant. Wait, didn't the simulator say earlier that only cultivators below the golden core stage could enter this secret realm? Cheng Qian, a bit uncertain, scrolled the progress bar back up and confirmed it. It seems Xiao Fan possesses a treasure or technique to suppress his cultivation, or else how could the secret realm have failed to detect him? Let him think carefully. I remember. Cheng Qian slapped his thigh as a particular plot from the novel suddenly came to mind. Xiao Fan had inadvertently discovered an ancient ruin in an icy pond within the Bo Kingdom, where the cave abode of a deceased Unity stage powerhouse lay. Within the cave, he not only obtained countless pills, spirit stones, and magical artifacts, but more importantly found an ancient technique that could conceal one's cultivation level. This technique defied the heavenly Tao and ignored the ranks of opponents, allowing one to display any desired cultivation level before others. This also enabled Xiao Fan to freely suppress his realm and charge through various secret realms, reaping abundant rewards. The icy pond of Bo Kingdom. Cheng Qian felt an odd familiarity with this place. Fortunately, his memory was decent, and he soon recalled a hint from the simulator. At that time, while tempering my body in the icy pond, I sensed something unusual beneath the water. So it hid such a fortuitous opportunity, Cheng Qian murmured. But he was a landlubber. Would he have to let this opportunity slip through his fingers? Oh well, dwelling on it was pointless. Perhaps he would acquire a water-breathing technique or talent later. According to the novel's timeline, Xiao Fan shouldn't have obtained this encounter yet, so there was still a chance. With this thought, Cheng Qian steadied himself and continued watching the simulator. The dangers within the secret realm emerged one after another, but thanks to your thorough preparations, you managed to survive each crisis without mishap. While exploring the depths of the secret realm, you fled in panic to evade a golden core stage beast and accidentally fell from a mine mountain. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself in a palace. You restored your condition to its peak and began a slow search. However, as if fate conspired against you, after passing a fork in the road, you encountered Xiao Fan and Yu Yao once again. Seeing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but curse his bad luck. What you fear most will always come to pass. Despite mutual animosity, at Yu Yao's suggestion, you formed a team to explore the palace together. You knew in your heart that following Xiao Fan would certainly yield gains, but you also feared he might turn on you, so you remained constantly on guard. Finally, after passing countless forks, you arrived at a stone chamber. The walls were inscribed with ancient complex characters, and in the center stood a massive sword thrust into a throne. Xiao Fan stepped forward first and pulled the giant sword from its resting place. Instantly, the entire palace began to transform, with countless sword-wielding puppets emerging all around. You cursed loudly and bolted back the way you came, ignoring everything else. Yet you failed to notice the sinister smile that crept across Xiao Fan's face. When you sensed a rush of wind behind you and turned your head, you heard Yu Yao scream, "No!" Turning back, a colossal sword shadow hurtled toward you. Despite your preparations, how could you survive a strike from a nascent soul cultivator? You died. Damn it. Cheng Qian's mouth spewed a string of profanities that, even when muted, were clearly filthy from the shape of his lips. The simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following options as your reward. 1. Blazing Sun, Sacred Body Orange. 2. Strength of Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment, choose with caution. 3. Realm of Techniques at Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. 4. 13 years of alchemy skills and experience. After flipping off the heavens and cursing for a good while, Cheng Qian finally calmed down. Choose one. As soon as he spoke, a scorching energy surged into Cheng Qian's body like a blazing sun. He felt a warm current rise from his dantian, rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones, as if his entire being had been ignited with an eternal flame. A faint red glow appeared on his skin, a sign of the exuberant yang energy within. Initially, the heat was overwhelming, as if he were immersed in molten lava, and sweat instantly drenched his entire body. But as time passed, the searing sensation gradually transformed into a comfortable warmth, washing over his muscles, bones, and meridians like soothing water. After a long while, Cheng Qian let out a soft groan, feeling a trace of coolness on his skin. Opening his eyes, he was stunned to find his clothes had been reduced to ashes. "Why didn't you warn me? That's a waste of a good outfit," Cheng Qian grumbled as he pulled another robe from his pack and put it on. Fortunately, he had come prepared, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to leave the room. Once fully dressed, a familiar electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Sacred body merged. Host spirit root has evolved into a fire-attributed single spirit root. Cheng Qian cheerfully made a heart gesture at the simulator and pulled up his attribute panel. Cultivation Simulator. Host Cheng Qian. Talents: Extraordinary Comprehension, Purple Grass, Manipulation, Green, Blazing Sun, Sacred Body, Orange. Items: Sun Moon Vial, Orange quality, 100 top-grade Spirit Stones. Simulation count 0, next update in 7 days. Cheng Qian beamed with joy and happily closed the panel. Then he took out a piece of paper and jotted down all the important points he had noted from the previous simulations. The icy pond of Bo Kingdom was a must-visit, followed by the undersea palace. Both were heaven-defying opportunities belonging to Xiao Fan, and he was determined to seize them. Next came the events that occurred after joining the sect. Although their significance was unclear for now, it was better to record them first. Thinking and writing, half an hour quickly passed. Cheng Qian carefully tucked the paper into his bosom, stretched lazily, and said, time to grab a bite. Maybe you'll run into that little girl Xiao Murui. Xiao Fan, you want to kill me, do you? Well, I'll steal both your opportunities and your women just to see you swagger. He threw out the bold words first, regardless of whether he could follow through. With that thought, Cheng Qian chuckled to himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Then cheerfully he pushed open the door and headed toward the dining hall. A bucket of rice-ate dishes and another bucket of soup. Cheng Qian stared at the food laid before him, his eyelids twitching. There was no helping it. Martial artists consumed an immense amount of energy. Having just advanced to a new physique and being unable to absorb spiritual energy, he had no choice but to replenish himself through food. Still, despite how exaggerated it appeared, the people of Tianyuan continent had long grown accustomed to such sights. As he buried himself in eating, a familiar voice came from above, "Meeting you again. Mind if I sit here?" Cheng Qian looked up and saw Xiao Murui. He merely nodded and continued eating. Seeming used to his behavior, Xiao Murui sat beside him, without ceremony, picking up a piece of fresh sea fish and chewing delicately. The two remained quiet, neither speaking first. By the time Cheng Qian finished eating, she had also concluded her meal. Xiao Murui propped an elbow on the table, resting her chin on her hand, as she looked at Cheng Qian with a smile. "We've never really had a good chat. Are you free now?" Cheng Qian shot her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, it seems she hasn't given up yet. What do you want to talk about? Instead of walking away as he usually did, Xiao Murui let out a soft laugh. "I thought you'd brush me off with a few words and leave. This is quite surprising." Cheng Qian didn't know how to respond and offered a silent smile. "Truly a block of wood," Xiao Murui said with some exasperation. "Before you'd either run at the sight of me or fob me off with a few perfunctory words. It's so hard to be your friend." A bitter smile crept onto Xiao Murui's face. Cheng Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why must you be friends with me? With so many people on the ship, why single him out?" This question had always baffled him. Xiao Murui seemed taken aback by his bluntness, freezing for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Because you're the most handsome one on the whole ship. What else could it be?" Cheng Qian. Fine, she's after his body, that wicked woman." Though he knew it was flattery, it still lifted his spirits. Xiao Murui rose and extended an invitation. "How about we go to the deck and enjoy the breeze?" "Sure." The two walked toward the deck together, Xiao Murui blinking with a hint of excitement in her expression. "You're so agreeable today. Have I finally won you over with my sincerity?" "No, I just had a sudden change of heart," Cheng Qian replied. Xiao Murui looked puzzled. "A change of heart? About what?" "Nothing." "Oh." A brief silence fell between them as they reached the bow, where the sea breeze gently caressed their faces. Xiao Murui stretched out her arms, delighted. "I love this feeling, like a bird. I wonder if I can pass the heavenly earth-sex assessment. I hear that at Foundation establishment you can fly on a sword. Then it'll be a celestial being." The girl was in high spirits, and even Cheng Qian's lips curved slightly. If he hadn't known Xiao Murui's true nature from the original story, he might have been charmed by this innocent, lively beauty. She was clearly a schemer beneath the surface, pretending to be pure and harmless like a little white rabbit. Later, during the secret realm trials with Xiao Fan Yu Yao and others, many fell for her tricks. Gazing at the boundless sea, Cheng Qian let out a long sigh. "Good luck then. What are you going to Luoyuan Kingdom for?" Xiao Murui withdrew her arms and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "So many questions, truly annoying. You'll find out soon enough. I'm heading back now." Cheng Qian waved a hand, gave a casual reply, and turned to leave. Chatting with women was such a hassle, unproductive and dull. Better to go back and read a storybook. Xiao Murui stomped her foot in frustration. "Hey, why do you leave after just a few words? What kind of person are you?" Once he was far away, she narrowed her eyes. "I've got my eye on you, Cheng Qian." 10 days later, the spirit boat docked at Luoyuan Kingdom's port. Standing on the deck and gazing at the city, Cheng Qian couldn't help but marvel. Luoyuan Kingdom truly lived up to its reputation as the capital of the central Ding region. Its vast expanse stretched beyond the horizon, with city walls too far to see. It housed tens of millions, and the sect governing this colossal city was none other than the Heavenly Earth sect. As he disembarked with the crowd and set foot on the white jade flagstones, he couldn't help but sigh at Luoyun Kingdom's economic prosperity. Near the port, squads of well-armored fierce soldiers marched past. They stood as straight as pines, exuding the killing aura forged only through years on the battlefield. Celestial beings on cranes patrolled above the city, drawing gasps of awe from many who had just disembarked. Steeling himself, Cheng Qian verified his identity token at the city gate and stepped into the immense metropolis. The assessment wouldn't begin for another month, and he was pondering where to stay when Xia Marui's voice came from behind. "Cheng Qian, where are you going?" "I don't know yet," Cheng Qian answered honestly. He had only visited this place in simulations before. Setting foot here in reality for the first time, he would need to ask around. Xia Marui smiled. "I can tell this is your first time. Next month, the Heavenly Earth sect's entrance assessment starts, and many people are sending their children here. By now the better inns are surely full." Hearing this, Cheng Qian scratched his head. "A city this big. There must be some place for me to stay. If you don't mind, I've reserved a spot at a slightly out-of-the-way inn. Want to come with me?" "There might still be rooms," Xia Marui invited. Cheng Qian hesitated, thinking at least it saves me the trouble of asking around. "We'll meet at the assessment in a month anyway, so I might as well tag along." With that in mind, he nodded lightly. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Xia. No need to be polite. Follow me." Xia Marui led the way with a smile. As they walked west through the city, Xia Marui acted like an enthusiastic guide, regaling Cheng Qian with details about Luoyun Kingdom. Though much of it was knowledge from books, seeing and experiencing it firsthand felt refreshingly new. They soon reached the inn, only to find that the best rooms had long been booked, leaving only large dormitories. Xia Marui frowned. "What now? You can't sleep in a dormitory for a whole month." Before Cheng Qian could reply, she rolled her eyes slyly and said, "How about this? You can rough it in my room. They'll take the bed and you can sleep on the floor. Deal?" "Cheng Qian, are you kidding, sis? Trying to ruin my virtue? I'm an honorable man, thank you very much." He waved a hand and tossed a low-grade spirit stone to the innkeeper. "Cyril, take the dormitory." "Thanks." Xia Marui chuckled softly and whispered in his ear, deciding so quickly. "Afraid it'll eat you up. Men and women should keep their distance. Thank you for showing me to the inn, Miss Xia. I'll head to my room now." With that, Cheng Qian cupped his hands and followed the attendant away. What a fool. Though it was merely a temporary lodging, the communal bedchamber was far from comfortable. Not only was it crowded with all sorts of people, but the stench was truly unbearable. There was no way to wash up alone, and the snoring at night rose and fell in an endless cacophony, utterly maddening. Early the next morning, Cheng Qian left the inn and began wandering the streets, seeking another place to stay. After roaming for most of the day, he found that indeed every inn was packed to capacity, especially those in the city center, where even a spot in the communal bedchamber was unavailable. Forced to find another way, he asked the local residents and headed to the real estate agency, hoping to find a small courtyard available for monthly rent. Following the agent into a relatively secluded alley, a small, elegant residence came into view before him. The exterior of this residence was simple yet tasteful. Pushing open the door, he saw flowers and plants arranged with exquisite artistry within the courtyard. Several ancient trees casting dappled shadows, and a wave of refreshing coolness greeted him. The interior was sparsely furnished, a couch, a desk, but it had clearly been specially cleaned. Cheng Qian was thoroughly satisfied. Since he had money now, he paid the spirit stones, promptly signed the contract, and moved into the courtyard. That evening, Cheng Qian opened the simulator's panel. The simulator had updated earlier, but he hadn't used it, wanting to save it for after joining the sect to directly claim the cultivation base and skyrocket in power. But having nothing else to do at the moment, his patience wore thin. Begin simulation. Simulation starting, generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a green talent, meticulous observation. Meticulous observation, your eyesight is exceptionally sharp, focused on subtle details, allowing you to perceive changes in the environment and faint clues. That night you stood in the courtyard gazing at the starry sky, when suddenly you felt something amiss with the soil beneath the old tree. The talent activated, and you distinctly noticed that the earth appeared to have been freshly turned. Driven by curiosity, you picked up the iron shovel in the courtyard and began digging at that spot. As the shovel penetrated deep into the earth, a stifling, oppressive aura gradually spread. You frowned, wanting to stop, but instinct urged you to dig deeper. Before long, a tattered piece of clothing came into view, making your heart sink heavily. In reality, Cheng Qian already felt a chill creeping up his spine. Though he was a coward with a taste for thrills and often enjoyed horror movies, this was too much for him. No wonder such a fine courtyard had been so cheap for him. The agent must have known what had happened here. Suppressing his fear, he continued reading the simulator. You quickened your pace, carefully expanding the excavation until finally a long-buried corpse was fully revealed. Cheng Qian. He screamed in his heart, "Save me, save me, save me." He would change houses tomorrow. This was too terrifying. Fighting your fear, you carefully examined the area around the corpse and discovered a rusty black iron token. Your instincts told you not to touch it, but your curiosity got the better of you, and you picked up the iron token. Recalling scenes from novels, you dripped your blood onto the iron token. Soon the black token emitted a bright light and vanished with a whoosh. As you were marveling, a sinister laugh echoed in your ears. Hee hee, thanks for letting me out. Tisk, what a fine flesh and blood vessel. Come with me, little one. Cheng Qian, why did that sound so familiar? When you regained consciousness, you found yourself in a cold, damp, and pitch-dark place. Seeing you awake, the mass of black mist grew excited. From now on, you will cultivate here, and I will provide you with endless resources. The more he read, the more familiar it seemed. Cheng Qian took out the paper records he had kept, and suddenly his eyes widened. Isn't this exactly the same as what happened when I got the cursed by misfortune talent earlier? It seemed the iron token was an evil artifact. It must have been discovered by someone by accident before, and they released the ghost cultivator inside, which led to the simulator version of him being captured. He had to find a way to destroy it. But for now, he had no good plan. Cheng Qian shook his head and continued reading. You stored the resources and tried to find a way out, but after a month of searching, you still hadn't triggered any mechanisms or found any exit. Just as you were feeling dejected, the black mist returned, bringing a young woman with it. Seeing that you hadn't been diligently cultivating, the black mist decided to punish you. You were tortured to the brink of death. The black mist left again, saying before it went, "Cultivate well, or next time I return will be your death." Anger was useless, so you had no choice but to follow the cultivation method given by the black mist. Only by increasing your strength might you have a chance to escape this place. The next day, the woman also woke from her coma and asked you in astonishment where this place was. You told her everything you knew. The woman said she had just joined the Lingxiao Hall not long ago and had gone out on a mission when she unexpectedly encountered the black mist and was captured. Her strength was insufficient only at the Qi refining great perfection stage. But the black mist techniques were very strange. You thought you should first obediently cultivate to the foundation establishment stage before figuring out a plan. The cultivation method given by the black mist was very peculiar, much like demonic arts. It required no spiritual root, no spiritual energy, and thus the cultivation speed was extremely fast. Another month passed. The black mist returned to the pitch-black underground chamber and found that you had begun cultivating and had reached the Qi refining great perfection stage. It nodded in satisfaction. After throwing a pile of resources at you, it forced both you and the woman to swallow a pill, then left with a strange laugh. A quarter of an hour later, you both felt something wrong with your breathing. You exchanged glances and felt a sense of despair. After the effects of the pill wore off on the two of them, the woman wept bitterly while you discovered that you had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Cheng Qian, was there something his esteemed host wasn't allowed to see? Before you could comfort her, the black mist flew back with another strange laugh. Good, the foundation establishment stage is enough for my use. With that, you felt your vision go black and lost all consciousness. You died. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following as a reward. 1. Meticulous observation green. 2. Early foundation establishment strength ghost path. Choose one. Without any hesitation, Cheng Qian directly chose the talent. A sharp pain shot through his eyelids, but it quickly faded. When he opened his eyes again, he felt that everything around him was clearer than before. This clarity wasn't just in his vision, but a kind of inexplicable perception. Then Cheng Qian pushed open the door and fixed his gaze on the ancient tree in the courtyard. This iron token is always a hidden danger. Should I dig it out or not? Besides summoning that thing by dripping blood, were there other dangers? If nothing unexpected happened, how could he destroy this peculiar iron token? If he couldn't destroy it, where should he put it? Cheng Qian pondered carefully, then thought of the simulator's storage space. Clenching his teeth, he said, "He'll dig it out first." As he dug, Cheng Qian pondered the knowledge he had previously gleaned from books about ghost cultivators. The formation of a ghost cultivator was complex. Mortal cultivators lacking spiritual roots would often turn to demonic arts or the path of ghost cultivation, becoming heretical cultivators. They would strengthen themselves by absorbing energy and souls, and in battle, they typically employed despicable means such as controlling undead souls and puppets. There was another form of ghost cultivator formation that was the opposite. When a cultivator at the nascent soul stage or above suffered physical death, their nascent soul or primordial spirit would detach from the body, seeking an opportunity to enter a suitable vessel and continue cultivation. However, before finding a suitable physical body and to stabilize their own form from dissipating, they would lodge their divine sense within a superior magical artifact or spiritual treasure. Such cultivators often retained memories and part of their cultivation from their past life. They cultivated in the state of a spiritual entity, yet without a physical body, they could not absorb spiritual energy. Thus, they gradually converted the energy of Yin into nourishment for their cultivation, slowly embarking on the path of a ghost cultivator. Only after seizing a new body could they resume normal cultivation. However, not all primordial spirits would absorb Yin energy and turn to ghost cultivation. They might lodge within certain spiritual treasures and then fall into slumber only to be awakened when someone activated the treasure before its energy was entirely depleted. In this way, they could borrow that person's power to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world, gradually restoring their own condition. The sound of the iron spade in Cheng Qian's hand striking the earth was exceptionally crisp in the silent night, and he had formed a vague judgment about the black mist within the iron token. That black mist in its past life possessed at least nascent soul stage cultivation or above. It was only awakened when someone's blood was dripped onto the iron token to claim ownership. It was simply that Cheng Qian happened to meet the requirements for the black mist to inhabit, which was why he was seized. On the Tianyuan continent, the method of breaking through the foundation establishment stage, without using a foundation establishment pill, relying solely on dual cultivation to advance, was only possible for two sects, the Yin-Yang sect and the Joyous Union sect. The identity of the black mist was on the verge of being revealed, and by now the ground had been mostly excavated by Cheng Qian. Cheng Qian bowed to the skeletal remains, saying, "No offense intended." Then, grasping the iron token beside it, he focused his mind, and it was instantly stored within the simulator's storage space. As he had expected, it could be taken into the space, even without blood recognition. Cheng Qian was ecstatic, a red-quality artifact. Damn! The tiers of magical artifacts on the Tianyuan continent from lowest to highest were mortal, earth, heaven, spirit, treasure, immortal, and divine, with quality, also distinguished by color. Opening the storage space, Cheng Qian focused his mind, and the information regarding the iron token was clearly displayed before him. Heavenly Kuan token. Upon blood recognition, it can open an ancient ruin in the Shiling's secret realm. A stray wisp of a divine transformation stage primordial spirit from the Joyous Union sect. Indeed, it was a fallen cultivator from the Joyous Union sect with a cultivation level as high as the divine transformation stage. If not for the simulator, he would likely have been captured by the black mist by now. For now, as long as he didn't activate the Heavenly Kuan token, he was safe. Cheng Qian breathed a sigh of relief, then tidied up the skeletal remains and buried them with earth. Although he had obtained a magical artifact, the thought of the remains in the yard made it impossible for him to sleep. He remained in a daze until the sunlight streamed through the lattice window. Only then did he drift off to sleep peacefully. When he awoke, it was already near dusk. Cheng Qian rubbed his somewhat stiff neck and murmured softly, "There's no way I can stay in this house." With that thought, he left the small courtyard directly and headed towards the broker's office. But when he arrived, the broker who had served him yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps knowing there would be trouble, he had slipped away in advance. The land of falling clouds was vast, and finding a single person amidst the sea of people was no easy task. Left with no choice, Cheng Qian could only buy a few jugs of wine and return to the small courtyard. Looking at the small mound beneath the ancient tree, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. What am I afraid of?" As he spoke, he tilted his head back and drained a jug of wine in one gulp. The fiery sensation surged from his throat straight into his belly, warming his entire body and dispelling all his former fear. He slept soundly through the night. After several consecutive days without any strange occurrences, Cheng Qian finally resolved his inner conflict and settled down to live normally. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed, during which Cheng Qian simulated twice. The results were not much different from before. He had no particularly outstanding talents, and his cultivation level remained unclaimable. However, his storage space had gained a considerable number of spirit stones. Looking at the status panel, Cheng Qian chuckled to himself, "More and more good stuff, how delightful." He went out for a meal and brought back 2 more jugs of wine. Then he flipped through some storybooks while waiting for the simulator's next update. When a ding sounded in his mind, he immediately perked up. Begin simulation. Born with a sword bone, you are born recognized as a sword prodigy with an understanding and perception of the sword far surpassing ordinary people. You learn sword techniques and swordsmanship at an astonishing speed, capable of mastering profound sword arts in a short time. Awesome. The Sword Peak Elder was overjoyed and directly accepted you as a personal disciple. Good heavens, I was just an inner disciple before, and now I'm a personal disciple. No wonder it's born with a sword bone, Cheng Qian marveled. You are unaware of your own strength, but when the master demonstrated the sword techniques only once, and you perfectly replicated them, you realized the terrifying power of this talent. Overjoyed, the master entrusted you with the complete mystic immortal art and purple sun sword technique, and also issued 100 mid-grade spirit stones to aid your cultivation. In reality, Cheng Qian was moved to tears, a true master indeed. On the first day, you successfully drew qi into your body. Half a month later, you successfully stepped into the first layer of Qi refining and gained an elementary understanding of the purple sun sword technique. In the 8th month, you reached the great perfection of Qi refining. The master was very satisfied with your progress, but forbade you from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Greatly surprised, the master informed you that due to your special physique and single-fire spiritual root, your cultivation speed being much faster than ordinary people was perfectly normal. But if you become complacent because of this, the upper limit of your life's achievements might be limited to the Mahayana stage. Hearing this, you felt a chill of caution in your heart, vowing to build a solid foundation and not rush for quick success. The master was deeply gratified and gave you a fragmentary scroll which detailed the method of heavenly foundation establishment. It was then you realized that even within the same foundation establishment stage there were indeed differences. Seeing this, Cheng Qian was taken aback. He carefully recalled the events that had occurred during the simulation at the Dan Peak and suddenly understood. Cultivation is a demanding and rigorous endeavor, much like mathematics. The basics of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are easy to learn, but as one progresses it becomes increasingly difficult. The Qi refining stage is akin to laying the foundation of a house. The depth and solidity of this foundation directly determine the height and stability of the floors built upon it. The more fundamental the stage, the more cautiously it must be approached. Just like the derivation of every theorem in mathematics, it may seem simple, but each step is intricately connected, allowing no room for error. Following the instructions in the tome, you began preparations for heaven-grade foundation establishment. In the days that followed, you cultivated with even greater diligence. Every morning at dawn, you would sit in meditation atop the mountain peak, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During the day, you would be on the sword peak's training ground, wielding your sword like the wind, repeatedly practicing the violet yang sword art. Your exceptional comprehension, coupled with the innate talent of a sword bone, allowed your progress in the way of the sword to advance by leaps and bounds. Under deliberate control, your spiritual energy was continuously compressed and purified. In the 2nd year, besides practicing swordsmanship, you spent most of your time in the scripture pavilion studying various cultivation manuals and classics. A month later, you accepted a mission and left the sect, deciding to train outside. The spiritual energy within your body had been compressed to a certain point, but it was still far from the requirements of heaven-grade foundation establishment. Aside from gathering rare materials to refine a special foundation establishment pill, you also needed to deepen your control and perception of spiritual energy through actual combat. Only by converting your spiritual energy to match your fire-attributed spiritual root could you step through the threshold of heaven-grade foundation establishment. Although this step was difficult, you were filled with motivation, as the combat power of a heaven-grade foundation establishment cultivator was more than 3 times that of an ordinary one. Cheng Qian fell into deep thought. If that's the case, once I succeed in heaven-grade foundation establishment, you'll be able to defeat Xiao Fan across levels in the future, won't I? Thinking this, he couldn't help but smile. Son of Heaven, the original protagonist. Watch how I deal with you. 3 months later, travel-worn, you arrived at Qingzhou Island, south of the Luoyuan Kingdom. This was the most suitable training ground for cultivators around the foundation establishment stage. After declining requests from other sect disciples to form a team for exploration, you ventured alone into the depths of Qingzhou Island. The sect mission was to hunt 2nd-tier demon beasts, the unicorn wolves, and collect 100 demon cores to complete the task. Although the unicorn wolves were mutated, they still retained their original habits. They were pack animals, always moving and hunting in groups. Obtaining 100 demon cores was a daunting task even for you. However, your purpose here was not merely to complete the mission. It was to transform the spiritual energy within your body through real combat, allowing it to fully integrate with your spiritual roots attribute. By the middle of the 2nd year, you had finally collected all the demon cores and half of your spiritual energy had been converted. You then embarked on your 2nd sect mission, heading to Shishou Valley, not far from Qingzhou Island, to hunt a 3rd-tier demon beast, the giant ape. By the 3rd year, you had finally converted all your spiritual energy in a fire-attributed spiritual power, and all your sect missions were completed successfully. Next came the collection of various materials required for the heaven-grade foundation establishment pill: purple, centipede black, profound grass, heavenly radiance, spirit moss, and ancient emerald dew. By the 4th year, all materials were ready, and your fire-attributed spiritual power was compressed to its limit, as tough and pure as steel tempered through 1,000 hammers. Returning to the sect, you had your master examine your internal condition. He burst into hearty laughter. After calming down, your master took you to the Dan Peak and asked the Dan Peak Elder to help refine the heaven-grade foundation establishment pill. Seeing you, the Dan Peak Elder's eyes lit up with envy. After a lengthy haggle with your master, he finally agreed to refine the pill. The result of their negotiation was that after you advanced to the foundation establishment stage, you would study alchemy under the Dan Peak Elder for 3 years. Moreover, 90% of all pills refined during those 3 years would be handed over to the sect. Though your master fumed and fussed, a precious pill like the Heavengrade Foundation Establishment pill was extremely rare. Not only was it unavailable on the auction market, but entrusting the materials to an outside alchemist was also unreliable. After seeking your opinion, he had no choice but to agree. However, before leaving, your master kicked the Dan Peak Elder on the backside, reclaiming some interest. Haha, it seems my future master is still an old child at heart. Chung Qian chuckled as he read the text on the simulator. A month later, the Heavengrade Foundation Establishment pill was completed. Your master protected you as you consumed the pill, preparing to break through. 3 days later, you successfully established your foundation, but it was not Heavengrade, it was Earthgrade. This surprised everyone. After analyzing countless reasons and poring over numerous texts, your master informed you that because of your innate sword bone, merely converting spiritual energy to match your spiritual root, as the cultivation method dictated, only fulfilled half the requirement. You also needed a profound understanding of the sword, reaching the state of unity of heart and sword. Only by internalizing the sword intent and merging it with your spiritual energy could you truly succeed. Good heavens, Chung Qian rubbed his nose. Was Heavengrade Foundation Establishment this difficult? Was his innate sword bone actually causing problems? Shaking his head, he continued to look at the panel. Though your master regretted the outcome, he encouraged you, saying that Earthgrade Foundation Establishment was not the end. As long as you continued to temper yourself and fuse sword intent during the Foundation Establishment stage, you would still have a chance to strive for Heavengrade. You were not disheartened. Instead, you focused even more on the fusion of sword intent and spiritual energy. Every day you would stand atop the sword peak, using your sword as a conduit to communicate with heaven and earth, attempting to weave the sword intent like silk threads into your spiritual power. At the same time, you began studying alchemy under the Dan Peak Elder. In the 7th year, after completing the tasks assigned by the Dan Peak Elder, you were able to successfully refine pills of cyan quality. The Elder was reluctant to let you go and wanted you to stay and continue learning, but you shook your head and declined. The Elder cherished your talent, but said nothing more. Before you left, he produced a Heavengrade Foundation Establishment pill, saying it was a small gift for you. Although your previous breakthrough was flawed, it did not mean you could no longer take a Heavengrade Foundation Establishment pill after entering the Foundation Establishment stage. Of course, its efficacy would be slightly lower than the first time, but that was not a major issue. Your sword intent had been fully integrated into your being over these 3 years, and you were planning to go out to gather materials to refine the pill yourself. Unexpectedly, the Elder had already prepared it for you. Filled with gratitude, you told him that you would return to the Dan Peak in the future to learn alchemy from him again. The two of you parted with smiles. Returning to the sword peak, you attempted another breakthrough. Under your master's protection, you consumed the Heavengrade Foundation Establishment pill. The fire attributed spiritual power and sword intent intertwined within you, as scorching as molten lava, yet as pure as a clear spring. For 7 days and 7 nights you felt as if you had become one with heaven and earth. Finally, a sword cry like a dragon's roar resounded, and a red glow emanated around you, burning slowly like flames. You successfully condensed the Heavengrade Dao platform. Never would I have imagined. Chung Qian murmured, his gaze fixed on the panel text in a daze. He had assumed Foundation Establishment could only be completed in one go, yet Heavengrade Foundation Establishment allowed for a second refinement. Moreover, the process was arduous, taking nearly 7 years to finish. For anyone else with such cultivation speed, 7 years would have sufficed to reach the Golden Core stage. Shaking off his thoughts, Chung Qian turned his attention back to the simulator and continued to observe. Your master was overjoyed, proclaiming that you had truly transcended mortality and entered the immortal path. He decided to take you to the sect's Sword Valley to select a destined sword. The Sword Valley housed not only the Sword Pavilion and Sword Workshop, but also a sword grave. Your master led you straight to the sword grave, explaining that it buried tens of thousands of masterless swords. After instructing you on some precautions, your master activated the formation, and you stepped into the sword grave. Upon entering, the scenery shifted before your eyes. A faint aura of sword intent filled the air, as if you were immersed in an ocean of blades. Countless sword hilts were buried deep in the earth, with only their handles exposed, each sword seemingly telling its own tale. You closed your eyes, allowing your spirit to resonate with the sword grave, sensing the aura of every blade. As you walked slowly, each step seemed to tread upon the veins of sword intent. Suddenly, you halted, a stirring in your heart. Opening your eyes, you saw a sword hilt before you, emitting a faint glow as if calling out to you. A surge of joy filled your heart. You gently drew the sword. Its blade was slender, engraved with ancient patterns, and a desolate primordial aura rushed toward you. This sword seemed to resonate with your spirit, as though it were born solely for you. You absorbed the sword into your body and left the sword grave. Your master then led you to the forbidden ground of the Sword Valley. the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He told you that countless sword intents formed gales here and instructed you to cultivate in this place. Firstly, to comprehend sword intent. Secondly, to forge a profound connection with your destined sword. Ideally, you would merge the sword intent into your blade, greatly enhancing your strength. The Cliff of Broken Hearts lived up to its name. The gales at its edge were fierce, and sword intent abounded, making it impossible for ordinary people to stand. Yet for you, this was the perfect ground to temper your sword intent. You sat cross-legged, facing the roaring gales, your heart calm and undisturbed. Holding your destined sword before you, you closed your eyes, perceiving every strand of chi within the blade. Your destined sword seemed to respond to your call, trembling slightly as a silver light shimmered across its surface. Your spirit merged with the sword intent, attempting to channel it into your blade. Initially, the process was arduous. The sword intent was like a wild, untamed stallion, difficult to control. Yet you did not give up, trying again and again until one day you finally found the key to communicating with it. You realized that the essence of sword intent lay in the sword heart. Only when your state of mind aligned with the sword intent could you truly master it. Thus you adjusted your breathing, quieted your inner self, and let your mind become like water, reflecting all things. In the 10th year, you established a profound bond with your destined sword. The surrounding sword intent no longer resisted, but actively resonated with you, as if becoming a part of your being. Every nightfall, you would see a silver radiance encircling your body, a manifestation of the harmony between your spirit and the sword intent. In the 12th year, as you meditated on the Cliff of Broken Hearts, a powerful surge of sword intent suddenly erupted from your destined sword, intertwining with the gales to form a massive vortex. You felt as if you were drawn into it, and then you saw a series of images, the memories of this sword and the fragments of sword intent left by countless predecessors. These memories and fragments continuously flooded your mind, and you drew inspiration from them, gradually refining and deepening your sword intent. Finally, all the fragments coalesced into a river of swords flowing within your heart, completely merging with your destined sword. In the 13th year, you left the Cliff of Broken Hearts, your cultivation having reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, a benefit of merging the destined sword with sword intent. Returning to Sword Peak, your master was delighted and gave you a storage ring containing some materials for advancing to the Golden Core stage, insights from predecessors, and a few sword cultivation techniques. From the books, you learned that Golden Core also had special condensation methods, with the highest realm described as 9 revolutions of the Golden Core, shattering core into nascent soul. Each revolution had a different color consistent with the item ranks of Tianyuan continent: 1st revolution, white; 2nd, green; 3rd, yellow; 4th, cyan; 5th, blue; 6th, purple; 7th, red; 8th, orange; and 9th, gold. During this process, with each revolution, the Golden Core could be polished to reveal 1 to 9 lines. Each additional line increased one's power up to a maximum of 81 lines. The sole prodigy of Tianyuan continent in 10 millennia had only polished 63 lines, yet he was unmatched in the Golden Core stage, his combat prowess rivaling even ordinary deity transformation cultivators. After reading the books, you were greatly enlightened. Just as you were preparing to break through, a golden light suddenly descended upon Wujin mountain range. Elders from the sect rushed over and discovered a secret realm accessible only to cultivators at the Golden Core stage and below. Seeing this, Cheng Qian raised an eyebrow. Here it comes, the secret realm. Meeting Xiao Fan isn't far off. He wondered if his current strength could match Xiao Fan's. The emergence of the secret realm naturally reached the Heaven and Earth sect, and they dispatched their disciples to prepare for exploration. Knowing that the secret realm would open in a month, you focused on preparing for the Golden Core breakthrough to handle the dangers within. On the 20th day, you successfully formed your Golden Core. After thorough preparation, you arrived at the sect's teleportation array and traveled to a town near the Wujin mountain range. On the 30th day, the secret realm opened. Upon entering, you encountered Xiao Fan and Yu Yao again, but paid them no heed and plunged into the realm. This time, upon landing, you saw another vast medicinal garden. You cautiously scanned your surroundings, but found no trace of your old acquaintance, so you began gathering happily. When you had collected half, footsteps sounded behind you. You tensed only to find Xia Murwei approaching. She was overjoyed and proposed that the herbs were yours on the condition that you travel together. You sneered, pointing out that with her mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, such a condition was inappropriate. Besides, you had discovered the garden first. What was there to concede? Xia Murwei chattered on incessantly. Annoyed, you simply continued gathering herbs, ignoring her. Seeing you ignore her, Xia Murwei grew furious. She argued that at least you shared a hometown and were fellow sect members meant to support each other. Yet you were so cold and heartless. Wasn't your behavior no different from harming a fellow disciple? If you didn't team up with her today, she would expose your deeds to the world after leaving, calling you an ungrateful coward. You frowned, stopping your work, and turned to look at her. Xia Murue sneered scared. Then hurry up and explore the secret realm with me. If I get something good and am in a good mood, I might toss you some scraps. Cheng Qian sighed inwardly. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? On the spirit boat earlier this girl seemed perfectly normal. How had she changed so drastically? Was this her true nature and she had only been pretending before? Cheng Qian rolled his eyes. As expected, none of Xiao Fan's harem are normal. Hearing such a blatant threat, you felt a pang of discomfort. Gazing at Xia Marui's smug expression, you couldn't help but harbor murderous intent. Just as you were about to make your move, Xia Marui seemed to sense it swiftly crushed a token and vanished from the secret realm. Before leaving, she shouted loudly, "You really do want to kill me? Just wait, I'll return to the sect and report that you were harming fellow disciples in the secret realm." You couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why hadn't you thought to use a recording stone to capture her actions? However, leaving the secret realm now to stop her would be too costly. Suppressing your thoughts, you continued gathering herbs. Damn it, is this woman insane? Just because I wouldn't team up with her, she's going to such lengths to ruin me. Cheng Qian, watching from outside, was seething with anger. A single rumor is easy to start, but impossible to quell. Now when he returned, he'd likely be branded a traitor to the sect. So I'll just take it one step at a time. Cheng Qian rubbed his temples and turned his gaze back to the panel. The dangers within the secret realm were endless, but fortunately you were well prepared. Having already advanced to the golden core stage, ordinary demon beasts posed no threat to you. While exploring the depths of the secret realm, you slew a golden core stage black serpent, and then searched the vicinity for the mine you recalled from memory. You found it with ease, descended on your flying sword, and successfully entered the underground palace. As before, you encountered Xiao Fan and Yu Yao. Remaining silent, you quietly trailed behind the Child of Destiny. After navigating countless branching paths, you finally arrived at a stone chamber. Prepared for this moment before the other two could react, you dashed straight for the greatsword resting on the throne and pulled it free. The entire palace began to shift. Countless sword-wielding puppets emerged all around, but perhaps intimidated by the sword in your hand, they did not attack you. Instead, they turned toward Xiao Fan and Yu Yao. You laughed heartily, watching Xiao Fan flee in panic, feeling an inexplicable sense of vindication. Finally, it was your turn to be the spectator. Xiao Fan, leading Yu Yao, tried to fend off the puppets, but as more and more appeared, he cursed under his breath and fled with her toward the exit. You were not one to let a grievance go unavenged. A sword shadow shot toward his retreating figure, but Xiao Fan, being at the nascent soul stage, had been wary of your move. Though you failed to kill him, you managed to inflict a minor wound. Once the underground palace fell silent, you began to examine the greatsword in your hand and your surroundings. Your life-bound sword hummed within you. Summoning it, you were astonished to see it fly straight toward the greatsword. The energy within the greatsword visibly surged into your life-bound sword. The two merged seamlessly, and the greatsword crumbled to dust. Your life-bound sword, seemingly sated, let out a joyful ring before returning to your body to enter a dormant state. Shaking your head in resignation, you noticed the puppets remained motionless. You then turned your attention to the ancient, intricate inscriptions carved on the walls, hoping to uncover some opportunity. But the text was arcane and indecipherable. How could you unravel its meaning without understanding it? After sitting in meditation for a day with no results, you began searching the chamber. Behind the throne, you discovered a mechanism. Activating it revealed an underground passage. You cautiously descended. After going several dozen meters down, the space suddenly opened up, revealing a stone door. On the wall beside the door, there was text you could read. If you have found this place, fate has brought us together. Kneel 3 steps before this door and count down 99 times, and you shall receive my legacy. Tisk, Cheng Qian clicked his tongue. Am not Duan Yu, why must obtaining a legacy be such a hassle? Despite his grumbling, he felt a surge of eagerness inside. After a moment of hesitation, you approached the designated spot and began prostrating. As a golden core cultivator, your physical body had been greatly strengthened. Moreover, having entered the path of immortality through martial arts, your fleshly resilience was such that even your master had marveled at it. A mere 99 kowtows left, only a faint red mark on your forehead. Just as you wondered why nothing happened after finishing, the stone door rumbled open from the bottom up. A stone bed came into view, upon which sat the weathered skeleton of a long-deceased cultivator. On the index finger of his left hand gleamed a storage ring. Aside from that, the chamber was utterly empty with nothing else in sight. You approached the remains intending to take the ring, but it slipped onto your finger of its own accord. Cheng Qian. What the hell? Does this storage ring come with auto-navigation? An aged voice echoed in your mind. Junior, entering my tomb means you have followed my rules. Kowtowing 99 times proves you are an honest child. When you asked who he was, the voice replied, in life, I was the most eminent artificer of the Tianyuan continent. That great sword you obtained was my magnum opus named Juling, a red grade artifact. After some conversation, you learned his identity. The ring contained some forging materials and a manual on artifact crafting. He said that if you took him as your master, all would be yours. You pondered for a moment, but found that your divine sense could not penetrate the storage ring. Reluctantly, you agreed. The artificer was elated and taught you a mantra. Once mastered, you could probe the ring with your divine sense. Suspecting nothing, you began cultivating according to the artificer's guidance. After completing the entire mantra, you fell unconscious. Cheng Qian. No way did I run into another soul-seizing scumbag. As if his thoughts had conjured it, the text from the simulator plunged Cheng Qian's heart into an abyss. When you awoke, you found yourself surrounded by a vast expanse of white mist. Curious about where you were, a phantom figure materialized before you. He let out a sinister cackle. Your soul is now trapped inside my storage ring. I have waited a millennium for an honest, gullible vessel with a powerful physique like yours, ha ha ha. Your soul offered no resistance within the storage space. As excruciating pain consumed you, consciousness slipped away. You died. Simulation ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following as a reward. First, innate, sword bone red. Second, early golden core realm, includes heavenly Dao platform sect techniques, etc. Third, sword Dao insight, includes lifebound sword and sword intent. Fourth, intermediate alchemy. Fifth, all herbs from the secret realm's medicine garden. Though he had died again, Cheng Qian was already accustomed to it. He calmly scanned the options, stroking his chin as he murmured, so many rewards this time. Too bad I can't take them all. Then, recalling the primordial spirit trapped in the storage ring, he ground his teeth in frustration. What kind of physique do I have? Why do I keep running into remnants of souls wanting to seize my body? This is ridiculous. He wondered if there was any way to break this inevitable death trap. Perhaps the only solution was to avoid entering this secret realm in the 13th year. After pondering without reaching any conclusion, Cheng Qian sighed. I choose the first option, innate sword bone. As the words left his lips, he felt an intense heat envelop him, his bones cracking and snapping as if being broken, and reforged, the pain unbearable. Soon the discomfort faded. If he could have seen inside himself at that moment, he would have noticed faint golden glimmers appearing on his bones. As he let out a comfortable groan and opened his eyes, a flash of sword light streaked past. The innate sword bone had been forged. Endowed with extraordinary comprehension and a naturally born sword bone, Cheng Qian recalled the sword techniques he had created at the Grandmaster realm, and without realizing it, stepped out of the small courtyard. Holding the longsword purchased from Xianmen Town, he began to swing it in accordance with the movements etched in his memory. The sword, the sovereign of all weapons. Anyone could wield a sword with casual flourishes, but truly understanding the sword, mastering it, was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Even though Cheng Qian possessed the simulator and his mind was flooded with countless battle experiences and memories, innumerable sword techniques, and sword intents, he could not fully unleash their subtleties. It was akin to having only theory without practical experience, a mere ornamental facade. Practicing the sword required a path. First, one must cultivate a sense of the sword. A person who trained with the sword year after year was naturally different from a dilettante who practiced sporadically. Even with millennia of sword practice experience in his mind, Cheng Qian's own body had little feeling for the sword. To truly survive in this brutal cultivation world, he had to bolster his own strength to cope with the unforeseen crises that would inevitably arise. What Cheng Qian needed to do now was to familiarize himself with the sword, to make it an integral part of his being. 1 hour. 2 hours. Cheng Qian's movements grew increasingly fluid. Initially, he followed his memory, mechanically exerting force and swinging the sword. Gradually, the sword moved faster and faster, its blade scraping across the ground, lifting the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Amidst the flashing sword light, a long gash was left on the stone table in the yard. He did not use the inner strength of a martial artist, but relied solely on his physical senses to perceive the sword's presence and trajectory. After 3 hours, the sun was high in the sky. Having not slept all night, Cheng Qian was instead brimming with energy. He felt that the sword in his hand was beginning to resonate with him. Muscle memory allowed him to comprehend the sword techniques more profoundly than before. Letting out a soft sigh, Cheng Qian sheathed his sword and used his inner strength to soothe his tense muscles. A tingling numbness followed by an all-encompassing comfort. After several hours of practice, hunger gnawed at his stomach. He rubbed his belly and sighed. The results are quite good. It seems I can't rely solely on the simulator. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He put away his longsword, washed up, and then went out for a meal. A few days later, the enrollment for the Heaven and Earth sect officially began. Cheng Qian went to the tenement agency to return the deposit for the small courtyard. After settling the handover, he headed to the examination square. The sun was already high in the sky, and the clear, limpid heavens were devoid of any clouds. At this moment, the square was already packed with a dense crowd. A rough estimate put the number at over 10,000. Some were older and sat quietly with their eyes closed meditating, others younger than Cheng Qian gathered in chattering groups, discussing the upcoming examination content. Cultivators were not without age restrictions, but the heaven and earth sect's conditions were much more lenient. As long as one was under 30 and could pass the examination, they could become a disciple of the sect. Unlike martial artists, as long as one possessed a spiritual root regardless of age, they could draw qi into their body. The heaven and earth sect valued a disciple's endurance, comprehension, and determination, so they did not outright reject someone based solely on age. If one failed this year, they could try again the next. That was why there were many older individuals in the square brimming with confidence. Cheng Qian wove through the bustling crowd to a secluded corner where he sat down in meditation to wait. Before long, the clamorous crowd suddenly fell silent. Cheng Qian opened his eyes and looked up only to see 5 immortals clad in white robes standing in the air on their flying swords. Wow, are these the immortals? How cool. I hope I pass the exam this time so I can become one too. Quiet down, or the immortals might revoke our exam eligibility. The murmurs and exclamations among the crowd gradually subsided. The immortal in the center raised his hand, and 5 circular platforms materialized out of thin air. They then descended onto the sealed-off empty space in the square arranged in a row. The central immortal looked at the quiet crowd and nodded slightly. Everyone, the examination will officially begin in a quarter of an hour. These 5 platforms are for testing spiritual roots. Please line up orderly. Anyone who shoves curses or disrupts the order will be disqualified from this exam. With that, he waved his hand. A visible blue light flickered in front of the circular platforms. Someone tentatively extended a foot toward where the air wall had been and found the restriction was gone. They promptly rushed to the front of the line. Despite the large crowd, there was order amidst the chaos. As long as one waited long enough, their turn would come. No one would shove or cut in line over the order, as they understood the folly of jeopardizing a great gain for a small one. Moreover, many disciples from the heaven and earth sect had appeared to maintain order. Soon 5 long lines were neatly arranged, and the first round of spiritual root testing commenced. Although Cheng Qian knew the outcome of his exam from the simulator, it was his first time witnessing such a scene, and he watched with keen interest. As he saw the people ahead of him dwindling, a trace of anxiety crept into his heart. Even though he was confident, the ingrained fear of examinations affected his mindset. Especially as he drew closer to the sword-riding immortals and heard them utter the words unqualified, Cheng Qian's heartbeat quickened like never before. Unqualified. Next. People were being eliminated one after another, their faces full of dejection. In contrast, those with spiritual roots were brimming with joy and excitement. Suddenly, a wailing cry erupted from the left front line. Why am I unqualified? I'm already at the foundation establishment stage. How can I be unqualified? The examining elder seemed accustomed to such outbursts. With a cold face, he explained, the heaven and earth sect does not accept martial artists who have already cultivated elsewhere. Unless you now abolish all your cultivation and seal the memories of your previous cultivation method, you may continue with the exam. Did you not inquire about the rules of the heaven and earth sect before coming here? It seems this was merely a whim, a desire to find a place of refuge. Our sect does not need disciples like you. The young man at the foundation establishment stage flushed crimson. He stammered for a long time, but ultimately lacked the courage to abolish his cultivation. With a resentful curse, he left the line. Seeing this, Cheng Qian broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't willfully chosen a cultivation realm earlier, or he would have surely failed the exam today. Although having the simulator would allow him to live as a carefree rogue cultivator or seek out a weaker sect for training, that would undoubtedly be taking a detour. Not to mention the difference in treatment one received with or without a sect. The most important thing was that without one, there would be no one to appeal to if bullied. Not to mention the profound heritage of a super sect like this. If he cultivated on his own, how would he ever learn secret methods like the Heavenly Foundation establishment? In the short term, the gap might seem small, but as time went on, it would grow ever wider. There was no benefit in such a path, and he would not be foolish enough to go against reason. The procession moved swiftly, yet due to the multitude, occasional disruptions similar to the earlier incident arose. After queuing for nearly an hour, Cheng Qian finally reached his turn for the test, by which time several thousand had already been eliminated. When he finally stood upon the circular stone platform, the earlier tension abruptly dissipated. The platform, though simple in structure, was remarkably mystical. The circular groove beneath was embedded with mid-grade spirit stones. The moment one stepped onto it, a luminous mist would soon envelop the test taker. Based on the spiritual root, the corresponding quantity-quality attribute, as well as special constitutions and cultivation level, would manifest above the head. This screening method was swift and convenient, enabling the examiners to register with clarity. No sooner had Cheng Qian steadied himself on the platform than the mist cascaded down upon him. Soon a fiery golden light leaped above his head, followed by a passage of text. Fire attribute, single spiritual root, peak, Grandmaster realm, innate, swordbone. As the text emerged, gasps of astonishment rippled through the queue behind Cheng Qian. Even the immortal overseeing the examination finally graced a rare smile. The examining immortal smiled at Cheng Qian. To possess peak martial prowess at such a young age is unexpected. What is your name? Disciple Cheng Qian. Cheng Qian replied respectfully. With a wave of the immortal's hand, a token floated before him an arm's length away. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Take your identity token and rest for a while in the rear. Yes. Securing the token, Cheng Qian could not help but feel elated. He bowed courteously to the examining immortal and obediently walked towards the designated open space prepared behind. No wonder the two elders in the simulator had vied for him, due to his swordbone and fire single spiritual root. For up until now, only 100 had passed the first trial, and not one possessed a single spiritual root or special constitution. A trace of smugness arose in Cheng Qian's heart. Although he knew the outcome from the simulator, the joy of success experienced in person was something the cold text of the simulator could never convey. Upon arriving at the open space, many greeted him with smiles. To seek advantage and avoid harm is human nature. A prodigy like Cheng Qian was worthy of others' acquaintance. He did not put on airs. To whoever greeted him, he responded with gentle courtesy before sitting on the ground to await the trial's conclusion. Another hour passed. As the queue neared its end, another wave of exclamations rose from the crowd. Focusing his gaze, it was indeed Xia Murui, the beautiful maiden with a wood attribute single spiritual root, who drew admiration and envy wherever she went. Knowing the outcome already and dissatisfied with Xia Murui's performance in the previous simulation, Cheng Qian cast a single glance before withdrawing his attention. When Xia Murui arrived at the open space and saw Cheng Qian meditating with closed eyes, she immediately ignored all the surrounding attentions and stood before him. Cheng Qian, called by name, the corner of Cheng Qian's mouth twitched. Unwilling to appear too aloof in public, he cupped his hands. Congratulations. Is that all the warmth I get? Emma would attribute single spiritual root just like you. A genius. The maiden sat beside him with a smile, her playful expression quickening the pulses of many nearby male disciples. Cheng Qian, I am no genius. His cold reply infuriated many male disciples, but Xia Murui seemed accustomed to his demeanor. Nonchalantly fanning her cheek, though no heat was there, she blinked and said blissfully, I hope we both pass the upcoming trials. Then we'll be fellow disciples. With you here I won't be alone, and it'll feel much safer. Cheng Qian's eyelids twitched. Catching the resentful glares from the male disciples, he sighed inwardly, a femme fatale indeed. He could only hum a soft in response. He then closed his eyes to meditate, seemingly unwilling to engage further with the enchanting maiden beside him. Seeing this, Xia Murui pouted, Humph, what a blockhead. She then rose to greet the surrounding disciples. Beautiful and eloquent, she soon had many male disciples gathered around her like stars encircling the moon, regaling her with anecdotes to amuse her. Xia Murui reveled in such adulation. It was her usual due. But when she suddenly turned her gaze to Cheng Qian sitting silently apart, her inherent pride crumbled layer by layer. TCH, what a person. She muttered softly, losing all enthusiasm for social niceties. After a few perfunctory words, she too found a secluded corner to sit in silence. As time flowed, just as the trial was about to conclude, another youth with a metal attribute single spiritual root drew gasps. Several examining immortals exchanged satisfied comments. 3 single spiritual roots this year. Quite impressive. Whether they can smoothly pass the subsequent rounds remains to be seen. The first trial formally ended. The 5 immortals retracted the circular stone platforms and stood tall. The central immortal spoke again. Congratulations to all who have passed the first trial. We will now distribute fasting pills, and then follow me to the venue for the second trial. With a sweep of the immortal's sleeve, countless pills densely filled the air above the open space, as if measured by vast data, each pill hovering a hand's span before every individual. The fasting pill was one of the most common pills for cultivators. Though of white quality, it could significantly extend the period a cultivator could go without food, freeing them from hunger during cultivation. Yet possessing a fasting pill did not mean one need never eat, otherwise the sect would not cultivate spirit rice for disciples below the foundation establishment stage. Curious, Cheng Qian grasped the small white pill before him. A faint white light shimmered upon it, appearing crystal clear and appetizing. It dissolved upon entering his mouth, and the hunger pangs from the long wait vanished instantly. He could not help but marvel. Cultivators truly possess many wonders. Convenient, swift, and palatable, it provided satiety for 12 hours. Such miraculous items were only accessible to cultivators. His thoughts wandered far until the crowd began to move slowly, following the immortals towards a luminous gate several meters wide. Only then did Cheng Qian rein in his scattered musings. The examining immortal announced, "Everyone do not be alarmed. This gate will lead you into the sect's trial secret realm." He then stepped through first. The gate rippled like water, and his figure vanished in an instant. The disciples' eyes wide with wonder entered in orderly succession. Cheng Qian's vision blurred, and an expansive wilderness unfolded before him. Distant mountains undulated while beneath his feet lay lush green grass and blooming flowers accompanied by the occasional melodious birdsong. Ripples continuously radiated in the surrounding air as candidates for the selection appeared one by one on the plain, looking around curiously, just like Cheng Qian. Upon witnessing this, the examining immortal smiled faintly. "You have all likely already grasped the general procedure for today's trial. The first trial tests spiritual roots. The second tests perseverance. The third assesses moral character." Nodding in acknowledgement, the cultivators waited silently as the immortal continued. "Now please cross this vast plain. The ascension ladder awaits you at its far end. Those who reach its summit shall pass." As soon as these words left his lips, tension thickened in the air, yet none dared move awaiting further instruction. The ascension ladder bears ancient prohibitions laid down by past sect patriarchs. Forced ascent would inflict grave harm upon your bodies. Thus I urge each of you to proceed only within your limits. However, we shall accompany and safeguard you throughout. No life shall be lost, even should one fall from the precipice. Rest assured on this point. Time grows late. May fortune favor your aspirations." No sooner had he spoken than candidates surged forward toward the plain's horizon. Seeing this, Cheng Qian hastened after them. Having crossed the plain, they arrived at the foot of the ascension ladder. First came into view a stone sword, 3 zhang tall and 7 qi wide, upon whose blade the characters ascension ladder were inscribed in bold cursive script. The calligraphy exuded unbridled grandeur and natural mastery. Merely gazing upon those characters evoked a dense, palpable sword intent that hung in the air like an emperor surveying his realm, imposing awe-inspiring, almost compelling reverence. Cheng Qian quickly averted his eyes, and the oppressive weight diminished markedly. Beyond the stone sword rose a colossal mountain gate built of bluish-gray stone. Tier upon tier of stone steps ascended with breathtaking steepness, vanishing into mist-shrouded clouds high above, as though suspended directly from the heavens themselves. "This isn't a celestial ladder, it's a sheer cliff. I can't go on. I'm trembling. I withdraw it. Look at your courage, or lack thereof. No wonder Tian sect conducts such rigorous trials. Men like you would be the first to betray the sect when crisis strikes." Amid rising murmurs, Cheng Qian stretched his limbs and prepared to ascend. Cautiously stepping onto the first step, the candidates found it no different from standing on level ground, and so pressed upward without hesitation. As he climbed, Cheng Qian sensed a subtle but steadily intensifying pressure, but it remained well within his endurance. Unbroken, he ascended swiftly to the 10th tier. Others, however, fared less easily. A youth half a step behind him gasped audibly upon reaching the 10th tier, his face contorted as if straining against invisible torment. He sank onto the step to recover his breath, remaining seated for a long while before rising again to tackle the 11th tier. Cheng Qian withdrew his focus, shook his head slightly in quiet puzzlement, and continued upward. By the 20th tier, many could no longer bear the mounting pressure and were forcibly ejected from the steps, landing before the mountain gate. Sheer cliffs plunged into unfathomable depths on either side. Some, seeing others eliminated, faltered inwardly, and in that instant of slackened resolve the pressure redoubled. A single misstep sent them tumbling into the abyss. A chorus of startled cries echoed across the heights. Cheng Qian, recalling his unique constitution and the simulations he'd undergone in the analyzer, silently marveled at the extraordinary power of his divine boon. Having steadied himself fully, he advanced upward with unwavering resolve. Every 10 tiers climbed intensified the pressure, but clearly this posed no obstacle for him. Below, many watched him ascend with envious eyes. In less than a quarter of an hour, Cheng Qian reached the summit at unprecedented speed. Glancing back, he saw countless aspirants still laboring halfway up the slope, while even more trembled violently, clinging to the steps with hands and feet alike. At that moment, the examining immortal glided gracefully to his side, alighting beside him with effortless poise. The more the immortal observed Cheng Qian, the more satisfied he grew, his gaze softening with unmistakable expectation. "Cheng Qian, is it truly worthy of your innate sword bone? Indeed, this second trial proved rather effortless for you." "Greetings, elder immortal," Cheng Qian replied, bowing deeply. "A fine lad, no need for such formality. I am Hua Yuan, elder of the Sword Peak. Should you succeed in the third trial, consider joining my lineage." Cheng Qian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He hadn't expected his future master to appear so swiftly. Having long intended to join the Sword Peak, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. "Your kindness humbles me, elder. If I pass, I shall honor your invitation without delay. Excellent, excellent. Then I eagerly await your performance in the final trial. Yes, Elder. With that affirmation, Elder Hua Yuan strode skyward on his sword, surveying the climbers still ascending the ladder. 3 days later, the second trial concluded. Some possessed modest talent, yet persevered with patience and grit. Others bore decent aptitude, but crumbled under pressure, abandoning the trial midway. Of the 1,000 initial aspirants, only 100 ultimately passed. Throughout those 3 days, patrolling immortals dispensed pill of abstinence to sustain the candidates' vitality and aid their progress. While waiting atop the summit, Cheng Qian relied on these pills to maintain his condition, though his palate had grown so dull it felt nearly tasteless. When the examining immortal announced a half-day rest before commencing the third trial, he drew forth spirit rice and pre-prepared meals from his storage pouch, prompting jubilant cheers from the exhausted crowd. We thank the Elder for this sustenance. My mouth waters just looking at it. These past 3 days have been sheer torment. I'm already salivating. When do we eat? Like the others, Cheng Qian joined the line as tables and chairs materialized upon the open summit. Xia Murui had reached the peak on the second day and had since fully restored her cultivation state. Over the past few days, she had repeatedly approached Cheng Qian in friendly overtures. Yet he responded with polite reserve, and she, recognizing his indifference, ceased her advances. Now she stood among the other successful candidates, laughing and conversing freely, many vying for her favor by willingly offering her portions of their spirit rice. Cheng Qian watched silently, mentally lighting a candle for those eager disciples. Sycophancy wins no abode. Brother, you're still too green. Look at him, detached from worldly attachments, wholly devoted to Tao cultivation. That is the path of the true cultivator. At this thought, a quiet smile flickered across his lips. Finishing his meal swiftly, he retreated beneath the shade of a tree to await the commencement of the third trial. Amid her light-hearted banter with fellow disciples, Xia Murui caught sight of that proud figure from the corner of her eye. Dappled shadow enveloped him entirely, a gentle breeze stirred his raven-black hair, framing his refined features, and something within her stirred, unbidden. From beginning to end, this man had carried himself unlike any ordinary cultivator. His talent, too, was exceptional. He stood leagues apart from the common throng surrounding him. She considered approaching him once more, but recalling his consistent aloofness, she quietly abandoned the notion. How then might she capture his attention, win his regard? A faint crease appeared between Xia Murui's brows as uncertainty settled over her. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual rice contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making it the finest nourishment for ordinary people. Thus, even those who only reached the summit on the third day regained their peak condition after consuming it. The examining immortal stood before the crowd and announced, "The third trial will test your moral character, your heart, and your identity." Someone asked, "Identity? What kind of identity?" The immortal waved his sleeve, and a mist coalesced into the shape of a gate beside him. He patiently explained, "This is the entrance to the third trial. Once you enter this gate, inner demons will appear. The trial will continue until its end. If you cannot escape the illusion, you will be considered eliminated. If any among you are from the demon realm, you will be trapped in the illusion forever, unable to break free until death." At these words, many faces showed unease, though some were eager to try. The examining immortal added, "This trial lasts 1 day. If after a day you still cannot overcome your inner demons and pass, you will automatically be expelled from the illusion. The trial begins now." Cheng Qian frowned, recalling the words that had appeared in the simulator, and a shiver ran through him. Stepping through the misty gate, the scene before him indeed began to transform. Yet it was not the eerie environment he had imagined. He looked around in confusion. Aside from the patch of pure land beneath his feet, everything was surrounded by layers of white clouds. Cheng Qian tentatively extended his foot and found that the pure land moved with him. He cautiously navigated through the clouds. Touching them brought no substantial sensation. They were merely a mass of gas. Suddenly, a gentle force enveloped him and sent him flying. The sky was clear, cloudless, and azure. At that moment, he felt that the heavens here were even more pristine than the sunny skies of Luoyun Kingdom. Just as Cheng Qian was lost in the sensation of flight, a whirlwind swept in, engulfing him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he gradually lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was stunned. In a sealed room with windows, a few magazines were scattered on the floor. The computer screen on the desk still glowed with fluorescent light. The entire space exuded a modern atmosphere. Cheng Qian sighed inwardly. Had he traveled back again? He pinched his cheek in disbelief, feeling the sharp pain. Though it was his former shabby rental, everything felt eerily wrong. What should have been a soft mattress had become a hard, ancient bed, causing inexplicable discomfort. As he moved around the bathroom that once had a shower, now contained a foul-smelling pit latrine. Something was off. Everything was off. As if recalling something, Cheng Qian slapped his forehead. "I almost fell for it. This isn't my home at all." "Am still in the trial." As if in response to his words, the scene before him shattered like glass layer by layer. The setting abruptly shifted with day and night alternating and mountains rising all around. He found himself in a dense forest on a mountainside. The brief excitement of breaking the inner demon was quickly replaced by dejection. He had no idea why he had been transported from real life into a novel. Every day was spent either cultivating or strengthening himself, fearing that one day the chosen one would strike him down with a single palm. Cola, fried chicken, beer, computers, phones, hot pot. These were the things he had yearned for day and night since arriving in this strange world. Yet he had no idea when he would ever leave this place. Though he had been an orphan before the transmigration, he still had a secret crush and friends who shared his tastes. He wondered how things were in reality after he entered here. Would his friends miss him? Sigh. Thinking too much is pointless. Cheng Qian shook his head, casting aside the brief melancholy. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. It seemed the elder who had overseen the trial was right. This test was meant to stir up one's deepest desires and fears. His greatest longing had been to return to the real world, which was why the room he once lived in had appeared. So the next stage would be facing his fears. With that thought, Cheng Qian stood still and cautiously scanned his surroundings. The more he thought about something, the more he feared it, and the more it came to pass. When a disheveled woman emerged from the swamp out of thin air, Cheng Qian's face turned pale. The best way to conquer fear is to face it. Cheng Qian gave a bitter smile. He had truly mastered the art of stating the obvious. Suppressing his terror, he drew the sword at his waist, assumed a posture of heroic sacrifice, and charged at the woman, shouting, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Outside, the Illusion 5 examining immortals were nibbling on melon seeds and sipping tea, occasionally switching the scenes on the water mirror to observe the disciples' performances. Suddenly, a strange cry rang out, startling them. Hua Yuan smoothed his startled beard and glanced at the water mirror, his eyes widening in disbelief. The disciple he had favored most was now wielding a long sword, attacking a horde of grotesque monsters he had never seen before. Hua Yuan fell into deep thought. What kind of chaotic things has this child encountered? As if hearing his muttering, Danfeng elder Su Lu leaned over. Isn't that the young man with a single fire spiritual root? What are those monsters before him? I've never seen them before. The other elders gathered around, initially discussing the bizarre inner demons, but upon closer inspection, they couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. What sword technique is this? Such exquisite sword intent. This must be the boy born with a sword bone. Truly fitting. Ordinary swords and mortal techniques, yet he wields them with peerless skill. Indeed, he hasn't even stepped onto the path of cultivation, yet his talent in the sword way is astonishing. It seems Hua Yuan will bring another fine seedling to the sword peak. Danfeng elder Su Lu bristled at this. What do you mean a fine seedling for the sword peak? He has a fire spiritual root. He's naturally destined for my Dan peak to refine pills. Hey, by that logic, a fire spiritual root should also come to my artifact peak for forging. I have high hopes for this child, mumbled Yin Wenshan, who was munching on melon seeds, clearly displeased. The two old men began bickering, and Hua Yuan could only rub his forehead. Enough, enough. Look at yourselves. The child hasn't even passed the trial yet. Even if he does, he must choose for himself. Why are you acting as if he's already decided to be your disciple? Su Lu and Yin Wenshan snorted, shot each other a glare, and fell silent. Old Hua, don't think I don't know what you're planning. This child is born with a sword bone. You've probably had your eye on him for a while. Did you say something to him when he reached the summit that day? Su Lu demanded coldly. Hua Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Hadn't he just given a little advance notice? This stubborn old man had sharp eyes. But as the Sword Peak elder, he had to maintain his dignity. He lifted his chin with an air of righteousness. I only told him to rest well, not to recruit him. Su Lu snorted, guilty conscience. Well, no, when the boy comes out. Stop arguing. Come look. This one might be sent by the demon realm. Someone suddenly interrupted, and their quarrel ceased. The group turned their attention to another water mirror scene. Something does seem off. Within the inner demon illusion, Cheng Qian was wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Though he had just steeled his resolve, the appearance of increasingly grotesque specters momentarily shook his composure. Moreover, those creatures seemed endless, surging forth in layers. Only after calming his mind did he manage to slay all the inner demons. True fearlessness comes only with unwavering inner conviction. This was not only the insight Cheng Qian gained within the illusion, but also presumably a lesson and reminder imparted by the heaven and earth sect to its disciples. The scene before him shifted once more. The illusory mountains dissolved into pure clouds which rippled like water and then shattered with a resounding crash. A blinding white light forced Cheng Qian to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he had returned to the entrance of the trial. The 5 celestial examiners gazed at him with benevolence and admiration. Hua Yuan was the first to approach, placing a hand on Cheng Qian's shoulder and saying joyfully, "Good child, first place again." Only those with a steadfast heart can endure the hardships and solitude of millennia of cultivation and ascend the great path to immortality. I did not misjudge you. The trials are over. Are you willing to become my disciple? Cheng Qian was overjoyed and was about to accept. Elder Su Lu of the Alchemy Peak scurried over and covered Cheng Qian's mouth, speaking ingratiatingly. Good lad, would you consider my Alchemy Peak? I am an elder of the Alchemist Hall. Your fire-attributed spiritual root is most suitable for alchemy. Moreover, alchemists hold a very high status across the Tianyuan continent and the entire cultivation world. Would you consider it? Su Lu finished, his eyes gleaming as he awaited Cheng Qian's response. A flicker of hesitation crossed Cheng Qian's face. Then Elder Yin Wenshan of the Artifact Peak hurried over. As well, child, how about considering our Artifact Peak? It also complements your spiritual root well. Moreover, the treatment at Artifact Peak is no worse than that at Alchemy Peak. Think about it. Cultivators most value magical treasures and artifacts, all of which are supplied by artifact refiners. A fine divine weapon can not only enhance combat prowess, but also save your life in times of crisis. Would you also consider our Artifact Peak? Seeing 3 elders vying for Cheng Qian, the remaining 2 could no longer stand by and stepped forward, extolling the benefits of joining their respective peaks. Hua Yuan grew anxious and immediately shielded Cheng Qian behind him, saying hastily, Hey, I extended the invitation first. Don't you know the principle of first come, first served? If that's your logic, then whoever grabs first gets the best disciple. In that case, we might as well do nothing else but guard the trial gate and snatch whoever comes out. Su Lu retorted, bristling with anger. Exactly. Yin Wenshan stepped forward, pushing Hua Yuan aside. We should still hear the child's own opinion. Move aside, you old codger. Cheng Qian felt overwhelmed, but ultimately decided to join the Sword Peak. Just as he was about to speak, a woman suddenly flew over on a sword from the sky. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 with a noble brow and eyes that shimmered like brilliant stars. Her jet black hair was tied simply with a pale purple ribbon. The wind lifted her tresses, accentuating her fair and ethereally beautiful face, making her seem like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal world. A well-tailored purple robe outlined her graceful figure, her slender waist so delicate it seemed barely a handful, while her firm long legs were tantalizingly visible beneath the skirt, an indescribable allure. Cheng Qian couldn't help but swallow, then quickly averted his gaze. Greetings, Sect Master. The 5 celestial examiners suddenly said, bowing in salute. The woman's voice carried a hint of languor as she landed before Cheng Qian like a breeze. What is your name? Reporting to the Sect Master, this disciple is Cheng Qian. He hadn't expected this seemingly young female immortal to be the Sect Master of the Heaven and Earth sect. It was said her cultivation had reached the Mahayana stage, making her one of the most powerful figures openly known in the Tianyuan continent. Fortunately, he hadn't stared at her for too long, or he might have been struck dead with a single palm. Cheng Qian, she parted her crimson lips, her voice carrying a faint trace of approval. I have heard that you performed exceptionally in this trial. To display such potential at your age is truly rare. Cheng Qian replied respectfully, you flatter me, Sect Master. The woman smiled gently, her smile like a spring breeze brushing across a lake, stirring ripples. Since you possess such talent, would you be willing to become my personal disciple? Hearing this, Cheng Qian's heart tightened, and he abruptly raised his head. He truly hadn't anticipated such an unexpected turn. The simulator had never mentioned this scenario. What should he do now? He couldn't just simulate on the spot to see what would happen if he became the Sect Master's disciple, could he? Seeing him frozen, Hua Yuan thought Cheng Qian was overwhelmed by the immense surprise and quickly hurried over to him. You brat, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and accept. Oh. Cheng Qian was still somewhat dazed. Hua Yuan continued, the Heaven and Earth sect has always valued strength above all. The Sect Master is one of the foremost experts in the current cultivation world. Becoming her disciple means limitless future achievements. Say yes quickly. Unexpectedly, Hua Yuan, who had just been fiercely contending with the other elders, was now urging him for his own good. Cheng Qian looked at him with some difficulty, as if to say, didn't we agree to become master and disciple? How could you just sell me out like this? Hua Yuan patted Cheng Qian's shoulder cheerfully. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Disciples yearning to join the Sect Master are as numerous as carp crossing a river, yet she hasn't taken any in 50 years. Since she has taken a liking to you today, this is your fortune. He paused to explain further. Moreover, the Sect Master is proficient in swordsmanship, talismans, artifact refinement, and alchemy alike. She is far better than following us old fogies. The other elders also chimed in with smiles. Yes, young Cheng, quickly become her disciple. This opportunity won't come again. The Sect Master is kind-hearted, so you needn't worry too much. With them having said so much, it would be ungrateful for Cheng Qian to hesitate further. So he nodded and said, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Very well. Come with me. The Sect Master was evidently pleased. With a wave of her hand, a stream of air wrapped around Cheng Qian, and together they flew toward the main peak of the heaven and earth sect. Watching their receding figures, the elders sighed softly, "Ah, fine seedling, and lucky too to be accepted as the sect master's personal disciple. Today this lad has truly leaped over the dragon's gate. Excellent, excellent. What a pity, I've lost another good disciple." "Oh, exactly. Cheng Qian should have been my personal disciple. If you hadn't meddled, the sect master wouldn't have snatched him away." Hua Yuan fumed, trembling with anger. Su Lu was displeased. "Maybe Cheng Qian wanted to join my alchemy peak. If it's all your fault, whose fault is it? If anyone's to blame, it's old Zhang. He always loves to cause trouble. What does a beast-taming peak need with a fire-attributed spiritual root disciple? He's just making a mess. How dare you blame me, you old fool? You were the one who started snatching disciples, and I just joined in the fun. Now you're pointing fingers at me." These elders who could annihilate a small sect with a lift of their feet on ordinary days were now shoving each other like mischievous children. Meanwhile, Cheng Qian, already taken to the main peak by the sect master, knew nothing of this. At the main peak of the Tiandi sect, Cheng Qian felt a sense of unreality as he descended from the sky, only reacting when a woman gently called his name. "Cheng Qian, follow me." "Yes, master." The woman's graceful figure and enchanting demeanor caused Cheng Qian's heart to race, and he quickly averted his gaze, obediently lowering his head as he followed her into a grand hall. The sect master, who had seen Cheng Qian's actions with divine sense, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he was not a lecherous person. Her judgment was indeed as astute as ever. Entering the hall, the woman sat gracefully at the head and spoke, "My surname is Lu, and my name is Ziyuan. From this moment on, I shall be your master." Cheng Qian was about to kneel to pay his respects, but a gentle force halted his movement. Lu Ziyuan chuckled lightly. "There's no need to be so formal. Here intention is more important than formality." Hearing this, Cheng Qian felt a warmth in his heart, instantly increasing his affection for his new master. He stood up and bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple Cheng Qian, I wish to follow master and diligently improve my cultivation, living up to your kindness. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Only with perseverance can one reach the other shore. From now on, I will do my utmost to impart all knowledge to you. And you must always remember why you cultivate and what you seek. Do not lose sight of your true heart." Lu Ziyuan said, her tone turning serious and earnest at the end. "Yes, disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, master. I have 5 other direct disciples, but they are currently out training. I will introduce them to you when they return." Lu Ziyuan smiled slightly, flicking her wrist, and a storage ring glimmering with a faint light appeared at her fingertips. "You possess a fire spiritual root along with a natural sword bone. In this ring, I have prepared all the techniques and resources for your cultivation up to the golden core stage," she said slowly, gently presenting the storage ring to Cheng Qian. "Techniques, spirit stones, pills, and even the experiences of previous cultivators are all included. They will become your support on the path of cultivation." Cheng Qian accepted the storage ring with gratitude. "Wow, look at this master, so generous." Although Hua Yuan treated him well in the simulator, it was well known that sword cultivators were the poorest. The resources provided certainly could not compare to those of a sect leader, but it was the best that a master could offer. Indeed, the Tiandi sect was not mistaken in its choice. From top to bottom, there was not a single villainous character like those found in novels. Each one treated him exceptionally well. Oh, except for that outer-sect disciple who had wanted his life before. Thinking of this, Cheng Qian felt a sense of belonging for the first time in this other world. Seeing the satisfaction on his face, Lu Ziyuan felt at ease and said softly, "Come, let me choose a cave for you." "Yes, master." On the way, Lu Ziyuan introduced Cheng Qian to the general situation of the sect. With him as a newly initiated disciple, the Tiandi sect now had approximately 170 members, making it a genuinely super sect. Lu Ziyuan's voice flowed like a clear spring in the mountains, guiding Cheng Qian into a brand new world. The Tiandi sect has stood atop the Tianyuan continent for thousands of years with the aim of embracing all things and pursuing the supreme Tao. Her words brimmed with pride. "Our sect is not only powerful, but also has made remarkable achievements in the 5 major fields of alchemy, magical artifacts, beast-taming, sword techniques, and talismans. The 5 peak masters are those few you just met. They each excel in their own right and support each other, serving as the pillars of the sect." Cheng Qian listened quietly, occasionally responding with an agreement or two. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ziyuan brought him to the foot of a mountain. "Do you see these caves? You can choose any one from the bottom row, and it will be your cave from now on." Cheng Qian had already learned that this peak was called Qingxi Peak, a sacred place for the direct disciples of the Tiandi sect. Looking up from below, the mountain rose in layers with natural or artificially carved caves. The outer layer glowed with a visible blue light, indicating that someone was already residing there. Lu Ziyuan pointed to the ground. "There is a top-grade spiritual vein underground, So the closer you are to the surface, the more concentrated the spiritual energy. However, only my disciples are allowed to reside in this row of caves. TSK. Cheng Qian sighed lightly. Oh, as expected of a super sect, they were indeed wealthy. Moreover, had he not been accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master, he probably would not enjoy such treatment. Cheng Qian carefully selected and ultimately chose an unoccupied cave at the corner. It was adjacent to a waterfall with water splashing onto the lush green grass around its sunlight, dappling through resembling a fairyland. Master, I like this one. Lu Ziyuan admired his choice and then handed him a book of techniques and a token saying this is your identity token. You can enter and exit the sect freely after blood recognition. Since you have not yet drawn Qi into your body, you cannot use the storage ring yet. First read this entry-level manual, and once you cultivate your divine sense, you will be able to use the items in the storage ring. On the Tianyuan continent, drawing Qi into the body merely opens the door to cultivation. To step over this threshold, one must at least possess the strength of the third layer of Qi refinement, as at this stage the cultivator would have divine sense. Cheng Qian had read about the basic concepts in the books at Xiantian Gate and had no doubts about this. Lu Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. Reaching the master realm at your age must mean you have encountered numerous fortuitous events. I won't elaborate further, just focus on your cultivation. If you have any questions, just seek me at the main peak. Cheng Qian replied, yes, master. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a flash before his eyes. Lu Ziyuan had already departed with the wind, her ethereal form reminiscent of change, flying to the moon, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. Watching her disappear, Cheng Qian stepped into the cave he had chosen. From the outside, the entrance was small, but he did not expect it to be vast inside. Inside, it was about 10 zhang in height and depth, overall rectangular, and the spiritual energy was dense. Even though he had not yet drawn Qi into his body, every cell in his body seemed to greedily breathe in the pure air. A bright pearl was embedded in the ceiling, not glaring, allowing a clear view of the cave's interior. At the far end, there was a wooden bed and a simple table and chair. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Although he currently had few belongings, it could still be considered a home. Cheng Qian's previously unsettled heart finally found a place to belong. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if recalling something. He gently cut his finger with a sword to activate the token. Suddenly, countless sect edicts and rules appeared in his mind. After digesting them, he returned to the cave entrance and inserted the token into a groove. A blue light enveloped the cave entrance like a barrier. Finally, I have a place to call my own. I didn't expect this small blue light to be able to block a cultivator's divine sense along with simple functions of attack and defense. Retrieving the token, Cheng Qian clapped in satisfaction. Next, I'll draw Qi into my body and properly arrange this cave. After saying this, he walked toward the bed, opened the book given by Lu Ziyuan, and began to read carefully. Having perused the entire tome, Cheng Qian felt a surge of relief. The method of Qi induction bore a striking resemblance to the unblocking of the conception and governing vessels. Although one involves absorbing external spiritual energy, and the other uses internal force to break through, they both lead to the same destination. Both treat the body as a furnace and the world's spiritual energy as fuel, activating the meridians, invigorating blood, and Qi harmonizing the 5 viscera and circulating through the 6 bowels, ultimately converging at the dantian. With internal force already present in his dantian and his meridians unblocked, Cheng Qian only needed to capture external spiritual energy, merge it into his dantian, and allow it to blend with his internal force to complete the Qi induction method. The process of Qi refining involved filling the dantian with spiritual energy. What Cheng Qian needed to do was use external spiritual energy to convert his internal force into spiritual energy, a more advanced form. Having grasped this, Cheng Qian eagerly began cultivating according to the opening principles of the Xianxian art. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind into his dantian, then used his perception to capture the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through breathing and exhalation, he sensed every subtle change within his body. In a short time, cultivating a sense of Qi was nearly impossible for an ordinary person. The most difficult step in the path of immortality was the very beginning. However, gifted with a special physique and a single spiritual root, Cheng Qian's mind quickly sank into deep concentration. With his essence, energy, and spirit in absolute unity, the external spiritual energy, like countless tiny water droplets, gradually merged into his body through his skin pores and 7 orifices with every breath he took. 3 hours later, Cheng Qian slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing and vanishing deep within his pupils. He could feel a faint yet exceptionally pure stream of spiritual energy slowly circulating within his dantian. This was the fruit of his first successful capture and absorption of external spiritual energy, fused with his own internal force. Rising to his feet, Cheng Qian let out a gentle sigh, feeling an immense comfort throughout his body, as if every cell had been cleansed and brimmed with vitality. He walked slowly within the cave dwelling. Each step was accompanied by a subtle fluctuation of the spiritual energy within his body, creating a delicate resonance with the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment. So this is the feeling of qi induction. Cheng Qian mused inwardly, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He could sense that a qualitative transformation was occurring within his body. It was no longer a mere physical form, but was beginning to merge with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, becoming a more complex and exquisite energy system. Even without meditating, spiritual energy was now slowly flowing into his dantian. Such was the marvel of a single spiritual root. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qian sat on a chair and called out softly, "Begin simulation." Simulation started generating random talents. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the green talent fish entering water." Fish entering water, you are born like a fish, able to roam freely in water. They call you the white streak in the waves, and you can even breathe briefly underwater. Quite extraordinary. Oh, brief underwater breathing, I wonder how long it lasts. Cheng Qian raised an eyebrow. Let's see what different experiences await me as the sect leader's disciple this time. In the first month, aided by the supreme grade spirit vein, the sun moon bottle, and your talent, your cultivation in the cave dwelling progressed by leaps and bounds. Your internal force was quickly converted entirely into more potent spiritual energy, and you reached the third layer of qi refining. The first thing you did upon cultivating your divine sense was to open the storage ring given by your master. It contained many treasures, and you were overjoyed. In the second month, you diligently cultivated, occasionally practicing the sword arts bestowed by your master. Moreover, in the cultivation insights your master gave you, there were mentions of how to compress spiritual energy and how to cultivate the Heaventier Foundation establishment method. Filling your dantian with compressed spiritual energy was an extremely arduous task. This time you aimed for a perfect result from the start, so you were not hasty, gradually compressing and purifying the spiritual energy. In the second year, you reached the great perfection stage of qi refining, and the spiritual energy within your body had been compressed to a certain level. After leaving the cave dwelling, your master, sensing your aura, came directly before you. She deemed you an unparalleled prodigy with an unprecedented cultivation speed and believed you had already opened the door to Heaventier Foundation establishment. She gave you many more magical artifacts and told you to take them and go on a training journey, striving to convert the spiritual energy within your body into an attribute matching your spiritual root. You gladly accepted, stating that this was exactly your intention. However, you omitted one detail: you also needed to convert your sword intent at the same time, lest you repeat your past mistakes. Before you left, your master told you that she would personally refine the Heaventier Foundation establishment pill for you, so you need not worry, just focus on your training. In the third year, you converted all the spiritual energy within your body into fire-attributed spiritual energy. In the sixth year, you fully integrated your sword intent into your being. The spiritual energy in your dantian had reached its optimal state, and you were ready to prepare for foundation establishment. However, you did not wish to return just yet. With your talent, you wanted to go to the ice pool of the former Bo Kingdom to seize Xiaofan's opportunity. You boarded the teleportation array to Bo Kingdom and arrived at your destination in the blink of an eye. Though you couldn't fly on a sword yet, your lightness skill had reached its pinnacle, making you faster than any steed. In just half a month, you arrived near the ice pool. After making thorough preparations, you leaped straight into the water. The bone-piercingly cold pool water engulfed you. Even with your talent at work, the sensation was unbearable until you circulated your spiritual energy, which brought some relief. The deeper you went, the darker the ice pool became, and the immense pressure gradually became too much to bear. You strained to circulate your spiritual energy, forcing yourself to endure the discomfort and continue diving. Several foot-long white fish swam leisurely past you, but you paid them no heed. Diving resolutely over 30 zhang, everything around you turned pitch black. Only the faint glow of drifting algae allowed you to barely make out your surroundings. Not a single fish was in sight now. After diving another 20-odd zhang, you felt your breath running out, and the pressure on your body reached its limit. Just as you were about to turn back, a depression caught your eye. Its shape resembled a door. Overjoyed, you quickly swam over. However, as you approached that door, the underwater pressure suddenly surged. Darkness engulfed your vision, blood flowed from your 5 orifices, and the spiritual energy within your body nearly dispersed. Just as your consciousness was about to fade, your fingers touched the door. Then your will was shattered and you fell unconscious. Cheng Qian, no way is the bottom of this ice pool this terrifying. It seems this talent alone isn't enough to move freely underwater. Fortunately, the cultivation techniques given by my master mentioned that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage 1 can activate a sort of protective barrier in different environments. This barrier allows unimpeded movement through wind, fire, snow, and water, but it only lasts about half an hour. This special method of releasing spiritual energy externally extends in duration as one's cultivation deepens. Furthermore, there are magical artifacts and elixirs in the cultivation world that serve a similar purpose. So this time the choice doesn't necessarily have to be a talent. Cultivation level might be his primary goal. With this in mind, Changqian continued to gaze at the simulator. Having narrowly escaped death, you couldn't help but marvel at your fortune, and you began to explore this mysterious cavern. Yet after an exhaustive search that yielded nothing of value, you started to doubt your own memory. But upon closer inspection, you discovered that someone had already beaten you to it, leaving behind traces, and presumably the treasures within had already been taken. You cursed your bad luck, knowing that the only other person who could have found this place was Xiao Fan, the chosen one. Cheng Qian slapped his thigh and spat. Damn it, so my opportunity is cut off, is it? It seemed that coming here in the 6th year was already too late. He should first improve his cultivation and then retrieve the items here. That would be the most perfect choice. Since the items were already gone, you had no desire to linger. After restoring your state to its peak, you left the stone cavern. As you left the frozen pool, you thought again, with such a talent, why not use it? In 12 years, there would still be many secret treasures and spirit stones in the underwater palace. Xiao Fan certainly hasn't obtained them, yet so why not take them in advance? Having made your decision, you returned to the kingdom of Luoyun and went to the largest trading market, purchasing countless underwater usable pills and magical artifacts. After thorough preparation, you followed your memories to the vicinity of the kingdom of Ningxue. But without an exact location, you had to fully equip yourself and dive directly into the sea. A month passed, and all the underwater usable pills were exhausted, yet you still had no clue. You went to the kingdom of Ningxue again to buy a large batch of pills and descended into the sea once more. 2 months later, with only a few underwater usable magical artifacts left on you, you still had found nothing. You began to feel disheartened. Cheng Qian felt somewhat frustrated. I should have read the novel a few more times back then. Now I don't even know the exact location. Searching for a needle in the sea. How much effort will this take? He let out a soft sigh and continued to look at the simulator. You made a firm decision: search for 1 more month. If you still couldn't find it, you would return to the sect, first advance to the foundation establishment stage, and then come back to look. After selling a large number of items given by your master from your storage ring, you purchased another batch of pills. This time you entered the water from a different town. 7 days later, when you had no idea which direction of the sea surface you were under, you suddenly felt a palpitation and reacted swiftly. However, a dark shadow struck, and you completely lost consciousness. You died. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following options as a reward. First, fish entering water green. Second, the cultivation base of the great perfection of the chi refining stage, spiritual power, already compressed, containing sword intent and fire attribute. Third, all the spell experience of the great perfection of the chi refining stage. Seeing the options, Cheng Qian had already decided to choose the cultivation base, but he had only just joined the sect a day ago. Without any means to conceal his cultivation, reaching the great perfection of chi refining in a single day would likely make even his master think he was some reincarnated powerhouse or a victim of possession. He might end up gaining nothing but trouble instead of benefits. Suppressing the urge to claim the reward immediately, Cheng Qian planned to first go to the kingdom of Luoyun to buy some sundries and arrange his cave dwelling. Then he would find an excuse to claim the cultivation base outside, allowing him to first go to the frozen pool and obtain that technique for concealing cultivation. That way he would not have to worry about any accidents. With a plan in mind, Cheng Qian left the sect with great enthusiasm and headed for the market in the kingdom of Luoyun. Lu Ziyuan, who was idly reading a storybook on her bed, sensed with her divine sense that her newly accepted beloved disciple had left the cave dwelling. He's already drawn in chi. Pretty fast. I wonder where the lad is going. She sat up and comforted herself. I'm not a voyeur. I'm just curious about what my newly admitted little disciple is doing. If there's any danger, I can protect him. Yes, that's right, that's it. She put the storybook back into her storage ring, cast a concealment spell, and with a flicker of movement followed him. At the market of the kingdom of Lian, Cheng Qian was happily haggling with the shop owners, completely unaware that someone was behind him. After buying brand new furniture, bedding, and a series of daily necessities, Cheng Qian clapped his hands and paid with satisfaction. Since he couldn't use his storage ring, he went to the market to buy a low-level storage pouch that could be activated with spiritual energy, used it to store the sundries, and then returned to the sect with delight. Lu Ziyuan, who had been watching her little disciple happily shopping the whole way, was speechless. I've spent most of the day watching my little disciple shop. This guy really am bored. Feeling that her behavior was indeed strange, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, shook her head, and in the blink of an eye returned to the sect, losing all interest in spying. Back at the sect after eating, Cheng Qian returned to his cave dwelling and began a thorough cleaning. He cleaned his little nest spotlessly, then neatly arranged the furniture and daily items. After a night of hard work, his cave dwelling began to take shape, finally looking like a home. Although the walls of the cave were still rough, the items were insufficient, and it lacked some decorative flowers and plants to make the little home cozier. What he saw was the best he could achieve today. As the seeds in the herb garden radiated vitality and sprouted tiny green shoots, the entire cave dwelling took on a renewed appearance. Cheng Qian gazed with delight at the humble abode he had built with his own hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then left the cave and headed straight for the sect's scripture library. The scripture library of the Heaven and Earth sect stood on a small hill to the right of the main peak. 7 stories tall, it loomed high, and as one drew near, the fluctuations of the formation surrounding it could be felt. It was said that a formidable guardian was hidden on the top floor, but the specifics were beyond Cheng Qian's knowledge at the moment. Stepping into the library, an elderly steward sat before the registration desk, his voice resonant as he asked, "Who goes there?" Cheng Qian respectfully presented his token. The old man, initially indifferent, showed a flicker of surprise upon seeing it. After verifying it several times, he asked in astonishment, "Has the sect master taken on another disciple?" "Yes, disciple has just joined a few days ago," Cheng Qian replied. The old man nodded, returned the token, and gestured toward the library. "As a direct disciple, you may enter all floors except the 7th. The books on the first 3 floors cover all cultivation techniques from qi refining to golden core, along with alchemy, artifact refining, and various other materials. The 4th to 6th floors house techniques for nascent soul and above. You may browse freely, but no books may leave the library. I see you are only at the first layer of qi refining, unable to use your divine sense. Begin your study on the 1st floor. Once you reach the 3rd layer of qi refining, you can read jade slips with your divine sense. Then techniques and materials can be registered and copied here for convenient cultivation." The old man rambled on, explaining the library's rules to Cheng Qian, who expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, steward. May I ask if there are techniques for breathing underwater?" The steward pointed to a direction. "On the southwest corner, the 2nd shelf from the left 3rd row, you'll find techniques for adapting to various environments. See if any suit your needs." "Thank you, steward." Cheng Qian hurriedly responded and headed that way. Wasting no time, he reached the target area and began reading the relevant techniques. 3 days later, he had committed to memory all underwater breathing techniques applicable from qi refining to foundation establishment. Leaving the library, he returned to his cave to tend to his small herb garden before departing the sect. Taking a spirit stone from the simulator space, he went to a money house in the Falling Cloud Kingdom to exchange it for high, medium, and low-grade currency, then stepped onto the teleportation array bound for the Azure Tur Kingdom. The sect had a teleportation array that direct disciples could use for free, but he wished to conceal his whereabouts. A flash of light and a wave of dizziness later, he opened his eyes to find himself in blazing Heaven City. Stretching his limbs, he quickly left the teleportation array area and sprinted 100 li into the outskirts, finding a stone cave in a mountain range before turning his attention to the simulator. Claim the cultivation base of qi refining perfection. As the words fell, countless streams of spiritual energy surged into his body, starting as mere sparks before growing denser, merging with his original internal energy. Cheng Qian's cultivation level rose steadily. 2nd layer of qi refining. 5th layer of qi refining. When the spiritual energy in his dantian condensed from vapor to liquid, pooling like a clear spring, his realm reached qi refining perfection. Throughout this process, his muscles, bones, blood, and meridians were purified and strengthened by the spiritual energy. Every cell seemed reborn, his body brimming with power. Letting out a long breath, Cheng Qian opened his eyes abruptly, a foul odor emanating from his body, a benefit of marrow cleansing. The spiritual energy's flush expelled impurities through his pores. Enduring the stench, he recalled the techniques for manipulating divine sense from the manuals. Calming his mind, he began to cautiously explore his own body. The next moment, his physical form seemed transparent in his mind's eye. With a mere thought, he could observe his internal organs, consciousness, si, and dantian. Interesting. Opening his eyes again, he used his divine sense to access the storage ring given by his master. A single glance stunned him with his master's generosity. Though he had braced himself, his master's lavishness exceeded expectations. 200 top-grade spirit stones, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, 2 robes capable of withstanding a nascent soul attack, and 1 blue-grade longsword. Not to mention various pills and talismans usable below the golden core stage. Essentially, every type he could imagine was present. Using his divine sense, he took out the complete jade slip of the mystic immortal art and pressed it to his forehead. The entire technique flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. The surrounding spiritual energy stirred without wind, forming ripples around Cheng Qian before surging into his body, adding new droplets to his dantian. After a moment, having digested the technique, he took out the purple sun sword art to study. With only his cultivation but no corresponding skills, he intended to absorb all his master's techniques before heading to the ice pool. A quarter-hour later, digestion complete. Cheng Qian rose, removed his soiled clothes, and cast a cleansing spell. The grime on his skin vanished instantly. Hee fun. Cheng Qian admired his robust body, several shades paler now, and couldn't help but marvel. What a perfect physique. I'm almost falling in love with myself, ha. After a moment of vanity, he donned the robe his master had given him. Putting away his old clothes, he left the cave. Blinking as sunlight struck his eyes, he took a moment to adapt, savoring the changes brought by the qi refining perfection realm. His vision stretched farther, his hearing grew keener, and all 5 senses intensified. Applying his cultivation knowledge, he extended his divine sense, and the entire world became clear and transparent in his perception. Though his divine sense could only reach 10 meters around him, every blade of grass and tree was vividly visible, a wondrous sensation that filled him with joy. This was the marvel of a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Withdrawing his divine sense, Cheng Qian gazed at the beautiful scenery before him and burst into hearty laughter. In the open mountain range, he took out the magical artifact from his master. The purple sun sword art's heart method silently cycled in his mind as his sword forms gradually took shape through practice. 3 hours later, with the dual buffs of innate sword bone and exceptional comprehension, the sword art was successfully initiated. Sheathing his blade, he consumed a hunger-suppressing pill and returned to the cave. This time he aimed to advance directly to foundation establishment, ensuring greater confidence when facing the ice pool's unexpected dangers. Another idea lingered in his mind. During a prior simulation, he had ventured into the Azure Tor Kingdom's forbidden zone. From the materials borrowed at the Mystic Heaven sect, he had identified the beast he encountered there, a crimson flame-like tiger, and learned its cultivation rank. The so-called forbidden zone was only off-limits to ordinary people. It was actually a training ground under the Mystic Heaven sect's jurisdiction. The highest-ranked beast, there was a first-tier blood crimson tiger roughly equivalent to a qi refining perfection cultivator in strength. After retrieving the technique from beneath the ice pool, he planned to confront that beast and test his true combat prowess. With a rough plan sketched in his mind, Cheng Qian eagerly murmured, "Begin simulation." Simulation begins generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the purple talent Starlight Guidance. Starlight Guidance, since childhood you possess a unique ability to navigate by the power of the stars at night, enabling you to find many treasures or secret places. Damn, Cheng Qian slapped his thigh. This was yet another deviation from his plan. He had originally intended to use the simulator to directly advance to the foundation establishment stage, allowing him to fly on a sword and head straight to the ice pool to retrieve the cultivation method. Then he would eliminate the Crimson Blood Tiger and avenge his past defeat. Yet now a purple talent had appeared specifically for treasure hunting. Forget it, a minor issue. Cheng Qian looked at the simulator panel. Since he had been unable to claim his cultivation base in the sect previously, he had saved up another simulation opportunity. He'll acquire this purple talent first, then advance to foundation establishment. With that thought, he turned his gaze to the simulator panel. Half a month later, you arrive near the ice pool. After consuming the protective pill given by your master, you dive straight underwater. You deliberately waited until nightfall to dive. As expected, the talent activates, and you follow the faint starlight swimming in a certain direction. After descending to a point where you can no longer see, the starlight gradually fades away. However, you have a premonition that the door is not far off. So this talent only works at night and disappears in places where starlight cannot reach. Reading the text on the simulator, Cheng Qian summarized the talent's characteristics. Still, it was quite powerful, making this simulation much faster than the last. Upon seeing the door again, you are once again overwhelmed by its immense pressure, causing blood to seep from your 7 orifices before you lose consciousness. When you awaken, the stone chamber shows no signs of intrusion. On a stone platform directly ahead rests an ancient, unadorned small box. You carefully open the box. Inside lies a cultivation method, the very one capable of concealing the heaven's secrets and altering one's own cultivation level at will, the formless heaven concealment art. This is an ancient and profound technique, its core embodying the 2 great principles of formlessness and heaven concealment. Formlessness means the practitioner can freely alter the manifestation of their cultivation level, whether raising or lowering it all, with a single thought, preventing enemies from accurately gauging their true strength. Heaven concealment involves merging one's own aura with the natural world, achieving the effects of hiding one's tracks and obscuring the heaven's secrets. Turning to the first page, dense runes dance before your eyes like vivid spirits, each character imbued with profound principles. You take a deep breath and begin to study this mysterious art. 10 days later, you have fully comprehended the technique and cultivated it to the entry level. With a thought, you adjust your cultivation aura to the third layer of chi refining. Then with another adjustment, you project the aura of a perfected foundation establishment stage. This is the highest level you can currently simulate. This technique only allows you to manifest an aura one major realm higher than your true strength. Seeing this, Cheng Qian pondered silently. It's somewhat useless. Without the corresponding true power, having the imposing aura alone does nothing. If he encountered a reckless fool unafraid of death who directly attacked him, it would be like weaving a net for his own entrapment. However, in some situations, using this technique to intimidate petty scoundrels might yield surprising results. After packing up, you leave the stone chamber. 10 more days pass as you arrive at the forbidden zone of Bo Kingdom, the Nether Valley. During these 10 days of travel, you use your talent skill to collect many rare herbs. However, the northern wasteland is indeed desolate. Apart from some unharvested medicinal herbs, there is nothing else of value. What was once a forbidden zone has become your personal garden. Your strength far exceeds that of an average perfected chi refining cultivator, so you encounter no major obstacles along the way, proceeding straight to the depths of the valley. In a rocky cave, you indeed encounter the Crimson Blood Tiger. After a fierce battle, you successfully slay it with your sword. Seeing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Serves you right for biting me before. I've finally avenged that bite, humph. In the tiger's lair, you unexpectedly discover a red egg. You sense it is no ordinary object, but no matter whether you probe it with divine sense or drip blood onto it, there is no reaction. Moreover, it cannot be stored in your storage ring, so you have to carry it on your back. Oh, Cheng Qian was startled. So there was an unexpected gain. Could it be an egg laid by that tiger? No, tigers don't lay eggs. No use overthinking. Let's see what happens next. For months later, using your talent, you have searched the entire Bo Kingdom, finding 5 lost storage pouches, countless rare herbs, and 11 types of refining materials. Concluding that there are no more treasures, you leave Bo Kingdom and return to the sect, preparing to break through before searching for the location of the underwater palace. In the 7th month, you have perfected your sword technique. Sensing the time is right, you head to your master's palace. Seeing that you have cultivated to such a level, she is greatly amazed. She remarks that even without her guidance, you are merely a step away from advancing to the heavenly grade Dao platform. Your master asks you to wait for her for a month as she intends to refine a heavenly grade foundation establishment pill. Leaving your master's residence, you go to the scripture library, planning to learn a few more offensive and defensive techniques. In the 8th month, you study techniques such as the fireball art and golden light mantra. Your master successfully emerges from seclusion and summons you to the main hall, bestowing upon you the heavenly grade foundation establishment pill. She personally guards you as you consume the pill and begin foundation establishment. After 7 days and 7 nights, you successfully condense the heavenly grade Dao platform. Your master is overjoyed and takes you to the sword graveyard. During the selection process, you deliberately wait for a long time until nightfall when the talent activates. Throughout the day, many swords swirl around you, all eager to acknowledge you as their master, but you remain utterly unmoved. Following the starlight, you venture deep into the sword graveyard. Around you are countless divine weapons gleaming with cold, sharp light. Sensing your extraordinary nature, they emit low humming sounds. Starlight filters through the high stone ceiling, falling upon a lone long sword standing in the corner. The sword's body radiates an ethereal blue glow like deep-sea ice. Its aura is restrained yet powerful. The surrounding sword energy is drawn to it, forming a natural barrier. You slowly approach it, and an unprecedented sword intent surges forth from it, a majesty that transcends all things. Reaching out, you gently touch the hilt. In that moment, time seems to freeze. The sword vibrates slightly, and a brilliant sword light shoots from its tip straight into your dantian. Your innate sword bone talent alone seems insufficient to earn its recognition. The fierce and sharp sword energy tears through your dantian. Before your horrified gaze, it shreds your physical body. You have died. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following rewards from this simulation. 1-star guidance purple. 2, the formless celestial concealment art. 3, a red egg. 4 lost storage pouches, X5, countless rare herbs, 11 types of refining materials. 5, 8 months of spellcasting experience. His gaze swept over the options, and Cheng Qian quickly made his decision. I choose 1. A flash of purple light passed, and in the unseen realm something began to shift from this moment onward. It was not yet nightfall, so Cheng Qian could not test this talent. Instead, he fell into deep thought as he stared at the final lines of the simulator's text. That sword is likely no ordinary object. Yet even with his innate sword bone, he could not make it submit. Open the status panel. He wanted to see exactly where the problem lay. Cultivation Simulator. Host Cheng Qian. Talents: exceptional comprehension, purple; flora, manipulation, green; blazing sun, sacred body, orange; keen observation, green; innate, sword bone, red; star guidance, purple. Items: sun, moon, vial, orange; quality, heaven, earth; token, red; quality 276, top grade, spirit stones. Simulations: remaining 1, next update in 6 days. The items given by his master were still in his storage ring and not stored in the simulator, so they were not counted. He had already acquired 6 talents, among which only the blazing sun sacred body was orange, and the innate sword bone was red, 1 tier below the sacred body. Recalling how the cultivation of the sacred body and the blazing sun sacred body had merged due to their overlapping nature, birthing a fire-attributed single spiritual root, Cheng Qian's heart stirred. Could it be that some sword-related physique talent hasn't been unlocked, yet preventing me from making that sword submit? He felt he had vaguely touched the truth, but could not yet confirm it, so he could only sigh. Never mind, there's still time. He'll accumulate more simulation attempts before retrieving that sword. After pondering his plan once more, Cheng Qian steadied himself. Begin simulation. Simulation starting, generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the white talent resilient physique. Resilient physique: your body can withstand more damage than an ordinary person, making cultivation less prone to injury. Half a month later, you arrived near the ice pool and successfully retrieved the formless celestial concealment art. In the 2nd month, you achieved initial mastery of the formless celestial concealment art, then went to the Nether Valley, killed the Crimson Blood Tiger, and obtained a red egg. In the 3rd month, you returned to the sect to learn combat techniques suitable for the Qi refining great perfection stage. In the 8th month, with your master's help, you successfully condensed a heaven-tier Dao platform. As usual, your master took you to the sword graveyard. This time, instead of heading toward that divine sword, you sensed around and chose another blade. After making your choice, you went to the Cliff of Broken Heart. Your master imparted some techniques for refining sword intent, then gracefully departed. In the 4th year, you left the Cliff of Broken Heart. Your cultivation had reached the foundation establishment great perfection stage, and your lifebound sword had fully merged with you. After reporting to your master, you received information on golden core cultivation. You headed to the scripture repository, once more intending to learn more combat techniques and arts. In the 5th year, feeling fully prepared, you arrived near the Ning Water Kingdom. With the star guidance talent, you finally located the approximate position of the underwater palace after a month. Having made thorough preparations, you knew that many ferocious, bloodthirsty demon beasts lurked beneath the sea. The deeper the waters, the more formidable the beasts became. After some hesitation, you decided to dive into the sea, planning to find the palace's location first. After all, opportunity walks hand in hand with danger. Without a shred of adventurous spirit, how could one cultivate immortality? With this thought, you plunged straight into the sea, following the star's guidance as you gradually swam into the depths. The deeper you went, the greater the pressure on your body, but fortunately you could bear it. Along the way, you encountered many second-tier demon beasts. After a series of battles, you successfully disposed of them, but the scent of blood attracted a greater crisis. A 4th-tier demon beast with strength comparable to a nascent soul cultivator fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon you. Knowing you were outmatched, you used every magical artifact and escape technique at your disposal. After a 3-day, 3-night chase, you finally shook off the beast. Cheng Qian. Good heavens, a demon beast on par with nascent soul. His strength was still far from sufficient. After being pursued by the beast, you realized you had strayed off course. You had to slowly search for the underwater palace's exact location again, guided by your talent. 3 more days passed when a palace suddenly appeared before your eyes. Beneath its magnificent and imposing exterior, you felt an unusual chill. Clutching your magical artifacts and lifebound sword, you cautiously approached the palace gate. Just as you were about to step into the palace, the ground shook violently. From the palace's shadow, a gigantic tentacle shot out, lunging straight at you. You have died. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following rewards from this simulation. 1. Resilient physique, white. 2. Foundation establishment, great perfection cultivation, including the merged lifebound sword and sword intent insights. 3. All spell experience learned at the foundation establishment, great perfection realm. For the formless celestial concealment art. 5. A red egg. Damn it. Cheng Qian cursed as he saw the options. Was the simulator doing this on purpose? He had originally planned to directly choose the foundation establishment cultivation this time, but it showed that he had already merged with that randomly chosen lifebound sword. A cultivator could only merge with one lifebound artifact within their body. This principle he knew well. If he claimed it now, that sharp sword in the sword graveyard would naturally be beyond his reach. Cheng Qian felt reluctant, but after some thought, as long as the simulator existed, cultivation level was not a real problem for him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Choose 3. What he lacked now were combat techniques and spells. As for the other 2 items, he was right. In Bo Kingdom, a trip there was all it took. There was no need to waste precious simulation options. As his words fell, countless techniques entered his mind in sequence. Sword flight art, a nifty trick for Foundation establishment cultivators to fly on swords, beyond that it could be used to wield flying swords in battle. Fireball art, a powerful single-target flame attack with extreme heat and destructive force. Golden light mantra, a shield formed by condensing the world's elemental forces with oneself as the center. Primordial spirit art, enhancing mental strength and improving the perception and control of divine sense. Countless spells already mastered at the Foundation establishment realm, along with their insights and experience, were all absorbed by Cheng Qian. Opening his eyes again, Cheng Qian looked at his palm. Then with a thought, he circulated his spiritual energy. Half an inch above his palm, a small fireball burst into existence with a puff. The searing heat nearly singed his eyebrows off, and he quickly leaned back. Have fun. As time passed, Cheng Qian had grown quite adept at playing with the fireball in his palm, able to enlarge or shrink it, raise or lower it, and move it far or near at will. With another flicker of his mind, the fireball vanished without a trace, leaving only the scorching heat around him to remind him that what had just happened was no illusion. A thought stirred within him, and a layer of light radiance surfaced around his body, enveloping Cheng Qian entirely in a golden glow. This is the golden light incantation. Cheng Qian nodded in satisfaction, then withdrew the technique. Although due to his current cultivation level, these spells could only exert power equivalent to the great perfection of the Qi refining stage. He possessed a heavenly-grade Dao platform, granting him over 3 times the spiritual energy of an ordinary cultivator at the great perfection of Qi refining. Against a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator with the same techniques, he might even have the upper hand. It's time to retrieve the item from the ice pool. After familiarizing himself with other techniques, Cheng Qian unconsciously rubbed his thumb against the storage ring on his index finger, a gleam of unwavering confidence in his eyes, before vanishing from the cave. After half a month of arduous travel, Cheng Qian finally arrived at the foot of the snow mountain, where the ice pool was marked on the simulator. Along the way, he had plucked a few medicinal herbs for alchemy and effortlessly wiped out a bandit stronghold. Though desolate, the country of Bio boasted diverse landscapes: deserts, grasslands, snow mountains, and oceans. Though far apart, it was on the whole a scenic wonderland. Gazing at the vast expanse of white snow, Cheng Qian couldn't help but muse, if I ever grow weary in the future, retiring here wouldn't be a bad idea. Blessed with both the simulator and foreknowledge of the plot, Cheng Qian had enjoyed a smooth journey, his mindset naturally differing from that of ordinary cultivators. To grow stronger while savoring the present moment, that was his creed. Otherwise, what was the point of all this cultivation? Was it merely to avoid Xiaofan's pursuit? How tedious and joyless that would be. With the lightness skill of windwalking on waves beneath his feet, Cheng Qian moved like a graceful dancer, strolling leisurely through the snowy mountains. Occasionally, a snow-white rabbit would dart out from the wild, or a charming cicada would appear in the woods, all of which lifted Cheng Qian's spirits. After an hour of leisurely wandering, he finally reached the vicinity of the ice pool. As it was still early, he found a tree to rest beneath, closing his eyes in meditation. His protective technique shielded him from the cold, leaving him untouched by the chill. Night fell as expected. The moment his clear, bright eyes opened, 2 silvery glints flashed. During his meditation, he had not been idle, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, steadily adding new droplets to the small lake within his dantian. With stars hanging in the sky, he leaped down from the tree. Around him, points of starlight gathered, guiding him as he swam deeper into the ice pool. Once in the water, everything went smoothly. He successfully touched the door, only to be overwhelmed by its powerful suction and knocked unconscious, just as the simulator had shown. When he opened his eyes again, a cleansing technique removed the mud and grime from his body. Then he converted his spiritual energy into fire, attribute covering his skin to dry the clothes clinging to him. Though it's not the first time I've used these little tricks, being a cultivator sure is convenient. Cheng Qian chuckled, looking toward the stone platform at the center of the cave. He activated the golden light incantation as a precaution against any dangers the simulator might have missed, then cautiously approached the box in the middle. Slowly reaching out, he gently touched at his heart, a mix of tension and anticipation. But thankfully no danger arose. He lifted the lid, and the formless heaven-concealing art lay before his eyes. Cheng Qian let out a soft sigh of relief, fully relaxing as he opened the manual and began to cultivate slowly according to the guidance within. Though the profound mysteries of the art were complex and difficult to grasp, Cheng Qian, blessed with extraordinary comprehension, quickly gained a preliminary mastery of this secret technique. 10 days flew by in an instant. Cheng Qian stored the manual directly into the simulator. Such an artifact capable of concealing the workings of heaven was safer kept there. Ding detected host obtaining gold-grade technique, formless heaven concealing art. It has been stored in the simulator space. Cheng Qian, gold grade. Holy smoke, he could only exclaim in astonishment. No wonder Xiao Fan had used this technique to enter a secret realm accessible only to golden core cultivators. A gold-grade technique would cause a stir even in the heavenly earth sect. If others learned of it, it would likely plunge the entire Tianyuan continent into a bloody storm. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Cheng Qian breathed softly. Thank heavens for the simulator space. But that bastard Xiao Fan sure has a string of lucky encounters. With a compliment, he couldn't help but smirk secretly. But your fortune has become my spoils now, ha. In high spirits, Cheng Qian erased all traces of his presence in the cave, then departed. At Mingxiu Peak, Xiao Fan, who was instructing Yu Yao in swordsmanship, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. TCH, what's this? He frowned, sensing the abrupt palpitation. The pain soon faded, replaced by an inexplicable sense of loss. This feeling again. The second time now, what on earth is going on? Xiao Fan tapped his forehead in frustration. Senior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Yu Yao, who was practicing her sword, caught a glimpse of his troubled expression from the corner of her eye and stopped to ask softly. Xiao Fan forced a smile. It's nothing, just a sudden tightness in my chest. Is it because I'm too dull and frustrating you? Yu Yao moved closer, concern in her voice. Xiao Fan shook his head. How could that be? Your progress is swift and your talent exceptional. In a few years you might even surpass me. Besides, even if you were a little fool, I'd treasure you too much to ever grow impatient. Xiao Fan's sweet talk was cliché, but Yu Yao's heart swelled with sweetness as she chuckled softly. You always know how to cheer me up. As she spoke, she suddenly froze. Once, she used to say the same thing to someone else, but that person had long vanished from her world. A faint pang of bitterness stirred in her heart, but Yu Yao forced the discomfort away, putting on an enthusiastic air. Senior brother, will you continue teaching me swordsmanship, eh? Sure. Both seemed lost in thought, neither noticing the other's unease. As he left the snow mountain, Cheng Qian made a point to pluck the Millennium Snow Lotus from the summit. The simulator had hinted at it before, and with his talent for starlight guidance, he easily located the area where the snow lotus grew. Though such items weren't rare in the cultivation world, leaving the snow mountain empty-handed went against his nature. He would strip the place bare, leaving not a single chance for Xiao Fan to enhance his cultivation. The Nether Valley wasn't far from the snow mountain, so even with leisurely sightseeing along the way, he reached his destination within half a month. Gazing at the towering ancient trees before him, Cheng Qian rubbed his hands together gleefully. Little tiger, your daddy's here for revenge. Clean your neck and welcome me. Wah! The towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, casting a shadow across the entire sky with their branches and leaves. Beneath, the fallen dry leaves crunched underfoot. Occasionally, the sounds of birds and beasts echoed, making the forest seem extraordinarily eerie. Cheng Qian swallowed hard despite having achieved the peak of qi refinement and possessing numerous offensive techniques. However, this kind of trial was still a first for him. Silently activating the golden light spell, he stepped lightly and ventured deeper into the woods. As he stepped onto a patch of grass by the forest's edge, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. Taking a step back to look down, he saw a deep blue beetle had been squished underfoot. Before he could react, he heard a rustling sound beside him. Countless deep blue beetles crawled out quickly from the trees, bushes, and grass on both sides, swarming towards him like a tide. Cheng Qian frowned. I'm starting to feel claustrophobic. Taking a deep breath, a fireball the size of a head appeared in his palm. He tossed it, and the beetles struck by the fireball were reduced to charcoal, scattering into powder with a gust of wind. Cheng Qian repeated the process, throwing fireballs everywhere. The flames seemed ready to engulf the entire forest, and soon the densely packed beetles were turned into dust. Sighing in relief, Cheng Qian looked at the trees and grass scorched by the fireballs and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Setting fire to the mountain. Cough, cough. Although he didn't possess water attribute's spiritual roots to extinguish flames, he had other methods. Fire attribute's spiritual roots not only naturally resonated with flames, but could also absorb the power of fire for personal use. To prevent the fire from spreading, Cheng Qian used his spiritual energy to gather the flames from the burning areas into his palm, quickly absorbing them into his body. Only a few flickering embers remained. Cheng Qian wrapped the soil beneath his feet with spiritual energy and smothered the sparks, effortlessly extinguishing the fire. Hee, I really do have excellent quality. Giving himself a thumbs up, Cheng Qian happily continued deeper. An hour later, the surroundings gradually opened up. Cheng Qian saw a black wolf with a single horn on its head feeding. According to the Monster Beast Compendium, this kind of black wolf was called a unicorn wolf, with the front of the horn being white, indicating it was a first-tier beast. A green horn indicated a second-tier beast. The deeper the color, the higher the rank. Now Cheng Qian's eyesight was no longer what it used to be, and upon closer inspection, he found the horn of this unicorn wolf was grayish-white, meaning it was the lowest rank of a first-tier monster. Its strength was roughly comparable to that of a human cultivator at the third layer of chi refinement. For Cheng Qian it posed no threat, and he didn't intend to practice on it, so he planned to leave this place and continue searching for the lair of the crimson blood tiger. However, as he passed through the bushes, the rustling sound underfoot alerted the unicorn wolf. It fixed its gaze in Cheng Qian's direction and then howled before pouncing. "Tisk, I was going to spare your life, but you chose to seek death. Don't blame me." Cheng Qian pinched his nose, somewhat at a loss with this little creature. But the unicorn wolf's howl seemed to have drawn the attention of the pack, and Cheng Qian heard countless thudding footsteps. At that moment, the small wolf was already upon him, and he had no choice but to draw the artifact given by his master and slash. The sword gleamed, and in the blink of an eye the unicorn wolf was cleaved in two, dead beyond recovery. As if connected by blood ties, the moment the unicorn wolf died, countless howls rose from the surrounding pack, seemingly carrying a hint of sorrow. "I killed the little one, now the elders come." Cheng Qian mocked himself while searching for a favorable position to prepare for the upcoming battle. Leaning against a rock, unicorn wolves kept appearing before him, and roughly speaking there were at least 100. "Did I just poke a wolf's nest?" Silently complaining, he held his sword in front of him and shouted arrogantly, "Come on, let me see your strength." Ow! It seemed this provocation was understood, and 100 unicorn wolves bared their teeth fiercely before pouncing towards Cheng Qian. Pounce, pounce. The unicorn wolves couldn't break through the defense of Cheng Qian's golden light spell. Instead, they stumbled back, while the leading wolves cautiously surrounded him, growling, without daring to make a rash move. Cheng Qian felt a surge of joy, but remained vigilant. A one man against 100 beasts was a stalemate. He had already spotted an old wolf among the pack with a horn displaying green patterns, indicating it was about to advance to a second-tier monster. Second-tier monsters were roughly equivalent to the strength of human cultivators in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Even though Cheng Qian was at the heavenly tier Dao platform with strength comparable to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, he still needed to be cautious when facing 100 first-tier unicorn wolves to avoid a disaster. As the standoff continued, the old wolf let out a low growl, and dozens of wolves charged at Cheng Qian recklessly. "Looks like that old fellow is the lead wolf." Having reached a conclusion, Cheng Qian, holding his long sword, focused on the battle without distraction. Crack! The sword light swirled, and in an instant more than 10 unicorn wolves met their end. Ow! The old wolf seemed angered, and with a command the watching pack quickly surrounded Cheng Qian in layers. Cheng Qian's heart tightened, and he didn't hold back. Drunken dream sword. The sword shadows surrounded him like phantoms, and a terrifying force surged towards the wolf pack. Occasionally tossing out a fireball, the wails of the wolves filled the air. As time passed, the area within 3 steps around Cheng Qian was littered with the corpses of countless unicorn wolves. The golden light spell continually protected him from harm, while the blade in his hand mercilessly reaped the lives of the wolf pack, and at that moment Cheng Qian had only consumed about 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Ow! The old wolf seemed somewhat fearful, and after its calm, many from the pack began to retreat. But how could Cheng Qian, filled with battle intent, let go of this rare opportunity to practice his techniques? With a flick of his nose, he laughed loudly. "Come, let's fight." His youthful bravado stirred blood in the moment, and the wolves hesitated and retreated as Cheng Qian stepped forward. Ow! The old wolf issued a command and retreated first. The wolf pack turned tail and fled, not even casting a lingering glance back at Cheng Qian. Watching the comical scene before him, Cheng Qian couldn't help but laugh as he thought, "Haha, with such little strength you dare oppose me, Cheng. You really don't know how to spell death." Retrieving his long sword, he had no desire to pursue the fleeing wolves. Such enemies were not worthy of his effort. As the golden light spell dissipated around him, Cheng Qian stretched his muscles and bones, continuing to venture deeper into the Nether Valley. The cave of the Blood Tiger lay beneath the deepest mountains within the Nether Valley forest. Cheng Qian approached and found no trace of the beast. He quietly found a large tree perched on a branch and began to circulate his energy to regulate his breathing. Though the Blood Tiger was only a first-tier demon beast, it was inherently cunning and ferocious. Although the simulator had not indicated any danger, it was always wise to err on the side of caution. Only after restoring his state to its peak did he leisurely stroll toward the cave. A faint scent of blood wafted from the pitch-black cave, with only the dim light from the entrance barely illuminating the path ahead. As if sensing an intruder in its territory, a low rumbling roar emanated from the depths of the cave, causing the walls to tremble. Cheng Qian's heart jolted, and he immediately became alert. As the roar drew nearer, the silhouette of the Blood Tiger gradually emerged before him. Its massive form was covered in vivid crimson fur, its eyes blazing like twin fires, radiating a fierce and cunning gleam. Cheng Qian's long sword was instantly drawn, its tip pointing at the Blood Tiger. The blade reflected a cold glint in the faint light. The blood tiger let out a furious roar and lunged its sharp claws tearing through the air with a series of whistling sounds. In the nick of time, Cheng Qian's figure flashed like lightning, evading the attack. In a counterstroke, his sword radiated energy, striking the blood tiger's flank directly. Stung by the pain, the blood tiger let out a shrill cry, its massive body rolling within the cave. It then retreated cautiously, fixing its gaze intently on Cheng Qian. Just as Cheng Qian was on guard, the blood tiger unexpectedly turned and fled, dashing into the depths of the cave. Cheng Qian was stunned. What's going on? It ran away as soon as the fight started. But recalling the description of the blood tiger in the bestiary, he suspected this cunning creature might still have a trick up its sleeve. Shrouding his body with the golden light mantra, Cheng Qian cautiously pursued it deeper into the cave. After advancing a few meters, Cheng Qian suddenly felt the surroundings grow damp. Extending his spiritual sense forward, he discovered numerous pits on the ground filled with mud and mire. Frowning slightly, Cheng Qian decided to press on. The muddy ground hindered his movement to some extent, but fortunately, it was not too deep. However, if the blood tiger were to turn back, now the mire would certainly put him in danger. With a thought, he executed the wind-riding wave technique, rendering the terrain no obstacle. Cheng Qian chuckled inwardly. Didn't expect this, did you, little tiger? Your old man here knows Lightfoot arts that ignore terrain. His ethereal figure glided across the long stretch of mud, reaching the cave's depths, as if on level ground. The blood tiger seemed taken aback that Cheng Qian had caught up so quickly. Its face fell, and it turned to roar again before lunging at him, its sharp claws seemingly capable of rending the air itself. Cheng Qian swiftly sidestepped his figure, as agile as the wind. The long sword in his hand gleamed with cold light, poised to strike. A flash of sword light transformed into a streak of radiance, thrusting straight at the blood tiger's heart. The blood tiger reacted swiftly, its claws swatting away Cheng Qian's attack with ease. Cheng Qian curled his lips disdainfully. Not bad, little tiger. Then take a few more moves from me. With that, his sword momentum surged like a rainbow, unleashing a relentless series of sword shadows, forcing the blood tiger to retreat. After 30 exchanges, the blood tiger was struck by an unexpected attack, letting out a pained roar. At this moment, a trace of fear finally appeared in its eyes, but with no escape route behind it was cornered. The only exit was blocked by Cheng Qian's sword. The blood tiger suddenly sneezed, a glimmer of tears welling in its eyes. Cheng Qian was baffled. What's this? Has it been beaten into crying? He couldn't fathom it, but did not let his guard down, watching the blood tigers act coldly. Seeing that Cheng Qian seemed unfooled, the blood tiger finally grew desperate. With a furious roar, it charged at him. Having long anticipated a sudden assault, Cheng Qian sneered, enough fun. Time to end this. His sword, brimming with spiritual energy, raised a blade of light and struck down directly onto the blood tiger's forehead. With a heavy thud, the massive tiger's body was cleaved in two. The entire cave seemed unable to bear the weight as rubble tumbled with the boat's fall. The cave shook for a few breaths. Cheng Qian took a light breath, using a cleansing spell to remove the blood from his sword. Then, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, he began searching the cave. After a moment, in a corner of the tiger's lair, Cheng Qian cradled a red-colored egg against his chest. So this is the mysterious red egg from the simulator. But my spiritual sense can't penetrate it, and blood-dropping failed to bind it. What kind of thing is this? Man, an egg fell into contemplation. Cheng Qian suddenly stood up and snapped his fingers store into the simulator. Ding detected that the host has obtained a golden quality divine beast phoenix egg. It has been stored in the simulator's space. Cheng Qian was stunned. What? Divine beast? Phoenix? Egg? He knew each word, but together they seemed utterly foreign. In his limited memory, the Tianyuan continent had no such thing as divine beasts. In his past life, he had read novels about the 4 divine beasts, but where did this phoenix egg come from? How could it appear in this place, the northern wasteland? Could there be other worlds beyond the Tianyuan continent? Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Cheng Qian calmed down and looked at the description in the simulator. Divine beast phoenix egg, golden quality, a phoenix egg from a mysterious place. Current incubation progress 1. Other details unknown. Even the simulator couldn't reveal the egg's origin, leaving Cheng Qian momentarily dazed. Oh well, since I've got it, who cares where it came from? It won't hatch anytime soon anyway. He'll deal with it later. Comforting himself thus, Cheng Qian frowned at the blood-stained cave. He reduced the blood tiger's corpse to ashes with a fireball spell, then thoroughly cleaned the cave inside and out with a cleansing spell before settling into a clean corner. For now, the primary goal is to gain the recognition of that sword in the sword grave. With his mind made up, Cheng Qian called out to the air, begin simulation. He had refrained from simulating all this time, saving up 6 chances hoping for something good. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Cheng Qian looked at the simulator. Simulation started. Generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden talent 5 elements chaotic spirit root. 5 elements chaotic spirit root. Your spiritual root has been different from others since childhood, possessing the coveted 5 elements chaotic spirit root that all cultivators envy. No matter which attribute you cultivate, the other spiritual roots will also grow accordingly, but your strength and cultivation speed are 5 times that of a single spiritual root. Cheng Qian read it several times before confirming his eyes weren't deceiving him. First a golden quality phoenix egg, and now a golden talent, and the most crucial spiritual root for cultivators. Cheng Qian's mouth opened and closed, but in the end he didn't know what to say. Bless my people. What luck! He too had the protagonist's treatment. 5 elements, spiritual root, mutual generation, and restraint strength multiplied, favored by the heavens. Mom no longer has to worry about him being lopsided in his studies. Wiping the tears of joy from his face, Cheng Qian sniffled and looked at the simulator. He hoped this 5 elements chaotic spirit root could work miracles. Grow big and strong, create brilliance anew. With the possession of a 5-element chaotic spiritual root, you immediately sensed the changes in your body. You pondered for a moment, took out a high-grade spirit stone, and began to absorb its spiritual power. A day later you awoke from your meditation, staring in astonishment at the spirit stone in your hand, now reduced to powder. Originally, even with a high-grade spirit stone, it was sufficient for you as a heaven spiritual root to absorb its energy for 5 days. However, this single high-grade spirit stone was depleted in just 1 day, while filling your dantian with spiritual power seemed like a distant prospect. Cheng Qian frowned. No way has the consumption increased. But isn't this consumption rate a bit exaggerated? Cheng Qian subconsciously covered the storage ring on her hand. You were unwilling to believe it, and wanted to see the limits of your dantian, so you took out all the spirit stones given by your master, gathered them in front of you, and began to meditate. A year and a half later, the 200 high-grade spirit stones and 300 upper-grade spirit stones were all absorbed by you, leaving your pockets emptier than your face. After checking your dantian, you let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although it wasn't full yet, you could faintly see it nearing its limit. With no spirit stones left on you, you decided to return to the sect. After all, after such a long time, reaching the peak of chi refinement wouldn't attract anyone's attention. With this thought in mind, you got up and left the ghostly abyss. Although you had no money, fortunately, you had the talent, guided by the stars, gathering some herbs and storage bags along the way. After selling them in the burning heaven city, you stepped onto the teleportation array to return to the falling cloud country. Just as you arrived at the entrance of your cave, a figure floated over. Your master asked where you had been for a year and a half, and upon checking your cultivation, she was astonished to discover the peculiarities of your dantian. You didn't intend to hide anything from your master, simply stating that you had encountered some opportunities that caused a mutation in your spiritual root. Your master was very pleased, but soon grew concerned for you. She informed you that while the 5-star chaotic spiritual root cultivates quickly, the resources consumed are 5 times that of a single spiritual root. Moreover, the resource consumption becomes even more terrifying in later stages. Cheng Qian's eyelids twitched at this point. Master, I already know you don't need to stab my heart again. Your master continued. As you have not yet established your foundation, possessing such a spiritual root means that the path to building a heavenly stage Dao platform will be long and arduous. Cheng Qian, wait, wasn't he already at the heavenly stage Dao platform? What is going on? Suppressing her confusion, she continued to look at the simulator. After inquiring, you learned that originally a single spiritual root only required transforming the spiritual power in the dantian to fire attribute, but now the remaining 4 attributes also needed to be integrated into the dantian to build the heavenly stage Dao platform. Otherwise, with this trade-off, your strength would not only be inferior to that of a single attribute spiritual root, but even less than that of a 3 spiritual root individual. Furthermore, after examining your body, she regretfully stated, if you hadn't transformed the attributes yet, you could directly establish your foundation, but now that you have already transformed into a fire spiritual root, there is no turning back. You can only grit your teeth and continue to transform the remaining 4 attributes. Cheng Qian suddenly jumped up from the ground. Damn, isn't this a scam? How about not choosing this talent this time and just establishing my foundation? But it's rare to encounter a talent of golden quality, and the 5-star chaotic spiritual root is something that appears once in 10,000 years. Should I really give up just like that? If one had never seen something good, they would not have desires. Once he learned that there was still room for improvement, he couldn't bear to part with it. Cheng Qian closed her eyes, sighed, and then continued to look at the simulator. Isn't it just practicing a few more attributes? With the simulator in hand, no matter how difficult it is, I have to give it a try. Your master then provided you with many cultivation resources, advising you to focus on filling your dantian before considering the transformation. You nodded in agreement and returned to your cave. After being away for a year and a half, although the cave was nourished by spiritual energy, the medicinal garden that had long lacked water had withered. However, at this moment you had no mood to manage it. You spread out the spirit stones given by your master, making the spiritual energy in the cave even denser. To be safe, you took out the sun and moon bottle and swallowed the spiritual liquid inside. The powerful spiritual force nearly burst your body apart, prompting you to hurriedly start meditating and cultivating. In the third year, after all resources were exhausted, your dantian finally filled up again. Next, it was time to transform the attributes and compress the newly added spiritual power. Chengqian couldn't help but sigh. What a long process. In the fourth year, you felt that meditating in seclusion was becoming ineffective. Although your master provided more resources, endlessly taking advantage of your master felt a bit inappropriate. After bidding farewell to your master, you decided to go out and experience the world, hoping to encounter some fortuitous events. Before leaving, you took on a pile of sect tasks, as the contribution earned from these tasks could be exchanged for cultivation resources. You didn't want to miss such an opportunity. A month later, you arrived at the far eastern region of Falling Cloud Country, where towering mountains, dense forests, and countless demonic beasts made it an excellent training ground. In the fifth year, having explored most of the far eastern region and completed your tasks, you prepared to return to the sect. Before leaving, you encountered a loose cultivator. This person was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and thought you were an easy target due to your law robes. During negotiations, he deceived you to a trap-laden location, planning to kill you and seize your treasures. However, the loose cultivator did not anticipate that your cultivation was not the same as that of an ordinary peak chi refinement individual. After a battle, he was instead slain by you. Chengqian silently smiled. Did you think all this spiritual power was amassed for nothing? The massive resources given by your master were enough for an ordinary person to cultivate to the golden core stage. It's just that his spiritual root was unique, making advancement difficult, but that doesn't mean anyone could bully him. While collecting the opponent's storage bag, you discovered a fragment of a map, but couldn't determine its location. Upon returning to the sect, you submitted the tasks and converted all the contributions into resources, continuing your cultivation. In the sixth year, you left the sect again to venture out. This time you planned to head to the neighboring Ingtai country, where there was a treasure land suitable for Foundation establishment cultivation. Not only were there many heavenly and earthly spiritual herbs, but it was also said that the capital there would hold an auction rumored to feature a fragment of a map. Hearing this, your heart stirred as you recalled the map you had forgotten in your storage ring. You planned to go and see if it matched the one in your hand. A month later, at the auction in Ingtai Kingdom, after a succession of treasures appeared, the moment that stirred you most had finally arrived. The auctioneer held a map and began a detailed introduction. However, fearing that the cultivators present might replicate it, the map was specially enchanted with a prohibition preventing it from being examined with divine sense. Naturally, the venue had its own measures. Attendants had long been holding up a simplified version of the map, parading it around the hall to assure everyone of its authenticity. You glanced at the replica map and confirmed it was a fragment matching the one stored in your ring. Though your heart was willing, your purse was empty. Your resources had long been consumed for cultivation. In the end, you could only watch helplessly as the map was won by a mysterious figure in a VIP seat. You felt a pang of disappointment, but soon let it go. What is meant to be will be, what is not, do not force, Chengqian murmured with a wry smile, unbothered by the missed opportunity. Now that you knew the time and place of the map's appearance, securing it later would not be difficult. Leaving the auction house, you headed toward your training grounds. In the seventh year, after enduring countless life and death crises in the training grounds, you obtained a rare spiritual object, the Azure-Wood Spirit Pearl. It brimmed with abundant life force and wood-attributed energy. You found a secluded spot in a dense forest and began to cultivate. 3 months later, the Azure-Wood Spirit Pearl had become an ordinary bead, and the wood-attributed spiritual power within you had balanced with your fire-attributed power. Wood fuels fire. As the two types of spiritual power intertwined, you felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through your body. A month later, you journeyed to the Yellow Sand Wasteland in Bio Kingdom. Beneath the seemingly barren desert lay rich mineral deposits and unique sand-attributed spiritual energy. In the 8th year, amidst the desert, you not only succeeded in converting your earth-attributed spiritual power, but also discovered a hidden underground palace. Though you faced trials and nearly perished at the claws of the guardian spirit beast, you reaped a wealth of rare resources, enough to sustain your cultivation for a long time. Most importantly, within this ruin, you found the second fragment of the incomplete map. After piecing them together, you estimated that 8 more fragments were needed to locate the true destination. Yet you were filled with anticipation, certain that the treasure hidden on the map was no ordinary object. Returning to the sect, you submitted your tasks. Just as you prepared to set out again, your master summoned you to her residence. You complied and went. Your master handed you a spiritual object, the golden marrow essence, explaining it was a treasure that could swiftly convert your spiritual power to metal attribute. She had searched for years to obtain it. She then assessed your current spiritual attributes and remarked that within a few years you would be ready to prepare for foundation establishment. She instructed you to cultivate with peace of mind, assuring you that she would take care of the materials for the heavenly grade foundation establishment pill. Cheng Qian read this and clutched his chest. Heavens, what kind of divine master is this? He pondered carefully, whether it was the brothers from the miscellaneous affairs peak in his past life or the elders and sect leader he had encountered after joining this sect. Every single one of them was extraordinarily kind. There were few schemes or machinations, only heartfelt sincerity. Though he was stranded in a foreign world, this atmosphere filled him with warmth. Suppressing his emotions, Cheng Qian continued to watch the simulator. In the 9th year, the golden marrow essence was fully absorbed. Only the water attribute remained to be converted. Then all 5 spiritual roots would be complete. You thought of the underwater palace again, but the shadow within it still made you shudder. You resolved to seek a new location. However, suitable training grounds for the water attribute were scarce. Aside from the sea, there was only the natural spiritual spring at the rear mountain of the Yinyang sect. For some reason, the thought of Shui Ryun from the Yinyang sect came to mind, and your fingers throbbed with phantom pain. You dismissed the idea. After consulting numerous texts and seeking your master's advice, you settled on your next training destination, Flying Waterfall Cliff. Flying Waterfall Cliff was located in Crimson Tide Kingdom on the edge of the Eastern Sea. Legend held that within a cave behind the waterfall lay a jade purification pool. Not only could it improve and strengthen one's physique, but the water-attributed elements within were pure and abundant, making it an ideal cultivation site. However, a powerful prohibition called the Water Curtain Celestial Prison surrounded the waterfall, laid down by a great ancient cultivator 10 millennia ago to protect the pool from external harm. Those who had once been able to enter the jade purification pool had long vanished into the river of time. For centuries, many formation masters from various sects had studied the prohibition only to abandon it in defeat. Gradually, Flying Waterfall Cliff became a dead zone. Unwilling to give up, you decided to inspect it first. If entry proved impossible, your last resort would be to borrow the spiritual spring from the Yinyang sect, though that would require offering those women considerable favors. A month later, you arrived at the edge of Crimson Tide Kingdom. Following the map, you traversed dense forests and barren deserts until you finally stood beneath Flying Waterfall Cliff. The sight before you was breathtaking. The waterfall cascaded from the heavens like an inverted Milky Way, its thunderous roar deafening. Mist filled the air, making the scene feel like a celestial realm. Yet as you attempted to approach the waterfall, the Water Curtain Celestial Prison repelled you like an invisible wall. You knew nothing of formations, leaving you staring helplessly at the barrier. Frustrated but unwilling to yield, you unleashed every attack at your disposal against the prohibition. The prohibition seemed purely defensive, absorbing your strikes without any reaction. Your attacks vanished like stones cast into the sea, silent and ineffectual. Just as you sighed in defeat, a crisp female voice rang out from behind the waterfall. Who dares disturb my secluded cultivation? As the words fell, a palm imprint of unparalleled might struck you, shattering your body. You died. The simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. 5 elements, chaotic spiritual root, golden talent. 2. Perfected chi refinement realm, spiritual power already compressed, containing sword, intent, fire, wood, earth, and metal attributes. Selecting this will directly overwrite your current Danshan's spiritual power, cannot be stacked. 3. Incomplete map 2. 4. Azure with spirit pearl 1, golden marrow essence 1. Cheng Qian stared at the 4 options, wincing in reluctance. Finally, he sighed and said, I choose 1. 5 elements, chaotic spiritual root. The transformation occurred within a few breaths. When Cheng Qian examined his body with divine, since it was exactly as the simulator had described. Oh, it pains me so. If only I could pick more than one. He sat quietly for a moment to compose himself, then clenched his fist subconsciously. Continue the simulation. Simulation starting, generating random talents. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden talent, chaotic saint body. Chaotic saint body, you possess a physique that all would envy. It carries the primordial chaotic power of the universe's inception, granting you the boundless potential to break conventions and merge myriad laws. You are destined to become the darling of the cultivation world. Seeing this talent, Cheng Qian's mouth fell open. Huh. Cheng Qian was dumbfounded. Truly, before his transmigration, he couldn't even win 5 yuan with 100 lottery tickets. Yet now, playing a simulator, he kept pulling legendary items. He couldn't comprehend this talent at first. After reading it 3 times, he finally confirmed. Ha ha ha. Maniacal laughter echoed through the cave, his shoulders shaking violently as if struck by immense shock. He couldn't help it. It was too exhilarating, too unexpected, too overwhelming. The chaotic saint physique of all things. The chaotic saint physique. A legendary special constitution with a cultivation speed 10 times that of an ordinary person capable of withstanding any attack 2 levels higher with sheer physical strength. Once perfected, it would dominate all other special physiques. Xiao Fan, Yi Fan, Xinyuan Fan. All of them were nothing but worthless. After taking several deep breaths, Cheng Qian silently recited the heart-calming mantra to suppress his excitement. Suddenly recalling the earlier fusion of the blazing sun physique, he asked, why wasn't there a fusion prompt this time? Also, did the 5 elements chaotic spiritual root conflict with the fire spiritual root before? Any compensation? Ding, the 5 elements chaotic spiritual root and chaotic saint physique are already the highest talents in this world. They conflict with the original physique and spiritual root and cannot be fused. As compensation, you may select up to 2 rewards after this simulation. Cheng Qian chuckled, snapped his fingers, then grumbled. If I hadn't asked, you wouldn't have compensated me, huh? What a sly one. Heh. Cheng Qian, what do you mean? What's with that heh? Come out and explain. He shook a tiny fist at the air, but the simulator remained utterly silent. Forget it, he was magnanimous enough to let it slide. This time, he could claim 2 rewards. Hopefully his simulated self would be more ambitious. A few days later, after some consideration, you return to the sect and explain the situation to your master. Your master is greatly alarmed and warns you not to reveal anything about the special physique and spiritual root. She then decides to allocate a third of her resources to help you convert your internal spiritual energy and build the heavenly foundation platform. With abundant resources, within a year you succeed in filling your dantian with spiritual energy. However, though the remaining resources are plentiful, you lack the spiritual treasures needed to convert the corresponding attributes. Your master decides to venture out to seek treasures for you. Unwilling to accept without effort, you engage in a heated debate, but eventually she relents, and you both go your separate ways. The second year passes uneventfully as you temper yourself and compress your spiritual energy. No surprises, no special gains. In the third year, you journey to the training grounds of Ingtai Kingdom, obtain the Azure Wood Spirit Pearl, and complete the conversion of wood attributed spiritual energy. In the fourth year, you head to the Yellow Sand Wasteland in Bo Kingdom, acquire a fragment of a map, and complete the conversion of earth attributed spiritual energy. In the fifth year, you travel to the far east of Luoyun Kingdom. After gathering many rare herbs and wandering across the map, you finally encounter that rogue cultivator. Before he can act, you slay him and obtain the second map fragment. In the sixth year, the auction in Ingtai Kingdom proceeds as scheduled. With countless resources left over from previous cultivation, you spend a fortune to secure the third map fragment. A month later, you arrive at Flying Waterfall Cliff, hoping to use your talent of star guidance to find a loophole in the barrier. But you find nothing and leave disappointed. Although the chaotic saint physique allows you to ignore the environment and convert surrounding elements into different attributes without corresponding spiritual items, the conversion speed through cultivation alone is far too slow. You decide not to waste time. Returning to the sect, you resolve to study the art of formations. Perhaps it might offer a way to break the barrier. In the seventh year, despite your extraordinary comprehension talent, the art of formations is as vast as the stars. Even with full dedication, it would take at least 3 to 5 years just to grasp the basics. In the eighth year, your master returns to the sect, bringing you a piece of golden jade marrow. She also shares good news. She has arranged with her sisters from Inyang sect for you to use their spiritual spring, though only for 3 months. Overjoyed, you bow deeply to your master, carefully store the golden jade marrow, and the two of you set off for Inyang sect together. Upon arriving at Inyang sect, your handsome features and robust physique immediately attract countless predatory gazes. Cheng Qian, he had a feeling something was about to go wrong. He hoped he was overthinking it. At the spiritual spring in the forbidden area of Inyang sect, your master leaves with her sister. You remove your robe, plunge deep into the spring, and begin cultivating. After an unknown time, you sense something coiling around you. Opening your eyes, you are horrified. A woman has stealthily slipped into the spring, her eyes gleaming green, and she bluntly proposes a bath dual cultivation together. You rebuke her actions, but ultimately overpowered by her strength, you are forcibly scrubbed. Cheng Qian, master, you really meant well, but caused trouble. Was Inyang sect any place for an upright man like him? It was practically a death sentence. After the scrubbing, you assume you can resume cultivation peacefully. But from that day on, it seems the entire upper echelon of Inyang sect learns of the incident. They come in turns to give you a scrubbing, making cultivation impossible and nearly wearing you out. The 3-month period passes in a flash. Your master arrives to pick you up, only to find your water-attributed spiritual energy has increased by just a sliver. You dare not tell the truth, so you claim the spring's water element energy is insufficient, causing the poor result. Seeing you visibly more haggard than 3 months ago, your master is puzzled but accepts your explanation. She consoles you not to be disheartened, saying there will still be opportunities to obtain water-attributed spiritual treasures and perfectly build the heavenly foundation platform. Hearing this, you cling to your master's leg and weep bitterly. She thinks you are merely moved and comforts you for a long time. In truth, you are just relieved to escape that ordeal. Seeing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I knew coming to this Inyang sect would be trouble. Master, you've led me astray. In the 9th year, the golden jade marrow is fully absorbed. Your master sets out again to find water-attributed spiritual treasures, so you turn your attention back to flying waterfall cliff. But the barrier remains a formidable challenge, so you shelve that plan and continue studying formations. In the 11th year, you finally grasp the basics of formations, but your master has yet to return. In the 12th year, you leave the sect and board a spirit vessel in Bo Kingdom, aiming to intercept Xiao Fan's opportunity. This time, you specifically find an artifact among your master's relics that can alter your figure and appearance, so you encounter little trouble. On the 21st day, the storm arrives as expected, shattering the spirit vessel's formation. Prepared, you follow Xiao Fan, and you yow into the sea. As you enter the water, a massive tentacle seizes Xiao and you. This time, you see the shadow's full form, a gigantic octopus. Seeing them about to disappear, you give chase. Sensing your intent, the octopus blows a few bubbles from its mouth, as if sneering, then turns and crushes you with a tentacle. You have died. Damn, what kind of power does this dead octopus have? It killed me with such ease. Cheng Qian frowned. Delving into the details of the original novel, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The novel stated that Xiao Fan was rescued by the merfolk, but now it had turned into a giant octopus. He had also seen similar tentacles in the previous simulation in front of the underwater palace. That is to say, the octopus was a subordinate of the merfolk tasked with guarding the underwater palace and rejecting illegal intruders. In the 12th year, the octopus received orders from the merfolk to abduct the Chosen One and make him complete their mission. But why did it have to be Xiao Fan? Continuing his train of thought, Xiao Fan previously possessed the Sun Moon bottle, which allowed him to advance to the nascent soul stage within a mere decade. But now he had intercepted the Sun Moon bottle. Yet in the simulation's 13th year, Xiao Fan was still at the nascent soul stage. This meant Xiao Fan had other fortuitous encounters likely related to this underwater palace. Otherwise, why would a nascent soul powerhouse not take a teleportation array, but instead board a spirit boat? It must be that the object had guided him mysteriously, leading to this outcome. The more Cheng Qian deduced, the closer he felt to the truth. Yet he remained utterly baffled by Xiao Fan's fortuitous encounter. Such a plot did not exist in the original novel. Could it be that because I intercepted the Chosen One's treasure, the heavenly Tao compensated him with something new? Cheng Qian's brows were nearly tangled together. He let out a long sigh and shook his head repeatedly. Can't figure it out, can't figure it out. Enough pondering. First claim the rewards. This time he had 2 rewards to collect. Cheng Qian excitedly looked at the simulator panel. This simulation has ended. You may choose 2 of the following options as rewards. 1 Chaos Saint Physique Gold Talent. 2 Great Perfection of Qi Refining Realm Spiritual Energy fully compressed, containing sword, intent, fire, wood, earth, and metal attributes. Selecting this will directly overwrite current Dantian spiritual energy, cannot stack. 3 Fragmented Map. 3. For Azure with Spirit Pearl 1, Gold Jade Marrow 1. 5 Array Dao Introductory Experience. The Chaos Saint Physique was a must-choose. Cheng Qian's gaze lingered over the remaining 4 options as he began to analyze their pros and cons. With 4 simulation attempts left, realm advancement was the least of his concerns. Accordingly, external items like the Azure with Spirit Pearl were not particularly necessary. Once all 5 elemental spiritual root attributes were converted, cultivating the Chaos Saint Physique would no longer require seeking out specific elemental spiritual objects. They would automatically absorb external spiritual energy into the body and transform it into chaotic force rather than the 5 elemental forces. Moreover, since he knew the locations, he could retrieve them anytime. Thus, only the fragmented map and array experience remained. Cheng Qian fell into a dilemma. The fragmented map currently had only 3 pieces. To collect them all, at least 8 were needed, so it was useless for now. After a moment's thought, Cheng Qian spoke. I choose the Chaos Saint Physique and array experience. Accumulating more array experience might allow him to break the restriction of the flying waterfall cliff in the next simulation, thereby quickly converting his internal spiritual energy. As for the Inyang sect, Hanaway in hell? Absolutely not. In the blink of a thought, Cheng Qian felt enveloped by a mass of gas. This power, formidable enough to make one's heart tremble, was coursing through his entire being. An overwhelming force like a volcanic eruption swiftly merged and condensed with his physical body. Above his head, unseen by him, black and white hues gradually combined, then dissipated into nothingness. With a soft groan, Cheng Qian opened his eyes again and stood up, his bones instantly cracking and popping. Upon internal inspection, he found subtle changes in his meridians, bones, and muscles. In places invisible to the naked eye, a faint stream of gas seemed to flow slowly. Before he could feel surprised, a massive influx of memories crashed into his mind. Cheng Qian's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Countless experiences and knowledge about arrays rushed into his brain with relentless urgency. This sensation left his head swollen and dizzy, his entire being nearly overwhelmed to the point of vomiting. After an unknown duration, this agonizing feeling gradually subsided. After meditating and circulating his cultivation technique for a while, Cheng Qian felt the swelling in his head ease. That nearly killed me, he sighed softly, tapping his head. As if recalling something, he extended his divine sense into his storage ring, and after searching indeed, found a blue-quality array disc left by his master. This kind of array disc could be easily activated with spirit stones, requiring no array knowledge. It was given to him by his master for self-defense, but he had never used it. Cheng Qian held the small array disc in his hand, his divine sense probing into it, and soon could roughly understand its structure, layout, and operational principles. Although he could not yet craft a blue-quality array himself, he could easily discern in which environment and terrain this array disc would yield the greatest value. After all, the Tao of arrays was profoundly obscure and ever-changing. Those who entered this path were invariably prodigies of the array arts, but to master it to perfection required at least 500 years. Though cultivators enjoyed long lives, their energy was limited, and they had to spend vast resources constructing and dismantling various arrays. Hence, those proficient in arrays on the Tianyuan continent were few and far between. After fiddling with the array disc for a while, Cheng Qian put it away and steadied himself. Continue the simulation. Simulation begins generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Gray Talent Premature Death Aspect. Premature Death Aspect, your fate is fraught with misfortune. Though you encounter opportunities, you lack the fortune to enjoy them, always facing inexplicable crises that lead to a tragic death. Cheng Qian smiled. Cheng Qian waved his hand. Fine, he had already randomly obtained 2 gold talents before. Getting a gray talent wasn't unacceptable. He felt the simulator was doing it on purpose, targeting him specifically this time as compensation for before. But these thoughts only flickered through his mind, lest the simulator discover them and give him a black talent next time. That would be amusing. What could he do? He had to accept it. Having gained the new talent, you feel extremely uncomfortable all over, as if a faint aura of death lingers around you. You dare not remain in this desolate wilderness, fearing some accident might occur, so you hastily leave the cave and return to the sect. Fortunately, nothing happens on the way. After safely returning to the sect, you report to your master again, receiving countless cultivation resources. Your master personally sets out to find spiritual objects for you. This time you plan to die within the sect, resolving not to take a single step out of your cave dwelling unless absolutely necessary. In the second year, your dantian is full, and you focus on compressing your internal spiritual energy. Since you haven't gone out, there are no accidents for now. In the third year, you slowly convert the attributes of your internal spiritual energy. Your master hasn't returned yet, so you visit the library again to consult books on arrays. With introductory experience, you find that reading these books now yields slightly better comprehension than before. But arrays require practice beyond theory, so you begin training slowly using the resources left by your master. In the fourth year, your master still hasn't returned. You exchange useless resources for materials needed in array crafting, but these are quickly depleted. Now 2 paths lie before you. One is to wait patiently for your master to bring back the gold jade marrow in the 8th year to continue cultivation. The other is to go out on missions to accumulate resources for array materials. You hesitate, lost in thought. At present, you can only set up green-grade formations, still far from the highest tier. Sitting idly is no solution, only by venturing out can you obtain resources otherwise. You thought of the alchemy elder. Now that you possess the 5 elements chaotic spirit root, your perception of herbs will be far more refined. You can refine pills to sell to the sect in exchange for materials needed for formations. Moreover, with the Sun Moon bottle capable of infinitely accelerating herb growth, the cost of alchemy is essentially negligible. Having made up your mind, you headed to Alchemy Peak. After explaining your intentions to the elder, he was delighted and provided you with basic materials, instructing you to start with simple alchemy techniques. In the 5th year, you mastered all basic pill formulas with a success rate of 99. In the 8th year, your master brought back the golden jade marrow. You set aside all current tasks and began converting metal-attributed spiritual energy. Before entering seclusion, you told your master about a place where a spiritual item you needed might be found. Without a word of complaint, your master set out to search for it. Seeing this, Cheng Qian felt somewhat embarrassed. This is quite awkward. I have to say I've found a good master. The feeling of living off someone's kindness was rather pleasant. In the 9th year, having fully absorbed the golden jade marrow and mastered intermediate pill formulas, you could successfully refine green-grade pills. The resources gained from selling pills over the years were sufficient for further formation study, though you planned to stockpile more materials first. In the 10th year, due to prolonged alchemy, your spiritual energy underwent subtle changes. 1/10 of your wood-attributed energy had transformed. In the 13th year, a secret realm emerged. You hesitated for a long time, but recalling your fate sighed and continued alchemy. In the 15th year, you mastered advanced pill formulas and successfully refined a bottle of red-grade pills. The sect lacked formulas beyond that level. Obtaining them would require purchasing or trading in the Stone Spirit Kingdom, so you abandoned the idea. Since you now had ample resources, you resumed studying formations. In the 16th year, your master brought back the Azure Wood Spirit Pearl, and you began converting wood-attributed spiritual energy. Your master informed you that demonic beasts in the southeastern sea were inexplicably attacking human towns. She could no longer search for spiritual items on your behalf and had to lead sect members to provide support. Hearing this, you were puzzled. Yet before your master departed, you gave her many red-grade pills you had refined. Though your master did not lack them, you insisted she take them. Before leaving, she told you to cultivate peacefully and await her return. Cheng Qian frowned and muttered to himself, a beast tied in the sea region. This scene feels somewhat familiar. He keenly associated it with the original novel and Xiao Fan's adventure in the Undersea Palace 12 years later. But it had been too long, he could not recall many details or the cause. He sighed and turned back to the simulator. In the 17th year, you achieved minor mastery in the way of formations. You grasped some secrets of formation bases and began attempting to set up simple defensive arrays and spirit-gathering formations. Though these basic formations were not profound by worldly standards for you, they marked a qualitative leap. You spent considerable time in a barren area behind the sect setting up a small practice formation. Daily, you manipulated it with your mind, sensing the flow and changes of spiritual energy within, gradually enhancing your control and understanding of formations. During this process, you were astonished to find that earth-attributed spiritual energy had also begun to convert slowly. You believed that in a few more years you could fully convert all your spiritual energy without the need to risk going out, which filled you with pride. In the 20th year, nearly a third of your earth-attributed spiritual energy had been converted. Due to a lack of relevant texts and insufficient cultivation level, your formation studies hit a bottleneck. To continue advancing, you had to break through to foundation establishment to master and set up more powerful formations. With nothing to do and unable to leave the sect for fear of danger, you decided to head to Artifact Peak to learn another craft. Cheng Qian. This is the so-called jack of all trades, master of none. In the 23rd year, the sect issued an urgent order. The demon realm and sea beasts had allied to invade the Tianyuan continent, requiring all disciples to deploy to the front lines in batches. Your heart sank as you suddenly worried about your master, who had been away and not yet returned. Forced by the sect's command, you could no longer stay hidden and set out with the main force toward the southeastern sea. Upon reaching the nearest town at the sea's edge, you were to board the sect's flying vessel. Yet, as if by fate, they encountered a demonic cultivator at the soul integration stage. Despite fierce resistance, all disciples on the vessel were annihilated. You died. Cheng Qian read this and clicked his tongue softly. 23 years demon realm invasion. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled the original novel's plot. The demon realm had long desired to invade the Tianyuan continent, but had been hindered by the strength of the 13 Kingdoms sects. Xiao Fan, in obtaining the treasures of the Undersea Palace, had to help the merfolk take revenge, ironically against an unpopular prince of the demon realm. After killing that prince, the demon realm finally had an excuse to attack the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, the merfolk were not alone. Other sea races sought to share the spoils and colluded with the demon realm, plunging the world into chaos. The ghost realm and demon realm, long coveting the Tianyuan continent, also joined forces, presenting humanity with the greatest crisis in history. Countless cultivators fell in this war. Hidden sects emerged from seclusion. Ultimately, through the united efforts of all 13 Kingdoms sects, they defended their homeland, albeit at a tremendous cost that took centuries to recover from. Thinking this, Cheng Qian sighed. Truly, without a key trigger, I can't recall any plot. He tapped his head lightly, somewhat regretfully. That great war was so protracted, the novel only highlighted the protagonist's abilities, glossing over others. I don't even know what happened to my master. Since the event primarily involved cultivators and sects, it had little impact on him before he embarked on the path of immortality. Without prompts, Cheng Qian naturally couldn't remember these crucial clues. He shook his head, stretched his stiff neck, and looked at the rewards. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options as a reward. First, the aspect of early death, gray talent. Second, Qi, refining great perfection realm, spiritual energy fully compressed, including sword, intent, fire, wood, and metal attributes. Selecting this will directly overwrite current Dantian spiritual energy non-stackable. Third minor mastery experience in the way of formations. Fourth grand mastery experience in alchemy. Cheng Qian pinched his eyebrows, recalling the time comparison in the simulator, hesitating. The first item was not worth considering. What a load of nonsense regarding an early death that had caused him to languish in the simulator for so long, losing all sense of personal freedom. As for the realms he had already converted, he could consider claiming them, which would reduce his training time in the simulator and perhaps allow for rapid advancement. However, without this unfortunate talent, claiming the realms would be relatively quick. Learning about formations was challenging, although to progress further one needed to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, claiming now would save a substantial amount of time and resources. Alchemy posed no difficulty for him. Each simulation brought him to the realm of mastery in just over a decade. Analyzing this, the result became clear, and Cheng Qian stated, "I choose 3 the experience in the way of formations." Countless experiences in the way of formations surged into his mind, and after what felt like an eternity, these knowledge points were finally digested. Cheng Qian exhaled deeply. Fortunately, my brain capacity is vast, otherwise if this continued long-term my brain might crash. Chuckling lightly, feeling a bit hungry, he swallowed a spirit-gathering pill and performed a cleansing technique on himself. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, this time the random talent must work. Reciting incantations, he worshipped the celestial beings above, then rubbed his hands together, gazing sincerely at the simulator. "Please don't give me a trash talent. Ooh, I love you, dear simulator." He made a heart gesture towards the panel in front of him, speaking with utmost flattery. Cheng Qian felt the panel in front of him suddenly flicker, then return to normal. Perhaps he had misread. With everything prepared, Cheng Qian declared loudly, "Continue the simulation." Simulation started generating random talent. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the red talent Fire Eye Golden Pupils. Fire Eye Golden Pupils, you possess an extraordinary insight and perception ability from a young age. If you learn formations, you will find this talent extremely useful. You can perceive the internal patterns of both simple and complex formation layouts at a glance. This will enhance your abilities in alchemy, weapon crafting, and any means of cultivation." Before Cheng Qian could feel excited, the simulator issued another piece of text. Ding, detected conflict with the green talent of subtle observation. Selecting this talent after the simulation will overwrite the original green talent. As expected, there must be a sense of ritual before the draw. Cheng Qian couldn't help but chuckle. This time you changed your itinerary. With your experience in intermediate formations, you decided to head straight to Feipu Cliff. A month later, you began using your knowledge and talent to study that legendary restriction. The principle of formations is to use various basic formation symbols to derive different changes. The more complex the formation, the more symbols it contains. Whether it is alchemy, weapon crafting formations, or talismans, each corresponding profession has its levels ranging from 1 to 9. Achieving a minor proficiency in formations signifies that you have become at least a Tier 3 formation master. In some small sects, this would already make you a guest of honor. Despite having numerous buffs, this restriction evidently exceeded your current level. A casual deduction revealed at least 1,000,000 variations of this restriction. Suppressing the headache and nausea, you quietly began your research. Even if you couldn't crack it in the end, spending more time studying would deepen your understanding of formations. In the 5th year, your understanding of formations reached a new height. Although due to your cultivation level, you couldn't deploy formations that a Tier 4 formation master could, your theoretical knowledge was certainly at your fingertips. Long-term observation and learning had propelled your formation skills forward by leaps and bounds. You roughly calculated that you could now see the contents of at least 100 basic formation symbols. These formation symbols intertwined and changed intricately, leaving you in awe. In the 10th year, your understanding of formations expanded your sea of consciousness continuously, but human capability is ultimately limited. Your level in formations was no longer sufficient for further exploration. You had almost explored all basic formation symbols, but above that, countless intermediate and advanced symbols remained. Those were pieces of information you could not comprehend. Nevertheless, even without finding a way to crack it, or any loopholes, you had gained considerable insight. You stood up, preparing to return to the sect, as it had been a long time without news, and your master might be anxious. Just as you were about to leave, you suddenly heard a soft and melodious female voice coming from within Feipu Cliff. Cheng Qian. Could it be that she was going to strike him down again? This time he hadn't even attacked with formations. "Oh, young lady, please calm down." You turned back in surprise to see a fairy in a pink robe, her face obscured by a veil. Though you couldn't see her full appearance, those eyes stirred something deep within you. The fairy in pink seemed to be in a good mood, saying, "I have been cultivating in there for quite some time, and my divine sense has watched you for just as long. Your diligence over the past decade in studying formations is truly commendable. As she spoke, she tossed a token to you. This is the switch to open the restriction. It can only be used once as a reward for your perseverance in studying formations. You had yet to react when the woman gazed towards the sky and sighed gently. Master, if you were still here, you would surely appreciate such a diligent disciple. After saying this, the woman rode the wind and left, leaving you standing there dumbfounded, holding the token. Qingqian, what just happened? How did I suddenly move this fairy? Does she know I'm about to convert my water attribute spiritual root? Completely clueless about the situation, Qingqian instinctively scratched his head. It seemed like a long time before the woman had walked away and you finally snapped back to reality. An overwhelming joy enveloped you as you immediately probed the token with your spiritual sense, and the restriction thunderously opened. You dashed inside. The formations outside flickered for a moment before sealing the originally opened entrance. Upon entering the cave, you followed the stone path deeper inside, quickly surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Every cell in your body seemed to emit joyful sounds, greedily absorbing this spiritual energy, until the scene before you was shrouded in a layer of white mist, revealing warm spring water. You pinched your face to feel the reality of it. No wonder this is the pure body jade pool. You sighed and immediately jumped in. In the 11th year after the complete transformation of water attribute spiritual power, you felt your physical body grow stronger. After laughing 3 times loudly, you left the cave. Returning to the entrance of Feipu Cliff, the original token had indeed turned to ashes. You respectfully bowed towards the cave to express your gratitude. You placed complete unreserved trust in your master and returned to the sect to recount the events of these years, withholding only the existence of the simulator. Your master was overjoyed. After 10 years apart, she admitted she had been anxious. Were it not for her yearly visits to check your life lamp, she would have feared something dreadful had befallen you. After many hours of conversation between master and disciple, you finally returned to your cave abode. The two of you agreed that tomorrow she would set out to seek the requisite spirit items while you traveled to gain experience. In the 12th year, you successfully transmuted your wood-attributed spiritual energy. Hesitant, you decided not to venture to the undersea palace. In the 13th year, a secret realm surfaced, but you stifled the impulse to go. Instead, you journeyed to the yellow sand desert of Bio State, recovered a fragment of a map, and completed the transmutation of earth-attributed spiritual energy. Only the metal-attributed spiritual energy remained untransmuted. While awaiting your master's return, you re-entered the sect to study the art of alchemy. In the 15th year, you rose to the rank of 3rd-rank alchemist. One day after finishing a refinement, you saw your master standing outside with a warm smile. She had returned bearing a piece of golden jade. By the 16th year, all attributes had been transmuted. Your master had long since prepared a heaven-ranked Daotai Foundation establishment pill to safeguard your cultivation. 7 days and nights later, a tremendous aura surged from your body. Your ascension even provoked a brief heavenly phenomenon, an instant that astonished the entire sect. Qingqian exclaimed, "What? That's strong." Simply advancing into foundation establishment, and it causes a heavenly sign. Reflecting, he suspected it was due to the Hundun's sacred body combined with his 5-star Hundun spirit roots. Your master again led you to the Jianzhong. Before claiming your destined sword, you crept over to sense the mysterious blade surrounding it. Clearly, its oppressive aura eased toward you, and even hinted at a faint tenderness, though the feeling quickly faded, and the sword returned to its original chill. After a moment's hesitation, you resolved not to touch the sword for now, and left the Jianzhong at once. You remembered that a cultivator can only fuse with one Benming instrument. You decided to wait until you were absolutely certain before attempting to merge with the Benming sword. Your master bade you farewell, urging you to focus on cultivation, as she would journey to the southeastern seas to repel the beastmen. Though worried, you respected her duty as the sect's head and had nothing worthy to offer her. You saluted with reverence and watched her depart. You entered the library and devoured foundation establishment techniques with insatiable hunger, poring over treatises on formations above the 4th rank, so you might be better prepared for the coming crisis. By the 23rd year, years of study elevated you to a 5th rank formation master. Your methods reached consummation, and your cultivation stood at the verge of foundation establishment completion. The sect issued orders, and you followed the main force to the sea's edge. Nothing untoward occurred along the journey. Upon safely arriving at the encampment, you beheld the master you had longed for day and night. She was unharmed, yet worry and exhaustion lingered on her face. After testing your strength, she finally allowed a rare smile. In the 24th year, by virtue of being a 5th-rank formation master and possessing strength beyond ordinary foundation establishment practitioners, you slew countless beastmen and demonic cultivators in the sea. Your fame rose and enemies took notice. A demonic cultivator discerned your peculiar constitution, alluring you deep into a trap. He captured you alive. Seizing a moment when the guards were lax, you tried to break free with desperate force, But before you could act, a mystical seal shattered your spiritual sea and your divine sense was extinguished. You died. The simulation ended. You may now choose one of the following rewards. 1. Hui Yin Jin Jing Fire-Eyed Clairvoyance Red Talent. 2. Foundation Establishment at Consummation Heaven Rank Dao Tai Benming Sword Not Yet Fused. 3. Foundation Establishment Consummation Technique Experience. 4. Spiritual C doubled in size. 5. Formation Path Experience of a 5th rank Formation Master. 6. Alchemical Experience of a 3rd rank Alchemist. 7. Map Fragment 1. Cheng Qian clutched his hair in frustration. This is too difficult to choose. His gaze swept over the options as Cheng Qian weighed them one by one in his mind. A talent could aid the cultivation of many arts, but was not indispensable. With repeated simulator runs, he could obtain endless formation and refining experience, so he set that option aside for now. By the same logic, the most suitable choice now was to raise his realm and cultivation. From the simulator's entries, he learned that spirit transmutation demanded not only time, but also various spirit items. Many past deaths had stemmed from insufficient strength. That was what he most urgently needed. If his cultivation rose, perhaps he would survive the simulator long enough to uncover previously hidden clues. Cheng Qian reviewed the options one more time, closed his eyes to ponder, and after a long deliberation opened them to say slowly, I choose the second option, the cultivation advancement. Colorful motes of light like a host of fireflies appeared around him and then poured into his dantian. Ugh, he murmured, the sensation proved almost unbearable. 5 attribute spiritual energies wove and converged within his dantian. His original chi seemed drawn to them, intertwining with these new currents in intimate accord. Those energies fused and transformed into different hues, frolicking within Cheng Qian's dantian, as if delighted. As the compressed, transmuted energy in the dantian multiplied, the first droplets of liquefied spiritual energy appeared, and his breath began to swell fiercely. When the surging, violent spiritual energy coalesced into droplets, a circular golden gleaming Dao Tai began to take shape. Like a drop hitting hot oil, a ringing buzz sounded in his ears as a potent foundation establishment aura assaulted his forehead. Yet the process had not finished. In the break of the breakthrough, the 5 colors condensed into a black and a white strand that coiled together, forming a yin-yang pattern. The Dao Tai's form grew ever clearer, birthing new tiers from its first step. It rose slowly like a tower reaching the heavens. When a small tower shrouded in chaotic chi stood complete above his dantian, Cheng Qian opened his eyes. A 20-year-old cultivator with a consummate heaven-ranked Dao Tai foundation establishment could stir the entire Tianyuan continent. Feeling inexhaustible strength coursing through him, Cheng Qian erased every trace within the cave and departed Yuminggu with haste. Half an hour earlier, the leader of Xintian Gate, deep in seclusion, suddenly sensed an anomaly. Scanning with his spiritual sense and finding no disturbance within the sect, he left his chamber and rose by sword to the high heavens. Far on the horizon, a dazzling light illuminated the firmament. A foundation establishment breakthrough sign. Such talent in the north wasteland, he murmured, then swept his robes and sped toward that region. In a dank shadowed corner of Beihuang, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. The owner of those eyes sniffed lightly and then bared a bloodthirsty grin. Interesting, heaven-ranked Dao Tai and a Hundun sacred body. He licked his lips. It seems the Tianyuan continent will be in turmoil again, ha. With that, he pushed open an ancient stone gate that had not moved for 10,000 years and sped toward Yuminggu. Countless cultivators from the northern wilderness flew toward the Nether Valley. After searching for an entire day and night, they finally discovered the ashen remains of the crimson blood tiger within a deep cavern. It seems he has already departed. Could it be a disciple from some reclusive sect who came to train and break through here, thus causing the anomaly? Perhaps there was some fortuitous opportunity here that he claimed. Countless people began scouring the cave, yet found nothing. 3 days later, having discovered nothing, the crowd dispersed. The sect master of Xintian's sect gazed around and sighed regretfully. So vigilant, he must have been prepared. Likely a prodigy from some major sect traveling through. Forget it, how could our humble Xintian sect ever hope to recruit such talent? He flicked his sleeves and departed. When all fell silent and not a sound remained, a wisp of black chi materialized within the cavern. A pair of blood-red eyes swept across the area, and the figure exclaimed in surprise, I can sense no trace of any cultivation technique. Unwilling to give up, the figure formed hand seals, and soon a black treasure mirror appeared. Let me see who you truly are. The owner of the blood eyes let out a sinister chuckle, then directed his gaze into the mirror only to see a blurred silhouette. What? How could this be? This supreme treasure, capable of replaying past scenes, proved utterly useless. He could only vaguely discern a young man in the mirror, his figure, features, and cultivation technique all shrouded in a veil of mist. The blood-eyed master tried again, refusing to believe it, but finally let out a dejected sigh. It seems he is a favored child of the heavenly Tao. So be it. He seemed to age a decade in an instant, tucked away the mirror with a lingering glance at the cave, then dissolved into black smoke and vanished. At that very moment, Cheng Qian, who was feasting heartily in blazing Heaven City, had no idea that his minor breakthrough had sent tremors through the entire northern wilderness cultivation world. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he had no need for food. Yet ever since arriving in Bio Kingdom, he had mostly subsisted on fasting pills. Without a proper hot meal, it felt as though he hadn't eaten at all. Having witnessed the Foundation Establishment anomaly in the simulation, Cheng Qian exercised extreme caution. The moment it was over, he immediately fled Nether Valley. With the aid of lightness skill, he swiftly reached a secluded spot, mastered the art of sword flight, and sped through the night toward blazing Heaven City. After 3 days of breakneck travel, Cheng Qian felt his mouth was utterly tasteless. Thus, upon arriving in blazing Heaven City, he sought out the most renowned tavern, ordered a table of fine dishes, and indulged his palate. As the entire feast was consumed and transformed into energy, Cheng Qian patted his flat stomach and sighed with contentment. Ah, satisfying. Most cultivators who set foot on the path of immortality reduce their food intake to purify their bodies, thus better absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, many chi refining cultivators under long-term subtle influence gradually abandon mortal fare, subsisting only on spirit rice or fasting pills, items that both satiate and contain spiritual energy. Foundation Establishment cultivators need not even fasting pills, relying solely on spiritual power to convert into energy for their bodies. Frequent eating also hinders their cultivation speed, so the higher a cultivator's realm, the weaker their carnal desires. But Cheng Qian harbored no such scruples or worries. A tradition etched into his bones demanded a proper hot meal. If cultivation meant abandoning such small pleasures, then what was the point of cultivating? It was anything but free. Sated and content, Cheng Qian left the tavern and found it in preparing to soak in a hot bath. Though the cleansing art was convenient, the satisfaction of a bath was something no spell could replace. If other cultivators witnessed such a scene, they would surely sneer in disdain. But Cheng Qian was after all immortal at heart. He simply couldn't help it. He liked it this way. Hee. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, Cheng Qian, who had been roughing it for days, rolled over in satisfaction. He had simulated 4 times in the Crimson Blood Tiger's cave with 2 attempts remaining. It was time to take stock. With that thought, Cheng Qian murmured, "Open the status panel." Cultivation Simulator host Cheng Qian talents: 5 elements: chaotic spirit root, gold chaotic, saint body gold, innate, sword bone red, exceptional comprehension, purple star guidance purple, flora manipulation green, keen observation green. Items: formless heaven concealment art gold, X1, divine phoenix, egg gold, sun moon vial, orange, heaven earth, order red, 276, high-grade spirit stone simulations, remaining 2, next update in 3 days. Oh. Cheng Qian sprang up from the bed like a leaping carp. Talents and items are now graded by quality. Good, this makes it clear and easy to read. Previously, everything was jumbled together, and Cheng Qian hadn't minded. But now, seeing the 2 green talents set apart in a separate column, he felt a twinge of displeasure. If only these 2 could be upgraded or merged someday. They're such an eyesore. Still, I've gathered quite a few good things. Hee, delightful. Cheng Qian rubbed his hands gleefully. Just as he was about to simulate, he recalled something and lightly tapped his head. Almost forgot. After rummaging through his storage ring, he finally found a small formation disk that integrated isolation of divine sense, defense, and attack. Out in the world, caution was paramount. Who knew what these 2 simulations might conjure? If another anomaly occurred within blazing Heaven City, he wouldn't be able to escape. He embedded spirit stones into the formation disk, and an invisible barrier enveloped the small room. A great sense of security. I'm quite satisfied. Cheng Qian chuckled, clapped his hands, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Come on, baby, let's begin the simulation. Simulation starting. Generating random talent. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the white talent spiritual sense. Spiritual sense: you possess an extremely faint perception of surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations. Though useless, it still allows you to guide chi into your body faster than an ordinary person. Cheng Qian couldn't help but pout. Tisk, how boring. Another trash talent. Oh well, he was magnanimous and wouldn't quarrel with the simulator. He hoped everything would go smoothly, and that he'd get something useful this time. Having reached Foundation Establishment, you decide to venture into the yellow sand wasteland to explore that underground palace. 3 days later, you arrive at the edge of an endless desert. Few cultivators ever come here, for it is far too desolate. Flying slowly above on your sword, you can clearly see the vast expanse of yellow sand below, punctuated by a lone cactus or 2, the only touches of green. Though barren, the desert is not without venomous insects and fierce beasts. But that is only true for ordinary people. You hold such low-level creatures in no regard. After wandering for an entire day, you feel your eyes have turned yellow from staring at the sand. You find a secluded spot, set up a small defensive formation, and sit in meditation awaiting the arrival of night. Night falls as expected. Using star guidance, you fly toward the heart of the desert. Soon arriving at the underground palace in the desert, your combat prowess was now incomparable to before. After a minor ordeal, you successfully slew the guardian beast beneath your sword. After obtaining a wealth of resources and a fragment of a tattered map, you departed the Bo kingdom and returned to your sect. Without any guard, you revealed your current strength to your master. Though surprised, she was deeply gratified and bestowed upon you the resources and techniques to cultivate to the Dongshu stage. Cheng Qian fell silent at this sight. In this world there was no love or hate without reason, but his master was far too kind. Even if his potential was extraordinary and she was merely investing in the sect, this gesture was no small matter. Perhaps it's because I'm too handsome. Cheng Qian thought smugly. In the first year, to bolster his strength for the impending demon invasion, you journeyed to the sword grave and casually refined a lifebound sword, then proceeded to the Heartbreak Cliff. In the fourth year, having refined your lifebound sword, you successfully broke through to the Golden Core stage. In the fifth year, with one turn of the Golden Core, you polished 7 patterns and incidentally acquired the second map fragment from a rogue cultivator. In the sixth year, with 2 turns of the Golden Core and 14 patterns, you purchased the third map fragment at an auction. In the seventh year, with 3 turns of the Golden Core and 21 patterns, you achieved minor mastery in various techniques, advanced to a 4th-rank formation master, expanded your divine sense, and deliberately cultivated a soul-attacking technique as a precaution. In the 10th year, with 6 turns of the Golden Core and 42 patterns, prolonged seclusion unsettled your mind. You resolved to venture out for training and see if you could enter the underwater palace. Acting on a whim, after preparations, you headed to the Ningxue kingdom. With the divine sense and flight speed of the Golden Core stage, you quickly located your destination, entered the water directly, and after a minor skirmish successfully arrived before the gate of the underwater palace. As you approached cautiously, the ground began to tremble violently, and a massive tentacle shot out suddenly. Though prepared, you fought the tentacle with all your might, yet you were still no match for this beast. After severing a corner of the octopus tentacle with all your strength, you seized the moment of its pain to flee swiftly, with the massive dark shadow behind you giving chase once it recovered. 3 days later, after fleeing an unknown distance and using countless treasures and techniques, you finally shook off the octopus pursuit. Oh, even at 6 turns of the Golden Core, I can't beat this damned octopus. Cheng Qian was stunned. Yet on second thought, for a place guarded so long beneath the sea without formidable strength, it would have been seized by other beasts long ago. Having used all your strength to sever only a corner of its tentacle, this octopus was at least a 6th-rank beast akin to a human Dongshu stage cultivator. It seems to enter this palace I need either Dongshu stage strength or the treasure on Xiaofan that allows entry into the underwater palace. Cheng Qian narrowed his eyes. Though regretful, he knew well that now was not the time to intercept Xiaofan's fortune. Endless flight had left you utterly lost on the seabed, with the star's guidance useless in the deep. Bearing many wounds, you urgently needed a safe place to recover before leaving these waters. If you swam straight up in this state, any 3rd-rank beast could claim your life. You searched cautiously beneath the sea, keeping your divine sense active to guard against impending danger. 5 days later, you spotted a vast expanse of coral thickets grown luxuriant over long years, taller and denser than ordinary coral. You moved through them without a ripple, perfectly concealing your form. You employed a concealment technique to hide within the coral thickets, set up several formations around, and then began to recover in peace. After a few days restored to your peak state, you packed up the formation plates and flew toward the sea surface. In the 13th year, you completed all 9 turns of the Golden Core, but had only polished 63 patterns, far from the legendary 81. Yet human effort has its limits. 63 patterns were still rare in the world. You informed your master and returned to your cave dwelling to focus on breakthrough. 3 months later, the core shattered into an infant form. No celestial phenomena occurred, and the nascent soul merely wreathed itself in a wisp of sword chi and chaotic force without manifesting any so-called special nascent soul. Special nascent soul. Cheng Qian paused the simulator's text scroll. He took out the cultivation technique annotations his master had given him from his storage ring and flipped to the section on advancing from Golden Core to Nascent Soul. Nascent souls were categorized as ordinary, elemental, sword, intent, chaotic, and other attributes. A cultivator could likely only condense 1 nascent soul in a lifetime. Over millions of years, only a few prodigies had condensed 2, 3, or even 9 nascent souls within themselves. The more nascent souls one had, the greater one's power, but such astonishing special nascent souls were rare and sought after. Without great fortune and perseverance, one could only spend a lifetime adding a few more attributes to their single nascent soul. Just like Xiao Fan in the original novel, who reached Golden Core in 5 years and Spirit Severing in 10 only, because of his deep fortune and numerous opportunities, which allowed him to cultivate faster than ordinary cultivators. Moreover, being in a small sect like Xiantian sect according to the original setting, he did not obtain more special cultivation laws like the Heavenly Grade Dao platform or the 9-turn Golden Core. Xiao Fan only needed to flirt everywhere and roam around, and countless heavenly treasures and peerless opportunities awaited him. Without much effort, he would transcend tribulation and ascend within 100 years. But for ordinary cultivators, even with a single spiritual root, reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment would take at least 30 to 50 years. Let alone Golden Core and nascent soul. Without 100 years of effort, it was but a fantasy. Thus, against such a world backdrop, Xiao Fan became a unique existence, and with such cultivation speed and potential, he became the object of admiration for many maidens. At this thought, Chengqian couldn't help but laugh. If I didn't pursue the ultimate and only reaped cultivation through the simulator each time, I could probably reach Spirit Severing in 3 years and ascend in 10. But he still remembered Xiao Fan's miserable state upon ascending to the upper realm. Because he hadn't perfected every stage despite many opportunities, he was often bullied in the early days there. So with this precedent, Chengqian naturally wouldn't let himself be in a passive position. With the simulator, let alone 9 nascent souls, even 90, he would simulate them all. Either don't cultivate immortality or cultivate to that unparalleled realm. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Chengqian gazed fervently at the simulator. On the day of your breakthrough, your master held a grand feast to announce it to the world. After all, a nascent soul cultivator in his 30s was truly rare. Though you felt a bit embarrassed, you couldn't resist your master's enthusiasm and had to comply. At the feast, you met many people. But when the Yin-Yang sect members came to congratulate you, you couldn't help but feel a chill down your spine. After hastily giving thanks, you kept your distance from them to feel at ease. After the feast continued for 3 days and 3 nights, a golden beam shot straight into the sky, shaking the entire cultivation world. And you knew the secret realm had opened. A month later, at the Wujin Mountains, you once again stand before the secret realm, your heart brimming with a myriad of emotions. Armed with the formless celestial concealment art and countless disguises, you smoothly enter the secret realm. As you pass Xiao Fan and Yu Yao, they fail to recognize you, thus sparing you numerous troubles. This time the beasts cannot hinder your progress. Without wasting a single moment, you head straight for the mountains, and within 3 days you locate the underground palace. Unable to use the stellar guidance underground, you are forced to mark each path and search slowly. Yet fate seems to toy with you. Days later, at the same fork in the road, you encounter Xiao Fan and his companion once more. Chengqian, what rotten luck. Wait, didn't he already snatch the formless celestial concealment art? How did Xiao Fan get in here again? Could heaven's favor for Xiao Fan truly be this boundless? Having lost one opportunity, it grants him another of equal value, one not even mentioned in the original tale. How can Chengqian possibly exploit this? At this thought, he can't help but sigh. The chosen one is truly fearsome. If only he had a talent to strip Xiao Fan of his luck or a hint to unveil all his treasures. Left with no choice, you follow the duo. When you finally reach the stone chamber, you can't help but flip a middle finger toward the heavens. You swiftly seize the great sword, and before the two can react, deliver a thunderous strike. But Xiao Fan, protected by countless divine treasures, withstands most of the damage and flees with Yu Yao. Yet this time you are quite satisfied as he escapes gravely wounded, a far better outcome than before. After your life-bound sword absorbs the great sword's energy, you once again arrive at the hidden chamber beneath the throne. Knowing the contents within harbor ill intent, you refrain from kowtowing and instead violently shatter the underground mechanism. The stone door opens with ease. A fireball spell reduces the skeletal remains to ashes. This time the ring does not automatically slip onto your finger, but attempts to fly away. With a cold sneer, you pinch it between 2 fingers. Before the spirit within the ring can speak, a soul-attacking technique envelopes the remnant soul. A single scream echoes and the world falls utterly silent. Ah, how satisfying, Chengqian remarks, giving a thumbs up to his counterpart in the simulation. Probing the ring with your divine sense, you discover numerous refining materials and an ancient tome of forging insights. Satisfied, you toss the ring into your spatial storage before returning. Before leaving, you glance at the cryptic inscriptions on the wall. Despite your extraordinary comprehension, unrecognizable characters remain indecipherable. You shake your head and depart. A month later, you have collected most of the rare resources within the secret realm. After all, this realm only permits entry to those at or below the Golden Core stage, so its treasures are limited. You decide to leave the remaining scraps for others. In the 14th year at the second layer of nascent soul, you realize cultivation through meditation alone is painfully slow. You resolve to venture out hoping for unexpected gains. A month later in the Golden Forest Valley you encounter Xiao Fan once more. He appears fully recovered, accompanied not only by Yu Yao, but also by Xiao Merue and another woman you do not recognize. Disguised, and with the formless celestial concealment art altering your aura to an entirely different attribute, they fail to identify you as the one who ambushed him in the underground palace. Tisk, this art is truly domineering, Cheng Qian mutters, rubbing his stiff neck. How could such a formidable technique fall into the hands of a nascent soul cultivator only to end up benefiting him? Feigning casual conversation, you join their group. After all, following Xiao Fan still yields plenty of spoils. Along the way you marvel at the chosen one's astonishing fortune, a spiritual herb every 3 steps, a rare mineral every 5. Yet Xiao Fan, as if accustomed to such abundance, pays them no heed. You grit your teeth in silent envy. Comparison truly breeds resentment. Yet your body acts faster than your mind, picking up treasures as you go, finding unexpected joy in the act. Cheng Qian, have some dignity. We don't lack these resources, all right. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. This is the height of shame. As the group ventures deeper as if scripted for Xiao Fan, he discovers an ancient cave entrance shrouded in layers of vines exuding an archaic aura. A barrier guards the entrance, but Xiao Fan dismantles it with ease and strides in with the 3 women. After a moment's hesitation you decide to follow. The moment you step through, your vision blurs. When your senses return you find yourself in an utterly unfamiliar environment. This is certainly no part of the Tianyuan continent. All around, countless deadly mechanisms and malevolent energies crisscross the landscape. Looking around, there is no trace of Xiao Fan or the others, not even a ghostly shadow. Only the roars of unknown beasts echo in the distance. Your divine sense is unusable here, and your cultivation seems suppressed. Yet with effort you can barely muster the strength of the 5th layer of the Golden Core stage. As you frown in distress, an extremely piercing screech rings out from above. Looking up, you are so startled that you involuntarily swallow. A colossal bird streaks across the sky, its wings stirring gusts of fierce wind that you can feel even from a great distance. Not far away, another earth-shaking roar erupts, causing your eardrums to ache and ring incessantly. Then a scene you will never forget unfolds. A massive black gorilla engages the bird from the sky in battle. Golden light bursts across the horizon and roars shake the heavens. The sheer power of their clash leaves you trembling in awe from the ground, yet your blood boils with excitement. But now no different from an ant, you silently retreat from the range of their battle. After crossing countless treacherous peaks and passing through ancient towering trees, a colossal black mountain looms before you. It stands barren of life, enveloped in a deathly silence, with faint, terrifying, killing intent lurking. Sensing danger, you prepare to flee, but as you turn, a lethal aura locks onto you. A distant, mournful voice echoes from the depths of the black mountain, "Chaos, sacred body. It's been so long since I've tasted such a delicacy. How nostalgic." You die? This simulation ends. You may choose one of the following rewards from this simulation. 1. Spiritual Perception White Talent. 2. Second Layer Nascent Soul Realm Chaos Sword Intent Nascent Soul. 3. Second Layer Nascent Soul Spell Experience. For Map Fragments, X3. 5. A Storage Ring of Resources, including Forging Insights and Materials. Cheng Qian rubs his chin and shakes his head. Simulator, why not just rename yourself a chronicle of Cheng Qian's 10,000 Ways to Die? Can't I just live to a ripe old age? No, every time it's a different death and new crises. Is my fate in this other world nothing but endless adventures? Don't get angry, don't get angry. Anger only harms yourself. Cheng Qian suppresses his frustration and suddenly recalls Xiao Fan's experience from the original novel. It hadn't occurred to him before, because his memory of many plots in the original novel had gradually become hazy. However, the keywords gorilla and flying bird suddenly reminded him of which part of the original story this was. He had even joked back, then wasn't this just King Kong fighting the Firebird Rotten? It was quite thrilling. But Xiao Fan had obtained a precious inheritance left by a grand formation master there, who was the highest-ranked array master known in the Tianyuan continent. That man had attained the Tao through formations and refined his body with arrays. With this inheritance, Xiao Fan overcame countless crises after ascending to the upper realm and eventually became an honored guest of countless powers. Thinking of this, Cheng Qian took out the paper he had written on earlier and tapped his head with the pen. Let me recall what other fortuitous encounters Xiao Fan had in the original novel. There was some kind of technique, or did he get it? I remember he was an all-around genius. He went to some secret realm and obtained many heavenly treasures and an alchemy inheritance. Which year did that secret realm open, and where was it? Cheng Qian bit the pen, his brows furrowed. It seems later he practiced alchemy or artifact refining and obtained some kind of strange fire, probably not in Tianyuan continent, but after ascending. After scribbling on the paper for a long time, he couldn't summarize any useful information. Cheng Qian couldn't help but feel like crying. If only I hadn't skimmed through the novel back then. Sigh. Putting the paper away, he stared at the simulator for a while, and then said suspiciously, I remember Xiao Fan didn't get the inheritance on that Black Mountain. Instead, he was caught in the battle between those two monsters and directly thrown to the inheritance point, right? So the version in the simulator encountered a different side story. Cheng Qian massaged his brow and then asked Modmo, if I choose an item, will it still exist in reality? Ding no. Cheng Qian nodded, his gaze wavering between options 3 and 5. One was the experience of nascent soul stage techniques, and the other was a storage ring containing many things. Which one should I choose? Initially, he had wanted to pick the storage ring, which was why he had asked that question. But now he felt the technique experience was more suitable for his current self. He had advanced to the great perfection of foundation establishment, yet his combat methods were scarce. He only knew chi refining stage techniques. Cheng Qian gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. I choose the technique experience. As long as there were no surprises, he could collect resources anytime, and perhaps next time there would be even more. He was about to set off for the yellow sand wasteland, and who knew what other dangers awaited him. These days, Cheng Qian had noticed that the simulator almost only simulated the main storyline, ignoring most branching points and character-changing events, and there were unexpected situations it couldn't predict. Just like when Yu Yao visited him the day after he arrived, Xia Marui's proactive friendliness, or his sudden acceptance as a disciple by the sect leader, none of these had been shown in advance by the simulator. To be safe, survival came first. He would take the experience and then the resources. After making his decision, Cheng Qian felt a sense of relief and waited for the memory infusion. Great Fireball Technique, an upgraded version of the Fireball Technique. It forms a massive fireball by condensing fire elements within the body, which explodes in the target area, producing high-temperature flames that destroy all combustible matter. Freeze Technique, a water element-based spell that combines defense and offense. Practitioners can summon the power of ice to create an ice wall or ice spikes. Earth Split Slash, where power erupts from the ground, forming a massive fissure that rapidly expands, swallowing anything that falls into it. Grass and Wood Spirit Art, where the power of plants transforms into vines or trees that grow rapidly and approach enemies capable of binding or attacking them. Heavenly Firmament Sword Art, which condenses a vast amount of sword intent into a sword aura that pierces the heavens and the earth. Enemies struck by this sword aura suffer immense damage and may even be slain outright. All in all, there were over a dozen offensive and defensive techniques, along with some handy spells for cultivators' daily life, such as telekinesis and swift movement. After Cheng Qian fully absorbed everything, he opened his eyes to find the sun outside the window slowly setting. The setting sun was like blood, casting its glow over the entire Fenchen city. He vividly remembered the scene when he first arrived in this world. A few months had passed, and many things had changed. With a casual wave of his hand, the window closed. With a flick of his finger, a teacup and teapot a meter away flew from the table into his hand. He took a satisfied sip of tea. These little spells are really practical. Filled with a playful spirit, he used telekinesis to mess around with the items in the room before looking at the last simulation opportunity. Continue the simulation. Simulation started generating random talents. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the purple talent Chess Fanatic. Chess Fanatic, you are naturally proficient in any kind of chess game, regarding it as an essential creed in life. You feel uncomfortable if you don't play for a day. In short, you simply love playing chess. Cheng Qian's eyes widen. Are you kidding me? This counts as a cultivation talent. Your original schedule is delayed because upon leaving you see two old men playing chess on a street corner in Fenchen City. Without a second thought, you use your identity as a cultivator to drive away one old man and sit down to play. However, these people are no match for you. One old man suffers repeated defeats, angrily overturns the chessboard, and leaves without looking back. The next day you go around inquiring about skilled chess players and start challenging them one after another. A month later, all the chess players in Bo Kingdom are defeated by you. Feeling that invincibility is lonely, you set off for other countries. In the second year, you challenge all the chess players of the 13 kingdoms in Tianyuan continent. Feeling the solitude of the peak, you find this life boring and begin to play against yourself. In the third year, during your games, your extraordinary comprehension talent activates. You perceive a technique from the chessboard and name it chess piece. Anything in the world can become a chess piece in your hand, no matter where you are. Every place is a formation board. In the fourth year, even playing against yourself cannot fill the void in your heart, but a turning point arrives. A chess enthusiast tells you that there is a giant chessboard in West Ridge said to contain the inheritance of a Mahayanistic cultivator, but no one has ever solved the endgame. You become instantly interested and immediately step onto a teleportation array. Guided by the map, you quickly find the chessboard. The pieces on the board seemed to be made of some mysterious material emitting a faint glow. You observe closely and find that the board is covered with complex patterns, each seemingly containing profound laws. You sit down and begin to study this endgame. Despite your exceptional talent, the situation before you is far more intricate than any chess game you have ever studied. In the 30th year after countless failures, you finally grasped the key to breaking this stalemate. As you made your move, the entire chessboard began to tremble, and the atmosphere around you became heavy. Undeterred by the surroundings, your mind was entirely immersed in the game, each move executed with precision, as if everything had been calculated in advance. At last, you successfully broke the stalemate. Cheng Qian couldn't help but rub his forehead, saying, "What a guy, playing chess for 30 years, truly obsessed with the art of chess." A beam of white light enveloped you, and the master who set up the chess game used a formation to transport you to an unfamiliar place. You were astonished to see a treasure radiating countless golden lights floating in the air within a palace entirely made of white jade alongside a corresponding cultivation method. It turned out that this cultivator had a lifelong passion for chess, and during the Great Ascension period entered the Tao through chess, directly transcending tribulation to ascend. Before leaving, he left behind his specially crafted treasure and the cultivation method derived from his understanding of the art of chess for those fated to find it. The stalemate is difficult, but it cannot be broken by anyone who does not truly love the art of chess. For centuries, countless individuals have sought this inheritance, yet they ultimately perished from blood loss after exhausting their efforts due to their lack of chess skill. From then on, no one dared to attempt it lightly, which ultimately benefited you. You stepped forward, and both the chessboard and cultivation method flew into your hands. As you opened the overview of the cultivation method, a sentence shocked you: "The universe is the board, and all things are the pieces." This perfectly aligned with the principles you had previously comprehended, and you began to study with fervor. In the 35th year after thoroughly understanding the obscure and difficult cultivation methods, you opened your eyes to find that your realm had reached the transformation stage. Although not a perfect transformation, this rate of cultivation astonished you. Respectfully, you bowed to the empty palace before leaving the secret realm. However, upon returning to your sect, you were dumbfounded to learn that the demon realm had invaded for over a decade, and all sects across the 13 nations had rushed to the front lines to fend off the enemy. Your master perished in a battle while protecting fellow disciples, taking the demon realm's leader down with him. Consequently, the hidden sects took action, while the demonic forces leaderless quickly retreated from the Tianyuan continent. Cheng Qian, master is dead. Such a good master, an ascendant master, just like that. Though you hadn't spent much time with your master in the simulator, Lu Ziyuan treated him exceptionally well, almost fulfilling every request and providing resources without reservation. Cheng Qian felt a heaviness in his heart, an indescribable emotion surging within him. He took a deep breath and continued to look on. In this battle, you learned that your familiar elder Hua Yuan of the Sword Peak and elder Su Lu of the Pill Peak also perished. The Heavenly Tao sect was gravely injured. Upon receiving this news, you found it hard to accept. Anger clouded your reason, and you immediately headed to the Southeast Sea region to search for a passage to the demon realm. In the 36th year after employing countless methods, you finally arrived at the entrance to the demon realm. The moment you stepped in, you felt the rate of spiritual energy absorption slow down. Your remaining rationality prevented you from attacking immediately. Utilizing the Wuxiang heavenly concealment technique, after slaying a demon cultivator in a nearby town, you disguised yourself as him, and your aura shifted accordingly. After surveying the area, you discovered the place was resource-poor, lacking spiritual energy, and all regions exuded a sense of death, malice, and resentment. Cheng Qian, no wonder they invaded the Tianyuan continent, damn it. Thinking of Lu Ziyuan's smiling face, your anger began to ignite like a spark, and you had to suppress your thoughts. It's fine, there's still the simulator, there are still chances. A month later, you had gathered enough intelligence about the demon realm's headquarters and set off prepared. It seemed that the chaotic holy body and the 5 elements chaotic spiritual root had an effect. Although there was no spiritual energy, you could absorb other energies from the demon realm and convert them into your own. However, the people of the demon realm did not have the habit of riding swords, so you had to repeatedly use the demon realm's unique transport, the Raven, to reach the capital of the demon realm. 3 months later, upon reaching the vicinity of the capital and quietly slaying a group of demon cultivators, you finally acquired a token of a disciple serving in a demon palace. With the token in hand, you boldly approached the demon palace. After inquiring, you discovered that due to the death of the old sect master, the demon realm was embroiled in internal strife, and you were overjoyed. With your cultivation at the transformation stage, you concealed yourself in the shadows, pretending to be a disciple during the day to clean, and at night you infiltrated the palace to stealthily kill. Half a month later, the sluggish higher-ups of the demon realm finally noticed something was amiss. In their anger, they believed it was an attack by a rival faction leading to a great battle. Having been fishing in troubled waters, you couldn't help but chuckle at the outcome, thinking to yourself, sooner or later, I will avenge my master. However, the deputy sect master and the numerous elders of the demon realm were all at the void stage or above. Without absolute confidence, you did not wish to reveal your identity. A month later, the various factions within the demon realm finally discerned that something was wrong and began to account for their actions, discovering that someone had intentionally instigated them to incite internal conflict. Everyone was furious and began to chase down the trace of the one who had sown discord. However, under the guise of the cultivation method, no one paid attention to a cleaning disciple of the demon sect being the root cause of this incident. However, this internal conflict caused the demon realm to unite for once. After much discussion, the new sect master was decided to be the daughter of the old sect master. The inauguration ceremony is set to take place in 1 month. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Although you only possessed the strength of a third-stage formation master, you spared no expense in setting up all your resources in the square where the inauguration ceremony would take place. Just waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Even if exposed, you must severely injure the demon realm. The next day, after a sleepless night, you were drawn to the square by the demon realm's great bell, and the inauguration ceremony was about to begin. You discreetly formed seals, waiting for the daughter of the sect master to appear, at which point you would detonate all the formation plates. At that moment, all the low-level disciples present would perish, and even those few elders of the demon realm would be injured. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but smile with joy. The massive bell tolled, and a woman dressed in black arrived at the square riding a raven. You instantly formed the hand seal to activate the formation, waiting only for all the demonic cultivators present to be buried alongside your master. Yet the hand seal seemed to misfire. You thought you had misremembered the activation sequence due to extreme tension, but even upon a second attempt, the result was the same. At this moment, even the most obtuse person would realize their scheme had been exposed. Lifting your gaze to the woman in black on the high platform, her previously expressionless face suddenly curled into a sneer as she looked at you. The surrounding demonic cultivators scattered, exposing your position. The elders of the demonic realm also burst into raucous laughter. You stood there stunned, unable to comprehend where things had gone wrong. The woman in black seemed to read your thoughts. In the blink of an eye, she appeared 3 meters before you, and a strange transformation began in her eyes, which were as distinct as black and white. Her pupils turned blood red and split in two. You were startled by this sudden change, but seizing the opportunity, you lunged at her without a second thought. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage against one at the Mahayana stage. There was almost no chance of victory. Thus, your first move was to attempt mutual destruction through self-detonation. But the woman merely curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Time seemed to freeze. Your dantian, which was about to erupt in a self-destructive blaze, cooled from a boil to a placid stillness. Your entire body became rigid like a puppet frozen in place. The woman in black looked at you, her breath fragrant as orchid. It is rare to see a human cultivator so full of loyalty and devotion. But you must understand, possessing emotions is a cultivator's greatest weakness. She gently touched your forehead. You felt your divine soul begin to dissipate. As you neared your end, you heard her say, I will allow your physical body to remain and serve by my side. In your next life, remember not to let your emotions rule you. You died. Before he could even look at the rewards from the simulation's conclusion, Chengqian's eyes were wide open. He muttered to himself, Demon Realm acting sect master possessor of the Crimson Double Pupil. He slapped his thigh. Isn't this exactly the sworn enemy of Xiao Fan in the original novel, The Ultimate Villain Boss, Shi Wenlu? In the Tianyuan continent, she was the only female character whose beauty and combat prowess both met the standards for Xiao Fan's harem. She possessed innate double pupils capable of seeing through all illusions. Yet because Xiao Fan had slain the demon realm's unfavored prince, who was also Shi Wenli's own brother, they became mortal enemies. But Xiao Fan, the child of destiny, would always escape from her grasp through some miraculous opportunity, which infuriated the ever-invincible Shi Wenlu. As the primary antagonist of the lower realm who later came to control the entire demon realm, Shi Wenlu issued a kill order that caused no small number of setbacks for the otherwise smooth-sailing Xiao Fan. However, the scales of victory ultimately tipped in Xiao Fan's favor. When she was trampled beneath his feet, all the readers were ablaze with excitement, demanding that the original author add Shi Wenlu to his harem. The author had originally planned to do so, but that day, whether he had drunk too much or his writing had simply run wild, Shi Wenliu, despite enduring all sorts of humiliation, refused to relent. Though her cultivation was sealed, she used a forbidden technique to destroy both her soul and body, dispersing into the heavens and the earth. I remember I even mocked those readers who wanted the author to add Shi Wenlu to the harem. Cheng Qian said, pinching the bridge of his nose. And then I was flamed to a crisp. So soon after Xiao Fan ascended to the upper realm, he abandoned the story and never knew if Shi Wenli's ending was ever revised. Though Cheng Qian could not claim to be a paragon of virtue, how much would a man have to love a woman to want to conquer her when she harbored a blood feud against him for her brother's death? And how foolish would that woman have to be to agree to such a demand? While building a harem might be satisfying a character's persona, must at least adhere to basic logic. In any case, if it were him, he would never yield to someone who had killed his kin. Even if he couldn't exact revenge, he would not allow his own dignity to be trampled upon. Letting his mind wander for a moment, Cheng Qian turned his attention to the simulator's rewards. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following options as your reward. 1 obsession with chess purple talent. 2 nascent soul stage first layer imperfect. 3 golden quality artifact chessboard and orange quality art technique the game of chess. Ignoring the first 2, Cheng Qian deliberated briefly and decided, I choose 3. A ripple passed through the air before him, and 2 items materialized. After bonding the chessboard with a drop of blood, its method of use flooded into his mind. Even though Cheng Qian lacked any comprehension of the way of chess, it did not hinder his use of the artifact. Such was the special nature of a golden quality artifact. However, it required the accompanying technique to unleash its full potential. For now, it could only be used for defense. Given his current strength, it could withstand 1 or 2 full force attacks from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Putting the chessboard away, Cheng Qian began to peruse the technique manual. Even with his extraordinary talent at work, he could only grasp a fraction of its meaning. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng Qian massaged his throbbing temples and murmured softly, It seems I must first learn some basic rules of chess. Otherwise, even after cultivating this technique, I won't be able to unleash its full power. Fortunately, this technique doesn't require an excessively high level of chess mastery. He reassured himself, storing the 2 precious items within the simulator's space. In a certain location within the western range, a chessboard that had been faintly glowing with black and white light suddenly lost all its spiritual energy, like a dead object turning to powder and scattering on the wind. Within a mountain range behind the ruined formation, the illusionary realm that had housed the treasure abruptly collapsed. Such a commotion shocked many cultivators training in the mountains. When they arrived at the source of the noise, all they saw was a pile of rubble. Probing with their divine sense, they found nothing of note, though there was a faint fleeting trace of a spiritual object's aura that quickly vanished. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but with no leads they eventually departed. In a certain location within the heavenly realm, an old man who had been meditating in seclusion was abruptly roused from his deep cultivation. After a moment of bewilderment, he burst into ecstatic laughter. Good. I, the chess immortal, finally have a successor. Having released his overwhelming joy, the old man, whose aura had been somewhat weak, seemed to have a new surge of life force within him. He stroked his beard and smiled. Young one, though I know not who you are, I look forward to the day we meet in this vast world. His aged eyes gazed towards the distant horizon, a hint of sorrow lingering within them. I hope I can hold on until you arrive. There are still many things I wish to pass on to you. Do not make me wait too long. Outside the burning heaven city in the Tianyuan continent. Once Cheng Qian reached a secluded spot, he mounted his flying sword and sped towards the yellow sand wasteland marked on the map. Time was pressing. After each simulation, he felt there was an ever-growing list of tasks to accomplish. The simulator was like a game manual, and the little avatar he controlled continuously gained experience, collected side quests, and gathered treasures within this game. But since he could only claim 1 reward each time, the real-world Cheng Qian had become increasingly busy. I must change my master's fate and prevent such a tragedy from occurring. As for Shi Wenliu, though our positions differ, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If necessary, I can try to recruit her. Flying freely through the air, Cheng Qian quietly set 2 small plans in motion before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the distance. On the road, Cheng Qian pondered many things, such as whether he absolutely had to oppose the original protagonist or if there was a possibility of swaying him to his own side. But recalling Xiao Fan's vengeful nature and the countless methods he used against him in the simulator driven by jealousy over Yao, he shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Befriend Xiao Fan and yield the opportunities meant for him to the child of destiny, just to avoid his wrath. Only a fool would entertain such a thought. Yet based on the clues at hand, one matter troubled him deeply. The opportunity of the underwater palace 12 years hence. Should he take it or not? If he did, would he be bound to avenge the merfolk inviting the demon realm's invasion, leading to his master's death and a feud with Shi Wenliu? If he didn't, well, he couldn't bear to let it go. There will always be a way to balance it all. He'll take it 1 step at a time, he murmured to himself, standing on his flying sword, watching the clouds drift past. 3 days later, a vast expanse of yellow sand greeted his eyes. Sand grains whipped up by the wind soared into the air, then spiraled down or drifted onward with another gust. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Even with his protective cultivation technique, Cheng Qian felt a wave of heat rushing toward him. From high above, the dunes stretched in endless undulating layers of earthy yellow. He flew aimlessly, his divine sense fully extended, searching for an oasis to wait for nightfall before locating the palace. But in the desert, the infinite sands merged into one, and soon he lost all sense of direction. I should have bought a compass from the Baibao pavilion next door when I got the chess manual, Cheng Qian lamented. The prolonged flight and the unending yellow sand began to fatigue his eyes. Glancing down, he spotted groups of first-rank sandworms darting through the sand, and his eyes lit up. Could these creatures know where to find water? Even as demon beasts, they retained the instincts of their primal kin. Cheng Qian lowered his altitude, locking his divine sense on one sandworm, and followed the worm army onward. As time passed, his divine sense soon caught a faint ripple, a pulse of life. His heart leaped with joy. Abandoning the sandworm, he flew straight toward that direction. Amid the endless sea of yellow sand, specks of green emerged, filling Cheng Qian with delight. Accelerating his flight, he saw a clear pool nourishing the surrounding plants, the vibrant natural aura bringing immense comfort. Sensing no danger, Cheng Qian quickly landed in a shaded spot. At last, a temporary resting place, he said. He surveyed the area with satisfaction, then retrieved a defensive and warning array disc from his storage ring, placing it in the shade. Activating the array, he took out a bamboo recliner, a small table, a teapot, and pastries bought from the Fenchin city, then settled in with contentment. Quite the connoisseur of life, he chuckled, sipping tea and pulling out a book on chess he had purchased, slowly flipping through its pages. Night fell as expected. Under the starlight, Cheng Qian resumed his journey to find the secret realm. When a glow lingered persistently over a certain spot, he stared at the sand beneath him in confusion. His divine sense detected no unusual spiritual energy fluctuations, yet the guidance of the stars was never wrong. Cheng Qian began an inch-by-inch search around the area. After careful observation, he noticed a patch of fine sand that seemed different, faintly tinged with red. After a moment's thought, he struck the layer of sand with his palm. Dust flew, revealing more red sand beneath. This must be the place, he said. Without hesitation, he used the earth-splitting slash. The sand collapsed, and at a depth of about 3 zhang the movement ceased, revealing a heavy, ancient door. Because of the depression, sand from the sides continuously poured toward the door, threatening to bury it again. Cheng Qian acted swiftly, setting up a temporary sand-repelling spell around the door. He pushed against it directly, but the door remained immovable. After inspecting the area and finding no traces of arrays or prohibitions, he grew frustrated. He took out a flathead rod-like artifact, wedged it into the gap at the center of the door, and began to pry it open. As he pried, he grumbled, the simulator never said this door would be so hard to open. With a rumble, a crack appeared. Overjoyed, he quickened his efforts. Soon a golden light spilled through the crack. Cheng Qian instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself within a magnificent palace. Inside, just like that. He scratched his head, but the guardian beast was nowhere to be seen. As he puzzled over this, a woman appeared before him. A familiar figure in a purple dress, her back exuding charm. The woman turned slowly, her fair, delicate face bearing a warm smile. Little disciple, what brings you here? Cheng Qian's pupils dilated, and he couldn't help blurting out, Master. Why are you here? Lu Ziyuan approached with a light laugh, her jade-like hand gently caressing his cheek. Then where should I be? Her gesture made Cheng Qian's face burn. He stepped back discreetly, averting his gaze. Master Ahem, did you come from the sect to seek treasures? Lu Ziyuan seemed unbothered by his retreat. Instead, she moved closer, as if to press herself against him. She parted her rosy lips, her warm breath tickling his ear, leaving him frozen in place. Her clear, silky voice murmured, I came to find you, my little disciple. Cheng Qian shuddered, leaping back with a whoosh. Touching his burning ear, he stammered, Master, are you worried about my safety? I came here to... Wait, why had he come here? It seemed he couldn't quite remember. Cheng Qian shook his head vigorously, lost in thought. As he pondered, Lu Ziyuan stepped forward, her slender fingers pressing against his lips, silencing his next words. Little disciple, does it matter why you came here? We are alone. I know your heart. Don't you wish to do something meaningful with your master? Her voice was like the crisp autumn breeze, like a babbling mountain spring, like the song of an oriole on a branch. Cheng Qian's gaze grew hazy, his cheeks flushed, and he instinctively wanted to nod in agreement. Seeing her disciple's apparent willingness, Lu Ziyuan waved her hand, and a chessboard appeared nearby. Disciple, come play a game of chess with your master. The illumination stones in the palace cast a soft glow on Lu Ziyuan's hair as she smiled warmly at Cheng Qian and walked over. Why are you still standing there? Come. Though Cheng Qian felt an indescribable sensation in his heart, he instinctively walked toward his master as she instructed. Master is the meaningful thing you mentioned playing chess. You enjoy playing chess, don't you? Wouldn't you be delighted if I accompanied you in a game? Lu Ziyuan's voice seemed laced with a certain allure. Cheng Qian's head ached, yet his body had already seated itself across from Lu Ziyuan, joining her in a game of chess. Lu Ziyuan lightly picked up a piece. Do you like it here? The scenery around them shifted imperceptibly. Cheng Qian looked around. A gentle breeze, lush green trees, a harmonious scene, and he felt an instant relaxation. I do. Then, my disciple, would you be willing to stay here forever and play chess with me? Lu Ziyuan's eyes fixed on him, her thin lips parting, her words carrying a spell-like enchantment that beguiled his mind. Cheng Qian's hand holding the chess piece suddenly paused. He looked up, meeting Lu Ziyuan's gaze. He had never looked closely before, but now he studied her with a hint of audacity. His master was truly beautiful. Her facial features, sharply defined skin like congealed fat, and beneath her dark arched willow leaf brows hung eyes more brilliant than the stars. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a feather brushing against Cheng Qian's heart. Her high straight nose and full rosy lips curved into a slight smile, evoking boundless reverie. Cheng Qian let out a soft chuckle, which grew louder, his shoulders trembling with laughter. Lu Ziyuan tilted her head in surprise. Disciple, why do you laugh for no reason? Cheng Qian pinched a black chess piece between two fingers, a look of reluctance on his face. This place is wonderful, and having you master as company brings me joy. Then why not agree to stay forever? Lu Ziyuan urged impatiently. Cheng Qian stood up, stepping back, rubbing the chess piece in his fingers, his eyes lowered. But my master is still waiting for me back at the sect. You are nothing but a fake. With those words, a massive fireball ignited in his hand, and the chess piece instantly dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Bang! Cheng Qian closed his eyes and swung his hand. A shattering sound echoed in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, the previous scene was gone, leaving only a pitch-black, empty hall before him. Hovering in the air not far away was a shapeless, white mass now baring its teeth at him. Is this the legendary Mirage beast? A rather cute little thing. Cheng Qian stroked his chin, quickly shaking off the wistful feeling from the illusion. In the northern wasteland desert, a sinister creature known as the Mirage is born. It possesses the innate ability to create illusions, probing the deepest desires of cultivators' hearts, trapping them forever in the phantasm while slowly devouring their cultivation and soul until death. The Mirage differs from inner demons. Inner demons are the cultivators' deepest fears. Fear is easy to overcome. But desires, even cultivators with minds more resilient than ordinary people, harbor unfulfilled regrets, yearnings unattained, and loves unreachable. The more one craves, the deeper one sinks. That Cheng Qian encountered his master, and chess in the illusion was entirely due to the simulator's influence. Thus he came to his senses quickly. If it were truly the 35th year of Tianyuan, with his master fallen in battle, and he entered this illusion to see a resurrected Lu Xing, he might not have escaped so swiftly. With this thought, Cheng Qian looked at the still menacing white mist and chuckled. Truly a peculiar evil that exploits the cracks in one's heart. As his words fell, a colossal fireball surged toward the Mirage beast. Evil fears fire. A piercing scream rang out, and it instantly turned into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Cheng Qian clapped his hands, snapped his fingers, and countless small flames ignited around him, illuminating the hall. The pitch-black underground palace was empty, its pillars marked by the ravages of time. Gripping his magic sword, Cheng Qian cautiously advanced. He recalled that in the simulator a guardian beast lurked here, so despite the current calm, he remained on high alert. His own footsteps echoed through the empty hall. Cheng Qian couldn't help but swallow. As he pressed forward, he felt the ground sloping ever downward. Before long, an ancient small door appeared. There were no fluctuations from formations or restrictions, and his divine sense detected no poisons or hidden traps. Cheng Qian carefully pushed the door. With a creak, dust scattered, revealing a dark corridor. Stepping back a few paces, he conjured a fireball and sent it probing into the passage. No explosion occurred, nor did any strange creature emerge, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Better safe than sorry. He activated the golden light spell, using the fireball as a guide as he ventured deeper. After descending about a kilometer, the path twisted and turned until finally Cheng Qian's eyes brightened. A vast cavern lay before him. At the same time, a pair of emerald green eyes as large as bronze bells stared back at him. Cheng Qian. His scalp tingled. What to do? Waiting online quite urgent. It was a giant python over 10 meters long, flicking its tongue, its unblinking eyes fixed on Cheng Qian, casting an eerie and terrifying aura in the dark cave. Cheng Qian tightened his grip on his sword, his Adam's apple bobbing. The simulator was one thing, reality was another. Facing such a behemoth, especially a serpentine beast he feared most, it was hard not to feel a tremor of dread. Thus man and serpent stood locked in a stalemate. Hiss! The giant python grew impatient, launching the first attack, its massive tail sweeping across stirring gusts of air. Cheng Qian reacted swiftly, his sword transforming into a flash of silver light. The blade clashed against the python's tail with a crisp metallic ring, but the creature's body remained unscathed, only enraging it further. A third-tier demon beast comparable to the Golden Core stage. Cheng Qian quickly assessed the python's strength. The python shook its head after the counterattack, its serpentine eyes blazing with fury. It reared up, opening its gaping maw, releasing a foul stench. Prepared, Cheng Qian dodged aside and swiftly struck back. Go, he murmured, and a blazing fireball shot toward the python. The python reacted with incredible speed, twisting its body sideways. Its razor-sharp scales glinted in the firelight, acting like natural armor. The fireball grazed it, leaving a scorched smell, but only a faint white mark on the scales. Again, he thought the thrill of battle making his blood boil. Cheng Qian quickly adjusted his strategy, pushing off the ground like an arrow from a bowstring, his sword flashing as he aimed for the python's head. Just then the python suddenly raised its head, emitting a deafening roar that shook the cave walls. A glint of cunning flashed in its eyes, and with a sudden whip of its tail it coiled toward Cheng Qian with immense force, as if to tear the entire cavern apart. Startled, Cheng Qian had no time to think. He lunged to the left, the sound of the tail slicing through air ringing in his ears. He knew he couldn't hesitate, he had to find an opening to finish this beast. He dashed forward, his sword light streaking like a meteor through the dark cave, stabbing straight at the python's vital spot, 7 inches from its head.